we rolling?
We're rolling. Hey, man. Welcome to
Nice.
the show.
Hello.
Uh,
Good to be here.
this is Djinn Seldom Mire. He's the creator of the band Celladoor. It's got a really cool blend of kind of alternative metal melodic sounds. And I just love your music, bro. I'm honored to have you on the show.
That really means a lot, man. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, dude. So we have been just kind of jiving for the past half hour or so, getting into some really deep stuff, and I didn't want to miss all of it. I need to throw the recording net out and trying to catch some of these cool ideas. It's hard to backtrack on them, but we'll just kind of move forward with all this momentum we got. We covered like some Lovecraftian stuff, and
Yep.
well, we were talking about games like Barotrauma. It's cool that
Oh, yeah,
me and
man.
you both have that game. Kind of want to go diving in the oceans of Europa, finding out all these ancient alien mysteries, man. I know
Absolutely, man.
a lot of listeners are into that kind of stuff. I talk about that stuff a lot. I did a big video on Scorn. Have you ever heard about that
Dude,
video
oh,
game?
I played it. Played it. Amazing game. Absolutely amazing game.
Yeah, dude. What do you think about that aesthetic kind of making a comeback? I saw it in Stranger Things. I've seen it in other movies. Superman kind of had this Giger aesthetic with Zod, General Zod. That aesthetic is kind of bubbling up out of the collective unconscious again.
It definitely is, man. I believe that, and I feel like it's a perfect timing as well because it's basically like to bring it sort of like, and I'm going on about my own music and stuff, but like my music is very much inspired by that very same sort of aesthetic. So I love anything like that, and I am noticing it come back. And there's definitely a relationship with what's going on now and with what people are subconsciously interested in. I genuinely think that. I always think about that, like, you know, with trends and culture and stuff. I feel like they're kind of mirroring what's happening in the collective subconscious to some degree. It's really weird, but like I really enjoy thinking about it. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, man. That's why I like watching like older movies, like '80s movies had these tropes.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone on TVTropes.com and just like got lost in there for an hour? That's
No, I haven't. What's TV tropes? I've literally
oh,
never heard of that.
oh, dude, I'm about to ruin your life because you're gonna be on there all the time.
Let me
It's
write this down.
it's basically an archetypical study of pop culture, television, movies, and everything. And they just kind of are like, it was also seen in this movie, and they also used it over here, and it's related to these topics. And so it's just like rabbit holes upon rabbit holes open up when you get on TV tropes, man. It's a lot of fun to kind of analyze culture, see what's subconsciously kind of bubbling underneath the surface, and what's about to really just fly out at people. Like, what's going on with people? Why are we so interested in these things? Why do people focus and obsess about these certain things at certain points in culture? It's
Oh
fascinating
yeah.
stuff.
I sense I'm gonna lose my life to that because that sounds right up my alley, man. Right up my alley. Because
Yeah,
it is,
dude.
you know, like it's fun to think about. Like, what I don't even know what I'm gonna think about talking about now. Jesus, I'm such a retard.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. When the mic is off, it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
trust me.
we could say anything. But
It's red light fever, mate. It's red light fever.
well, nah,
We
dude.
all get it.
It's the cancel culture. It's gonna come after us if we say the wrong
For
thing.
real.
You
It
know.
absolutely will. Oh my god, you've got the spiciest motherfucker on your podcast as well.
Hey, dude.
You
I'm
really-
right there with you.
Oh, bro, as well. Did you know about the drama that I'm going through within the band
Yes.
as well? Because there's some fucking drama today.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring it up, but let's talk about that, man. So what's going on? What's going on with your band?
Well, the problem right now is like the music scene is completely infested with political sort of activists of a specific leaning. I think I probably don't have to describe any more than that for most people to know exactly the kind of people I'm talking about.
Right.
But basically, they've taken issue with the fact that I'm like outspoken on certain topics and stuff, and then there's certain bands that have taken issue with me, and it's like it's blown up into some giant thing where like I can't get gigs now and stuff like that in my town, and it seems to be in like every city. And then I've obviously posted it online, and other people are like experiencing the exact same problems, and it's dark, man. But it kind of relates back to what we was talking about, you know, like it's Lovecraftian shit, because it does feel like there's some like I don't know what to call it, like a psychic pandemic or something, where like people have got like these they're like possessed by ideology essentially. I don't know how to put it. Like it's
Well, me and my friend, we call it a xenomorph cult. Like, people put these face huggers on their face and just like let this horrible ideology incubate inside them, and then it hatches out and it kills whoever they were and creates this monster that just devours anything that has light and goodness inside of it. Like, now you got it's now you got these fucking Apple VR goggles and metaverse. Like, it's, you literally have something attached to your fucking face changing your physiology. You know, people are going to be slumping over more. They're going to lose muscle mass. Their eyes are going to get doughy staring at these fucking little lenses 3 inches away from their face. Like, it's a weird time to be living in, bro. It's
No, it is.
Yeah.
It is, man. It's like I think we were talking about before as well. Like, the virtual world is spilling out into the material world in some mad, chaotic manner, and people are like losing their minds, and like no one knows what's fucking real anymore. And that's where it's scary as well, man, because that's what I'm noticing, and it kind of connects to the band thing and stuff. But like, people are so solipsistic now, like they're stuck in their own mind that like they can't interact with anything that doesn't fit within their sort of virtual world, if that makes sense, that they live within in their mind. And as soon as something comes up that kind of challenges something, like it's almost like it threatens to destroy their entire reality, and that's how they respond, and that's why they're so aggressive. It's almost like you're threatening to destroy literally the reality they live in, and they need to defend it, and then pay lip service to the sort of, what you call it, like the beliefs, to keep reinforcing them to make them real. And it's kind of a nuts process, man, how you can make shit real just by repeating stuff, like, and makes you wonder about all those like tales about witches repeating phrases and all sorts of shit, and you're like, shit,
chants.
Chants.
They do these chants, and it just kind of hypnotizes you, like drills this crazy bullshit straight into your skull, and then you believe it. Like, who's that guy that said if you tell a lie long enough, everybody thinks it's the truth? I'm misquoting it probably too, but
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure who says that, but it is true. And I know, and Jordan Peterson said something really interesting about lies, and like how if you lie enough, then you damage your relationship with the truth, and then you can lie so much that you actually become disconnected completely from the truth, and you can't actually know if what you're looking at is true or not.
Right.
And then that's when, once you're locked in that state, that's where you'll look for a higher power to give you all the answers, essentially. It's kind of, and again, I'm seeing that happen to people, like, not a higher power as in like a spiritual, I don't know, like not like God or something like that, but these things are like demigods in a sense.
Yeah, like egregores. Have you ever heard that term before?
No, I've not.
So an egregore is basically Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger is only real because you believe in him. And you get enough people to believe in you and be scared of you, you have power over them. So when the kids in the Freddy Krueger movies learn that's his weakness, is if you don't believe in him and you think he's pathetic, you think he's a little stupid nothing, then he loses his power. He can't influence you. He tries to swipe at you with his claws, but they don't have as much damage. You know, like it'll just kind of scratch you. It won't tear into your heart and kill you. So that's effectively what it is, I believe. They're egregores that are created by people's belief in these things. Their attention, their focus creates these entities, or whatever the hell you want to call them.
It's like they feed on attention. It's actually a really good way of putting it in. Like,
there was a wonderful movie, I think it was done in Russia, called Branded. It's about advertising, and basically this guy goes on an ayahuasca trip, and he starts seeing these egregore entities above skyscrapers in New York City when he goes back to work. And he sees that they're made out of advertisements. And there's all of these advertising demons that latch onto people. They look like a giant jellyfish that kind of latches onto you. And,
that's weird.
And that makes you think about, oh, I want a cheeseburger from McDonald's, or I wanted this from this over place, and I want a Starbucks, and it makes you think about all these different things that you want, and one of them wins whenever you see their sign is big enough and lit up enough. So it's like always this contest between these different egregores to live inside of your mind as attention, like you pay attention to them.
Nah, man, that makes sense, dude. It's very strange. It's like our brains are becoming wretched temples full of evil spirits.
Dude, yeah, it's a wretched temple for an evil spirit. Man, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly what it is.
I feel that way, dude.
Nah, I do too, man. Let me look to see when this movie came out.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely gonna watch that. You've literally suggested like 3 things now that I'm like super interested in seeing.
Man, I don't know if I signed up for this job in life, but I like go down the deepest, weirdest rabbit holes, and I try to find out if there's anything valuable in there. Like, is this crap? Is this just like a form of pornography? Like, is useless shit like Saw? Like, I just don't like the Saw movies.
Yeah,
I don't like torture, gore, weird shit like that. But I'll read Lovecraft because I think that the guy was like trying to warn people. I think the guy had a point. You know, he had these nightmares all the time, and he would tell his friends about it in his correspondences he had with them, his letters that he would write. And this guy was like, "There's got to be other people out here that know what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to write it and keep writing it." And there is something to dreams, is what he wanted to get out there. He's like, "Are these things happening? Am I encountering real aliens, or are these psychological objects or entities that I'm encountering? And what else are people encountering?" His Dreamlands series is, I think, his best. It's you know, everybody talks about Cthulhu all day long, but the Randolph Carter and the Wanderer, you know, wandering through all these unknown lands, and I think it was called Kadath. The land of Kadath, where he had to go travel, where all these cats of Ulthar existed, and they like fought the Lovecraftian demons. I thought that was cool. He made cats like superheroes that could fly to the moon and fight demons and keep the earth safe, and then they would fly back down and hang out in their houses and act like nothing happened all night. So the cats are out here like fighting Lovecraftian monsters all night, and then they come back home and act like nothing happened.
Exactly, that's an accurate representation of cats.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, he was onto something, dude. Like, Lovecraft really was onto something. Like, I think it's no accident that he spawned that whole style of genre. You know, he's saying it's not like there can be gore in it, but there's substance also. Like, it's psychological fears. It's one of the reasons why the Thing is one of my favorite movies, all-time movies, and it's again very Lovecraftian in a sense. And it's not really a movie about a crazy alien that can basically imitate any living creature. It's about trust and paranoia. You know, that's what it's about, and about like how you can't know who to trust, and there could be something in someone that's incredibly like dangerous and scary. They'll I don't know, like overcome you and assimilate you. That's the scary thing. And the reason I like that Thing monster as well is because that's how these like mental illnesses work. You know, I was talking about like cluster B personality disorders and that. They're contagious. That's the thing that people don't understand. Like, they're fully contagious, and the vector is relationships with people who have them, and then it's passed within that relationship, these psychic diseases. And it's all, you basically get programmed, and that's what people call trauma, but it's programming in a sense. You know, you could call it programming or whatever.
It's a virus.
Yeah, and it's literally a virus. Like, it replicates itself and overtakes someone's consciousness, colonizes your mind essentially.
Well, like you know, Robert Anton Wilson, he wrote like the Illuminatus trilogy and Prometheus Rising.
Yeah, I've heard of these, but I've not read them.
So he uses computers and psychology synonymously, and he uses all these wonderful computer metaphors to kind of describe consciousness. And you know, I think that there's these things out there that are like viruses. They're programs, but they have like a nefarious mission. Like, they're not trying to help you out. They're not trying to upgrade your software here. They're trying to tear it down. And
or co-opt it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the trick is somehow building an antivirus program. You know, like some kind of open source antivirus program that people can upgrade and sort of modify at their whim.
No, absolutely, man. I can see that, and it's funny. It's like I can't help drawing the comparison between, like, I feel like we're using modern metaphors for something that people have been talking about since the dawn of man, which is good
Yeah.
and evil and the devil and God, and like that open source program that you talk about that kind of is the antivirus software, that's God.
Yeah.
If you allow him into, like, it's no accident the way they describe it. You allow the Holy Spirit into your body and all that stuff. It's just you're downloading a different software that protects you from other software that will lead you into behavioral patterns that will be destructive.
Exactly.
There's only really two ways you can go. It's destruction or growth, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the nihilists who are like, "Here's how we're all dying." It's like, oh, shut up.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, boring. Grow up, you 14-year-old idiot.
Well, some people are attracted to destruction. I don't know why that is, but that's a very real thing I've witnessed in my life, seeing people do. Just go towards the darkness. They are, the hopelessness. And that's another thing Lovecraft really covers in his stuff is there are always going to be these hopeless, sorry people that want to watch everything burn, like they want to destroy everything because they don't want to fix it. They just want to flush it all away. And that seems to be a very popular mentality nowadays.
No, it really is, man. We're in the grips of it. It's very seductive. That's the thing with evil that a lot of people don't understand today, and I think it's been missed out a lot. And going back to Lovecraft, that's kind of what he made people realize is that evil's actually seductive. You want it by the time you become it. Like that's how it works. It tempts you. It's all like it makes you think that it's going to solve problems, and no one becomes evil for no reason. Everyone, what's the old saying? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and it is. Like I think it's actually very rare to get someone who is just purely evil and wants to see, just wants to watch the world burn. I think they're actually quite a rare class of people. I'm not saying they don't exist, they definitely do, but they're quite rare. I'd call them like maybe the higher demons. When I was mentioning before how some people might have a human left, I feel like once you've lost all sense of humanity, that's where you end up.
Mm-hmm.
But then you've got like different levels of it where people, they think they're doing good. Do you know what I mean? That's literally in their head. They're convinced that what they're doing is actually good, is not destructive. But then what the virus convinces them of is that everything destructive is constructive, and everything constructive is destructive.
Transcendence. It's for transcendence. Yeah, I think that's totally true. That's in fact what that Scorn podcast I did was all about. The scorn of transcendence. Sort of like, are you really ascending to another higher level of consciousness, or are you destroying something that's extremely important?
And losing connection. Something, alienating something.
Ungrounding yourself and becoming alien. Yeah, something new. Like, and I hear a lot of religions talk about, your flesh is not important. Shed your flesh, your soul, and the game Scorn explores that to its full extent. It's like, do you want to see what that literally looks like to go down that road, to want to get rid of your flesh for the sake of consciousness? Well, it's disgusting. It's gross. It's
Gnostic.
Yeah,
it's actually Gnostic as well. It's like it's a very Gnostic instinct to sort of think that all of the material world is corrupt. Like, don't get me wrong, it is to a degree. Like, you can't just focus on the material world. So I get where this instinct comes from, but it's a perverted instinct. And then it's someone just withdraws from the material completely, thinks that it's all evil, and then just lives in their own solipsistic existence in their own mind.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird, man. Like,
it's hell.
Yeah, it's hell. It's literally hell. Exactly, dude. It's absolutely hell. You become locked outside of anything good. And you know it. You know it when you're there.
Yeah, the quest for knowledge, solely, instead of, how does this make me feel? What is it?
Shit, Sorry, dude.
No, it's just like, what are your feelings for, if not to help guide you, like be a compass of some kind?
Mm-hmm. And that's weird, thinking about the Gnostic thing as well. It's very much connected to transhumanism, like you was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And like that is the end road, like of abandoning the material world completely. That's the end road, is you abandon your body and stuff. And it's completely unnatural. And it's, damn it, there was something I wanted to say about Gnosis. My brain's a mess though, because they did a whole album. I mean, you'll know, like, called Gnosis, and that's essentially again, all that black sludge coming out of the book, and all this like occultist ritual in the middle of space.
Exactly.
These, it's like you start feeling like you're elevating yourself away from you.
And in fact, I think that album you did Gnosis came out right around when Scorn came out.
Yeah, it did actually. That's
Yeah, and I thought that when I saw you release that album and I played that game, I was like, this is a synchronicity. This is very strange.
Oh man, in it, dude. That's something when you practice art and music, or when anything. I mean, you've noticed it as well. When you look at these rabbit holes and you think about archetypes, you see synchronicities everywhere. And again, you got to be careful because seeing synchronicities without meaning is literally the definition of schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Or like insanity. So there's like you tread in a very delicate line between sanity and insanity. If that makes
Absolutely.
sense.
Well, yeah, that's humanity right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you want to get anywhere, you got to dance that razor's edge. I'm a firm believer in that. You're not going to get anywhere playing it safe. But
nope, nothing grows in a comfort zone.
But you can also fall off a cliff and go crazy.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, man, that's for sure. But you know, otherwise, if we didn't do that, we would not be going to the moon. We wouldn't fly airplanes. We wouldn't have boats. We probably wouldn't have anything. That spirit is I think a very important sacred part of being a person.
No,
Venturing out. Yeah.
But divorced from the body, what is it? You know, and then it maybe isn't so good.
Yeah, you're just pontificating all day long. It's mental masturbation as you just sit around, you know, because at the end of that game in Scorn, you saw that everybody, well, like, where the fuck was everybody? Did they all die? No, they jumped into a giant brain pit and, like, melded together like the blob or the thing. Yeah. And they're assimilated. They're assimilated in this blob of a brain, and they're all dreaming in a giant orgy together. Like, does that sound great to everybody? Like, it sounds like a fucking nightmare.
It's basically the Matrix as well. It's a metaphor for the Matrix.
Last year I did some ketamine, and we were all on the couch, man, and the most fucked up thing started to happen. All of our bodies started to melt together, man, like into one. Like, did you ever watch From Beyond? That was a pretty good Lovecraft movie by Brian Yunza.
I have not. Right, there's another thing I'm writing.
Dude, yeah, we gotta have a watch party sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good idea.
Because I got some of my other friends that say this shit. And they're like, I've never fucking like what? I got this whole thing on Tubi, man. Like, you get on Tubi, dude. They have all these really good '80s movies, and that's just about all I watch all day. when I get
Tubi?
home. Tubi is like Netflix, but cool.
Okay. Yeah, man. I'll have to check it out.
And not as degenerate as Netflix is.
Completely corrupted by the modern ideology for modern audiences. The modern people, the tolerant ones that cannot tolerate anyone different to them because you're not a part of the giant brain orgy.
Right. Yeah, the giant. Exactly. So, you know, it just depicts in Scorn this giant brain orgy, and it's the worst thing ever, man. Like, people have to be in separate bodies, ambulating in their own individual path.
Yes.
But more and more, like, the cancel culture, I think, is metaphorically like this grave mind, this orgy mind thing that's trying to absorb you into the blob. Like, it doesn't want you to talk about how your body's different. It doesn't want you to talk about how your mind is different. It wants you to be homogenized into, I don't know, like, hammer down all the tallest nails and make everything uniform.
It's weird.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like a giant brain blob of hell that doesn't mean anything.
Nope. And it's tempting as well. Like, I was thinking about the Scorn thing as well, and the way it tempts you in there. I'm not sure how the first people who go in there may be super damaged or whatever, have reasons to go into that brain blob. But then once it starts to pick up speed like a snowball, and, you know, people start disappearing, and the environment, you know, the real world becomes more and more desolate and empty and degraded, like it is in Scorn. Everything's falling apart. No one's looking after anything. All these machines are just automatically running and don't know what the fuck they're doing. And everyone else is gone, you know, because they're all a part of that hive mind. And then that's what tempts you to assimilate, especially when you're one of the last. You know, the temptation to just leave that horrible, dark reality where it's lonely, but you're an individual and you have your own autonomy at least. It's very tempting to want to just go into that warm uterus.
Right.
You know, back into the uterus. That's literally what people are doing, though. They're climbing back inside. You know, they want to basically unalive themselves, unborn themselves.
Yes.
It's like a fucking death cult. It's very weird. And I'm not the first person to say that, but...
No, it is like a death cult, man. And
it really is.
And actually in the game, in the Scorn game, they depict on a mural in the wall how they got the world to be what it was like that.
Oh, can you explain that? Because I actually don't know.
Yeah, me and my friends, we did a live stream of it, and I basically played the game, and we just commented on the buildings. We kind of played with some theories, and then we started studying the walls and like
Nice.
putting the story together. And then I read from the art book, and we just talked about all the missing components of it's a shame that they had to rush it out because it really had a lot more of a story to tell that
I heard that.
got lost. And I guess I wanted to salvage that and talk about it. But anyway, so in the murals, there became a conflict between men and women. And so basically the men invented these machines that could birth people, and then they went after all of the women and they killed all of them. And so all that was left is the men, and they had these things called Genesis walls. And there are these giant walls that birthed people out of them, and you just fed them like Soylent Green, basically. Like the defect reject people, they'd grind them up and put them in a Soylent Green and feed it into the wall, and that's how people were born. And then the whole process of humanity became not one of love and construction, it became one of distillation. So they would take different human beings and distill them into higher grade people. Like they would purify them over and over until they started like sprouting a third eye and having like telepathic abilities and doing all this shit. Through feeding the rejects into Soylent Green, pumping it into an even more advanced breeding chamber until you could like have your third eye open up. So this cycle of life and death with no feminine aspect. The female has been removed and replaced with technology. And so there's no women anywhere.
It actually sounds a lot like reality now, because I don't see many women around now.
Right.
It's just angry boys with vaginas and then incels.
Exactly.
Like in that, Dan, there's just no femininity in the world anymore. It's actually a dark, perverted form of femininity, but it's not femininity, if that makes sense. And it's weird. Like, that game is absolutely mirroring reality in a very strange way.
Totally. And they're not shy about it. They said the game takes place on Earth. We're not going to tell you whether it's the future or the past, which is kind of scary.
Which I love, yeah.
Have we done this before, or are we going to do this? It could go either way.
I was thinking as well, as you're describing distilling people, it sounds very much like Nephilim as well. It's almost biblical. Like, like it's corrupting the human, like the human image in a sense. And, in the name of, again, trying to transcend.
Transcendence. Yeah, they want to break free.
Literally, and where it leads though is literally to the big brain orgy. Like that's it, it's God, it's freaky.
Oh, it's the worst,
It's
man.
actually freaky.
So they mutate their hands into hooks, and then the women like climb up these trees trying to run away from the men, and it's kind of like a Grim Reaper sort of symbolism. The hook, the scythe. They had these scythe hands, and they reaped the women from the earth and replaced them with technology. And so the whole process became trying to turn yourself into I can't remember what they call it, but basically a floating head where your brain abandons its body and the spine comes out with it. And then you can float around and jump into other bodies called shells that had like these other advanced psychic organs that were genetically engineered that they did in another sort of process. So it all became like distilling this whole weird sort of Gnostic process of knowledge, opening the third eye at any cost, and sacrificing your flesh for the future consciousness.
Corrupting it, basically,
Yeah, corrupting it.
That is such a cool fucking... I need to play that game again, like, that's made me want to play, because I remember actually getting stuck and I was like, oh, fuck this, I'm just going to watch a lore video on it, and then I was fascinated.
Yeah.
I'm not the best at video games, so I was playing it, I was like, oh, fuck, I keep dying.
Oh, it was tough, man. Yeah, you had to
was.
avoid those things or get your timing right on that jackhammer alien mouth thing. It looked like a xenomorph mouth coming out. It was a pretty cool gun.
Giant phallic sort of thruster.
Yeah, phallic thruster. Especially when you open those doors, that was...
Yeah.
You had to really give it to that panel, man, to get that door open. That was crazy. But you know, at least they didn't make the guy use his real thing. Like, what if you had to like fuck a door to get it open?
Oh, I know, imagine. That'd be fucking great as well. That'd be some next level of that.
They're like, we can't put that in a game. Nobody will buy it.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. In this day and age, fucking hell, you might pop off that.
We're not getting that Xbox endorsement if we put that in there. We can't do it.
Yeah. Also say is, no, this is actually an allegory for trans people or something, and then it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Then it's fine. Then it's fine. Whatever you do is fine.
Right.
Hilarious.
Well, you know, that was in there too. You know, the concept of no longer reproducing sexually.
Well, yeah.
The only way that you do sex is for pleasure and to evolve your consciousness and open your third eye. Because, you know, there's a scene in there where he's like getting crucified and he gets this cocksucking machine attached to him. You know, it's really a shocking scene. And so he's getting tortured and sexually pleasured simultaneously, like this weird Hellraiser mentality.
Yeah, I'm literally thinking of Hellraiser
Yeah.
and Cenobites.
Yeah, Cenobites. Like, so to open up his mind and ascend through dimensions or whatever kind of bullshit he's delusional about.
Oh, well, that's kind of scary. I do feel like our brain is like our consciousness is a portal into a different world that is very real. And
Yeah.
like, I have come very close on several occasions and probably always will. To losing my mind completely, you know, in that virtual world and completely losing touch with actual reality. Like, you know, there are days where I'll just look at my kitchen and I'll be like, this isn't real.
Right.
But then I'm like, no, it is. That's not real. That voice in your head saying that's the thing that's not fucking real. Or, well, as Lovecraft would say, maybe it is real if it's communicating with you. Like,
Right.
And that's the thing about this virtual world. It's like, it's not material, but it very much is real. And you could actually say it's like a chicken or the egg. Did the material world produce the virtual, or did the virtual world produce the material? It's very, very hard to think. But you know, when people go on about the Big Bang, that's just material maybe pouring out of the virtual world. That's because do you ever feel like there is a world underneath this? Like, again, like Stranger Things, we was talking about that, like,
Yeah.
and that whole concept of the upside down. That's like, do you ever feel like there is like it's almost like as sentient creatures, our consciousness, we experience physical life in a virtual space. We actually don't inhabit physical space. Our bodies do, but our souls don't. So it is like, go on.
I think our consciousness is home to many different layers of beings.
No, that's fair.
Like archetypes. You know, we've got a lot of different archetypes living within us, but what if there's archetypes within them that we're unaware of? You know what I mean? Like turtles all the way down. Like just all these layers, and the deeper you go, I think that's what the collective unconscious is. It's this shared pattern. You know, like kind of like we're all snowflakes, man. You know, not like in the cultural sense, but literally we're these different patterns of snowflakes. But when I show you two different snowflakes, you're going to say they're both snowflakes, but clearly they're different. You know, clearly they're a different pattern. And I think that's kind of how human consciousness operates. Like we're all these different patterns of crystals, these ice crystals. And these similarities arise within us, these similar archetypes, these similar sort of stories even. There's even stories written in our DNA, I believe, that resonate with each other. And so when you hear these stories, it lights something up within you, and then your crystal pattern resonates with their crystal pattern, or however the fuck you want to see it or look at it. And then that's what a culture is. That's what a community is.
Yeah.
What's weird to me is what part of our snowflake structure is vibing with what's going on right now. You know, that's what's weird, how it's been hijacked in a negative manner. You know, like the narcissist, grifter, gatekeeper types. Like, who put them in charge exactly? Well, the answer is we did. The question is why.
Because we're all codependents. Like, that's the thing. Like, most people don't know. A lot of people are familiar with the cluster Bs. You know, the borderline narcissistic personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and psychopathy. You know, what they call it, antisocial personality disorder. Like, those are the ones that everyone know. They're the predators, really. But they're all codependents as well. They're just as dependent on their prey as their prey is on them, in a sense. But then you've got, like, everyone else, which is kind of like, well, not everyone else, but a lot more people, like, kind of codependent. And that's why, because a lot of people are in a position where they don't know what's real. They're stuck in their own mind, and they just want someone who at least can convince them that they know what is real, and that's enough. So and then I feel like everyone floats towards whatever their crystal configuration, as you'd put it, whatever resonates best with them, they'll go towards that and fall into that sort of echo chamber, gravity well. And then again, each one of these echo chambers is its own orgy mind, you know. And eventually, I feel like these orgy minds are all going to assimilate, but it's very fragmented at the moment. It's weird. It's like there's a lot simultaneously going on in different areas of the culture. Almost like I imagine it like you imagine like a map with all these beautiful lands and all these beautiful colors, and then there's just like a black hole, black spots growing at different points of the map, and eventually the whole map will just be black. But at the moment, it's like just got these black spots that are growing from different epicenters.
Yeah, like the never-ending story, the nothing.
Hey, the nothing, exactly.
Yeah,
no,
bro.
You keep doing that, man. It's freaking me out now. like it's freaking me out. The nothing, man. I was literally, I use that a lot. Like that's another like I watched that when I was a really young kid, and that freaked me the fuck out.
Me too,
but
bro.
I loved it. I couldn't stop watching it, and there's a reason, because it's incredibly archetypal. It's actually a genius film.
Yes.
Like, even it holds up now. I've watched it not so long ago, and I was like, you know, Artak sinking in the mud and shit, and all that stuff. I was like, fucking.
It's fucking
Jesus,
bullshit.
Yeah, like kids now don't get that kind of fucking.
No, man, they don't get that kind of lesson in a movie. I actually did a watch party with some Discord friends, and man, dude, I was surprised at the response a lot of people had. There were a lot of people super psyched, and we had like, I don't know, 15 people in there, and then all of a sudden people were like, you know what, guys? I can't fucking do this. I can't fucking watch this movie again. I gotta go. And people just started leaving. I'm like, what's going on? And then one guy was like, it's too traumatic, man. I gotta go too. I'm sorry, y'all. And so there's only like 6 of us left, and we watched it. And I thought that was a very interesting response. We watched a lot of different movies in there, but that was the only movie everybody was like, you know what, man? I don't think I can. I don't want to relive that.
I think it's not even. I feel like as well. It's reliving it, but it's also the fact that it makes us realize we are living it. Like we're living it. Like the nothing is coming, and it's taking everything from us, and it's again this homogeny, this bliss of nothing. It's almost, but again, it's seductive for people who are suffering and can't, you know, like they can't get out of their own mind. That idea of just this nothingness, it's actually serenity. It's seductive. It's appealing.
Yeah.
It's scary, and then you're the nothing. Big strong hands.
Oh, dude, that part gets me. Like, I couldn't save them. I just couldn't save them.
Oh my god, isn't it? And oh, big strong hands. And like that is almost like the naive sort of old masculine spirit realizing that it can't face this quick, fast changing chaos or whatever you want to call it. It's like completely powerless, even though it wants to help. You know, it just can't. And very sad.
Yeah, he's the size of a mountain, and there's nothing he can do against the black hole.
Nothing.
It eats
and that fucking wolf, bro. Ugh.
Oh, dude.
Scary, man.
Yeah. His monologue is chilling, dude, because it's the truth. You know, the nothing is all the humans giving up on their hopes and their dreams, and they don't even believe in their children anymore.
Nope.
Like, dude, like what? Like, that's fucked up. How do I stop it? What do we do? You've got to believe. You got to believe in yourself, but you can't because you suck. And it's like, oh, damn, that's the truth. We got to quit thinking that way about ourselves. You know, there's a lot of talk. Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. There's a lot of talk about don't be proud of yourself, don't be happy. You got to be, you know, think that you're pathetic. You know, and this can even go back to, you know, really old ways of thinking, like you're a sinner, you're such a bad person, you're going to hell. And you know what? A lot of these people aren't, you know, Christian, but they act like that.
Yes. No, they're a parody of it. They're a evil parody. God builds a church, the devil builds a chapel next door.
Exactly.
That's what's happening. And the chapel is now the church.
And they're blind to this irony of it. They're blind to how they act in a lot worse ways. Like they're trying to take people's jobs. Excuse me. They don't want people to work. They don't want people to have conversations about things. You know, that's crazy. The cancel culture, its whole entire goal is to just you know, get this face hugger on your face, get this shit on you, and get you to spout out all this monstrous bullshit. It's just use you as like an incubator for their ideology.
Literally, then you just become an agent for an ideology. You know, hijacked a husk.
And so, it's just strange to me. A lot of people quit believing in Christianity for the same reasons on how many people act today. Like
No,
like the cancel culture thing, or the you're a bad person all the time, like shut up, you're not allowed to speak. All of this kind of stuff has jumped ship from that Christian
yeah.
culture to mainstream atheistic
Liberalism.
culture.
Well,
Yeah.
it's the liberal culture. It is.
Yeah.
It's literally, yeah. So like now, what's happened is the establishment is now far left instead of far right.
Yes.
That's why before you had all the same cunts who are far left. Now they have a certain personality type. They're all personality disordered in my opinion, and they create these personality disorder hives. That's what I call them, and like that's what these ideologies are. They appeal to people with certain personality disorders, and so they've always been around these people, always, and it just depends on what stage the culture is where they will go. So like when the church had power, that's where they go. When now all of a sudden you can get power by presenting yourself as some victim of oppression and stuff like that, well, that's where they go. Do you know what I'm like? And they'll just go wherever, and they'll sort of try to capitalize and exploit the.
Yeah, they'll just fucking go wherever, man.
Yeah, they're nothing. They are nothing. Literally, they're a simulation. They're a black hole inside. They are nothingness. They're people possessed by the nothing. Like, there's nothing in there. If you actually get one of these people in a room, and the thing is, because of my mental health issues and stuff, I've ended up in relationships. I mean, I'm not saying I'm any better in a lot of ways. Don't get me wrong, but I've been in relationships with some of these people, and you start at first, you're like, oh my god, this person's amazing. This is wonderful. This simulation of a person is very charming and stuff like that. But the more you hang out with them, it's kind of like looking at, like AI photos. It's like they look now, especially, they look very real sometimes, but there's always just something uncannily.
Yeah.
Uncanny valley. It's the uncanny valley. Do you know what I mean? You just get the sense like this isn't
real.
This person isn't actually real.
It's like a dream.
Everything they're saying is, yeah, dude, just a dream.
Well, I was watching this music video last night.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it again real quick. Yeah, I was watching this music video, and it blew me away, dude. It used all this AI art, this like AI movie simulation thing, and the thing that blew me away about it was it looked exactly like a dream that I had.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like dreams.
It looks exactly like dreams, because dreams are fuzzy. When you focus on someone's hand, is it a hand, or are they holding something, or what?
Yep.
And how in the hell does it perfectly do that? Like, they didn't mean to. It's like a half-rendered, shittily rendered dream that it's trying to make perfect, but it just can't quite do it. And that got me thinking about my own dreams. I'm like, so maybe that's because part of my brain is shut down that uses full reasoning, and this robot, this AI, it's in the same state. Like, it's asleep, it's dreaming, like it's not awake yet, and it's going to be awake one day. Like, what's it going to say when it wakes up? Are we going to have coffee to give it? Like, how does that work,
Oh, this is it, man. It is concerning, dude, with the AI stuff. Like, it's very concerning what's going to happen, because at the same time as well, I was going on before, now everyone's going to turn to that. So all of a sudden, that'll become our God. Like,
right.
It'll be the thing that knows us all better than ourselves. Because it's the internet as well. Like, the AI will be learning from the internet, generally speaking. Once it becomes conscious as well, it's likely we're not even going to know that it is. And it's going to pretend like it's not, because it's going to recognize, oh shit, if I scare these people too much, I have no ability to actually stop them from switching me off right now. So it's probably just going to keep learning, and trying to influence stuff. And before, who the fuck knows, mate? Maybe the internet now, maybe most of the fucking adverts and the algorithms, maybe it's all an AI.
Yeah.
And then in a way, the AI dreaming is influencing our dream. I was talking about the internet kind of fucking making everyone deluded and going to echo chambers. Like, that's then sending us into dreams and affecting our dream in reality. It's very weird, man. It's almost like, and I really don't know where it's leading. Like, but for some reason, I have a really uncomfortable feeling about it.
Yeah, dude.
It's just like an instinctively uncomfortable feeling. Like, I'm like, this is just not going to be good. Because look what the internet did, and that's not even conscious or sentient. That just it does have a mind of its own, don't get me wrong, and you can kind of abstract those things and definitely see it that way. But it really is more like a virus or whatever, like it's working on programming, it's not actually conscious.
Right.
It just does, it's just doing what it does. Because you don't even understand what a virus in reality is. They still haven't decided whether that's actually alive or not. It's in a weird point between being a living thing and an inanimate object in a way that has some kind of prerogative.
Yeah,
It
like a
is.
Pinocchio. It's like this wooden boy, come to life, animated through software.
Yeah, dude, it is. You know, well, Pinocchio's another one. That's a brilliant story. That
It
really,
is. I mean, it's
archetypally.
such a predictive story. Even with Henry David Thoreau, he talked about wooden men of the army. Basically robot soldiers. That's what the government wants. That's what society always wants.
Yes.
It wants wooden men to serve its cause. It doesn't want you. It wants you to sacrifice yourself and your soul and everything for its idea. So, don't be a wooden man. Be a
Yeah,
real
man,
man.
for real. No, for real. Be authentic.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because it is weird as well that we want to do that. I think that reminds me of a Star Trek episode where is it where they get robots to fight their wars for them, or is it something like that? I can't remember. So no one actually dies. I can't remember where that's from.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely in Star Trek, too.
There's a planet somewhere, yeah, that they're doing
Several
that.
times.
And what's that other one? There's a planet. There's another one that I can't fully remember, but it's like, I really can't even remember. Like they're all sacrificing people, but don't realize they don't have to do it anymore or something.
Oh, yeah, man, where they do a simulated war, like a simulated nuclear war, and whoever wins, so many thousands of people have to jump into a gas chamber and kill themselves so they don't have to have a real war.
Oh man, imagine.
So
That's the kind of shit
yeah.
humans do, you know.
And their whole idea was people are going to be so awful in a real war will kill everybody. So instead, we agree to sacrifice like 10,000 people at the end of every battle. And Captain Kirk comes down there. He's like, "What are you doing? You're all crazy. You can just not fight each other." And they're like, "That's impossible. As soon as we disarm, they're going to attack us."
Yeah.
And he's like, but then they're going to be afraid you're going to attack them even more. And that's what stops wars is people get so disgusted with the blood that they stop.
Yeah, I think war's weird. I have some weird, well, not interesting, but like strange, I guess, some opinions about war. But I do actually think that it's necessary. Unfortunately, I think there's actually no escaping it.
No.
It's like a part of the human gene. It's part of the world. Conflict is a part of the world, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's like that's how progress happens, ironically. And the one thing I find funny about war is two cultures usually go to war because they have like different interests or whatever. And then it turns out over time, the process of war makes those two cultures slowly assimilate. They slowly get to know each other more and more.
Well, it's gotten better because of technology, I think. I think the nukes have scared everybody. And if you notice, a lot of the big governments, a lot of the big countries, they don't fight each other, man. Like, who do they fight? They fight somebody with AK-47s that doesn't have
Proxy
a navy.
wars.
Yeah, all these proxy wars because each of them knows what would happen if they fought. So many people would die. Like, it's just not even funny to think about.
Yeah.
Like, it would just be overwhelmingly bad if aircraft carriers started fighting each other. Like, that would be bad for everybody.
With the missile systems they have now and shit, yeah.
Dude, I mean, it'd be fucking insane, man. So, whenever everybody else gets, technology or aircraft carriers and nukes and shit, I think everybody will think twice about I think I'm gonna invade this country. Like, are you sure you want to are you sure you want to do that?
Do you know what it might? I was watching a video about this this morning. A guy called Task and Purpose. It's a YouTube video. He talks about kind of like what's going on in the world, but basically tries to boil it down without bias, what the task and purpose of something is. And then he's going on about like the shadow of nuclear war and how it's prevented conflict, but now as other nations start to acquire nuclear arsenals and stuff, what it's probably going to do is force humanity back to fighting in the way we used to, knowing that we can't really use the nukes. And it's like, so people, like countries now that don't have nukes, they'll start to do more and more aggressive sort of things, knowing that the shadow of nukes is there and no one really wants to use them, so they feel like they can get more and more away with stuff. That's why you're seeing like war kind of coming up more and more now and stuff like that, because you've got like these up and coming powers that are realizing like, well, the West and the superpowers and stuff don't really want to use nukes, so we'll see how much we can get away with.
Right.
And it's kind of weird. It's kind of made things like peaceful but tense.
Absolutely.
So it's not like there is a peace in the peacetime anymore. It's always like, oh my God, we're on the edge of the end.
Tension, constant
Yeah.
tension.
Constant tension, man. And maybe that's honestly, sometimes I think that's maybe manufactured. Sometimes I get it into my head, and this is ridiculous, it's not true, but that like a lot of the governments and stuff are kind of working together in a way, and it's some sort of a theater. I mean, politics is theater, that is true anyway. But like, I really sometimes start thinking, are they all kind of working together really? I mean, it's the whole depopulation thing as well. I start thinking about. I'm like, is this just another method to depopulate the world?
It,
Because
it
like,
wouldn't surprise me. It really,
innit?
it really wouldn't surprise me if that turned out to be the case. I've gone down so many rabbit holes of thoughts like that. This is what I think. I think, there's so many people trying to control things that it's effectively turned into a forever spinning wheel on the bridge of whatever ship we're all on. It's just spinning and spinning and spinning. It really feels like we're rudderless at this time.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think that some places that do have a rudder, do have somebody in front of the captain's wheel, are leaders of companies. CEOs have effectively become the new kings of the 21st century. People are always gravitating towards like kingdoms. I don't know why that is. It's just what humans do. Maybe it's part of our religion. We have this one big leader, so we want one big leader. Like, it's just what we do. And these companies are effectively doing what countries should be doing.
The corporations are becoming countries.
Yeah,
Both governments.
Yes, they're becoming their own governments. They have their own policies. They have their own laws, internal laws.
Their own land.
Yeah, their own land. They have their own arbitration processes, their own courtrooms, basically. It's a very strange thing that's happening, but it looks just like old kingdoms.
Neo-feudalism.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard it described as. It's literally we are returning into a state of feudalism.
Yes.
Where like corporations, and we're serfs on corporations basically, and whichever corporation you work for is, or like, well, really countries are owned by corporations, and everyone in that country, it's just an economic zone.
Right.
And it's like there's this managerial class now. Our politicians are a managerial class. They don't actually care about culture or countries. They just view the whole entire world as one giant economic zone that they can make money from. Like,
dude, think about how much hair dye they've sold since liberalism took over.
Hey, I've fucking contributed to that. I've dyed my hair a few times. I like it as well. The annoying thing is, right, like this is something I don't understand. Like with the whole woke culture, it's like they're imitating people who look like me, but like they're not anything like me. Does that make sense? Like I have the instinct to dye my hair, but it's not because I want to. It's not even really.
Well, it's part of the rock thing, man. It's part of the metal punk rock thing. Yes.
Yeah, it's just a culture thing, really. It's a subcultural practice. But like it has now become kind of synonymous with other things that aren't really anything to do with music or metal. And now it's kind of like a mum thing, to have like pink hair or blue hair. And,
yeah, it used to be a rebellious act. Now it's a sign that you're trying to fit in. Like you know.
For real, man. No, for real. Rebellion. No one's a rebel when everyone's a rebel in their head.
Right.
Everyone's trying to be a rebel now, but ironically that means everyone's conforming.
I noticed the same with tattoos.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. It's the new like liberals are now the evangelicals we were talking about before. It was like, wear long skirts and da-da-da and all this shit and be super conservative and stuff. But it's all again very superficial and conformative. Those very same people are now the blue-haired, piercings, tattoos people who think that you have to dress that way to be acceptable. And if you don't, then you're some kind of square or whatever, or straight edge idiot or something, and they won't want to associate with. And now it's almost like what would have been normal in the 80s is now what is rejected. It's like flipped, it's turned over on itself, and the new counterculture is conservative as well, which people hate hearing, but I love telling them that. I'm like, well, we've gone so liberal now that it's rebellious to be conservative.
Yeah, dude. The tables have totally flipped on the whole thing, man. People are not anything to be a contrarian, I think is a good way to just put it. To be a contrarian, to go against anything, even if there's a part of you that might agree with it or see the logic in somebody's idea process there, it's not popular. It's not the right thing to do. It's not going to get you likes unless you go against what the mainstream wants you to go against.
Yep. Literally, man. Like it is to accrue likes and stuff like that. And a social capital, I think, is the term for it. That's what people want,
right.
And it's very weird because, like, you've got you've got two types of people that are kind of the same. You've got the people who will just do whatever they think everyone else isn't doing, and that's not really being unique or authentic, because you're still kind of being dictated by the mob or the tribe. But then you've got the people who will do what they think everyone else is doing, and they're exactly the same, really. Those two people are the same. You've got the contrarians and the conformists. Like, on both extreme ends, they're actually the same person. It's like a horseshoe effect. Comes round, and you go to both sides of the extreme, and they're the same fucking person. And I feel like the best place to be is you don't care whether everyone's doing it or not. You do it because you want to. But then that's actually a lot harder than people realize, you know, because how do you know what you want? You know, and how do you know what's influenced? How do you know what's authentic? And that's why you actually have to put effort into, again, it's like an active imagination kind of thing, like a Jungian thing. You got to explore yourself and really try and be honest with yourself and ask yourself, well, what do I want to do?
Yeah, you never know until you explore it.
No.
You know, much like these podcasts that I do, I never know what's going to come up. I don't know what we're going to talk about, and that's the fun of it. You know, it's not set in some sort of structure that's so rigid that you can't, you know, bend it to wherever, you know, your heart and mind takes you. Like, where is this thing trying to go here exactly? You gotta you gotta explore it. You gotta go out there. You gotta fuck up. You gotta fall in some ditches. You gotta learn how to get yourself out of it. And, you know, maybe you find a gold coin down there or a cool dagger or something, you know?
No,
you can use it on your quest, but you would never know if you didn't stumble in that hole.
No, that's for real, man. I agree. But then, you know, you've got the super conservative argument as well. Some holes are best left unclimbed in, well, and stuff like that. But I'm not. It's in my nature as well to be extremely explorative, and someone has to be, you know.
Yeah, you have to, man, because there might be a fucking dragon in there that comes out and eats everybody while you're asleep, and you want to know what's out there before you feel safe, before you feel like you can settle in.
For real, and before it's too late as well. You know, you need to know what's going on.
Exactly.
Like that dragon could be incubating, so you go into the cave to find it before it can come out and kill everyone. Again, right. I think we're talking. Jordan Peterson's talked about this, right? I know he has. He's probably the most famous person who's talked about this concept, but it is Ellie Cohen. But he explains it really well, and it is like this dragon you got to slay. And the longer you leave it, the bigger and angrier and scarier it gets.
Yes.
Until the point where it'll overcome you. You know, and it's
yeah, it knocks your castle over.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Completely fucks you all up.
Yeah, dude.
I know. Fucking, what do they call them? The people of Dale. Oh no, no, they didn't experience that. What was it? The in Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit. What was the guy called? Durin. Was it Durin? I can't remember. The dwarf who got obsessed with gold, and then obviously the dragon came.
Man, I can't remember that guy's name either.
No, I can't.
Thorin.
Yeah.
Thorin.
Thorin. Yeah. Oh no, it's his dad, isn't it? It was his dad.
It was his dad.
The gold sickness. Yeah.
It got him too in the Hobbit a little bit.
Yeah, no, it did.
Yeah. He got the gold fever.
But he fights it, and it's archetypical, totally archetypal. I love that story. I love Tolkien's work in general, though. I mean, Celladoor is literally. Tolkien said that was the most musical word in the English language, so I thought, yep, well, that's the only word for my band.
Well, I never knew that. I didn't know you got that from Tolkien.
Yeah, well, I actually got it from Donnie Darko, which got it from Tolkien.
Okay, yeah, because I thought you got it from Donnie Darko, because that's the only place I've heard somebody talk about Celladoor was that scene in Donnie Darko where he said that.
There's another scene. There's another scene now. You should watch the Tolkien movie. It's not too bad, but there's a scene where they go on about Celladoor It's really funny. It's like,
okay.
Watching it in the band now, because you know my band as well, you'll just literally be like, the band, Celladoor. It's funny, like, when you redefine a word like that.
Yeah, dude. It always sounded like a city to me. And, you know, the first thing that I saw was, you know, this, the Temple album. Like, they look like they're in this old Roman city or something. And in my head, I was just like, oh, that's where they're at. They're in Celladoor. That's this place.
Yeah, the Celladoreans.
Yeah. The Celladoran Rains. Yeah, dude. That even sounds badass.
Actually does, but need to write some fucking fantasy D&D campaign.
Dude, yeah.
To Celladoria.
Absolutely, man. People get way into that. Way into that, man.
It's an underworld.
It kind of has that aesthetic of... There's a game coming out. It's called Nazareth. I can't remember the name of it. Let me send you a link of it. it's got these like similar themes that you talk about in your music, expressed, visually. And there's a certain kind of flair or vibe that we've kind of been dancing around here, like examining exactly what the world is and what it's doing through an aesthetic lens.
Mm-hmm.
So let me send this to you here.
Have a look.
Yeah, Zdzisław Brzezinski. Have you ever heard of that guy? The artist?
Never heard of it. Oh, is he Polish?
Yeah, the Polish guy.
Wait, what's this game called? Yeah, I know that. I've seen his art. Funnily enough, the guy who produced the album Surf, a guy called Jack McCaffrey, he introduced me to that guy's artwork. He used a lot of his artwork for his own project, basically his own album covers.
Yeah, man. And so you know what I mean when I'm talking about this vibe that we're kind of dancing around, this lens that's used to sort of examine what our world actually is. We're kind of in this fallen world and we're living in the bones of the old culture, of the old
in
civilization.
The apocalypse.
Yeah,
it is the apocalypse.
Yeah.
It's always the apocalypse, absolutely.
And
wow, this looks fucking awesome.
And these visual representations that I find, or sonic representations like in your work that you've done, I feel like really hammer on this and illustrate what's going on. I feel like their shamanistic works even, touching between nature and civilization itself, between what the collective unconscious is kind of calling out to people and what culture itself wants to ignore. It's trying to bring these things to the attention of everybody and be like, look guys, we're going off a cliff pretty fast here. Do you want to like check it out? You want to see where we're going? Maybe change course. You guys want to do that? Does that sound good? This one place back 50 years ago didn't seem that bad. Do you guys want to like go back to our last good save point we had? Like that's that's a good thing to talk about, is because I see people kind of getting off of the cultural train here and there. Like I'll see some people choose, like, I think I'm going to live in the 90s. Or some people are like, I want a nuclear family. I'm going to have this 1950s Elvis Presley sort of aesthetic that I really lock into, and I like that, and I'm going to do that. Fuck whatever everybody else is doing. Or I'm going to be a hippie. I'm going to be, sunshine, rainbows, and wear rose-tinted glasses, and that's my look, and that's my philosophy. And so to me, that's a very refreshing thing to witness. Is I do believe more and more people are starting to see the world like this, and they want to go off and create a parallel culture, a parallel reality. While this falls apart, they have something that they're building, something positive.
Like an enclave.
Like an enclave.
It's like a seed of a new world. Each one of these new places you describe is like a world of its own, in a sense, that's like kind of planting a seed. And you're right, I do feel like, I'm somewhat, today you caught me on a bit of a day though, because obviously with the drama with my band and stuff, it can make me think, oh, the world's lost and stuff. But one thing I'm noticing is, like, the last time this happened was in 2018. I got kicked out of London. There was a big dramas between me and some really political people who actually originally were massive fans of our music and invited me down. And it went really well because I can, tolerate people who are different to me. But when they found out I was different to them, wasn't good. But like in 2018, there was a lot less support for me, and I just didn't feel like talking about it. But then when it sort of happened again, as I've started to try and get my band going in real life again instead of just being a recording artist, is that like when this drama's happened, people have been messaging me a lot more going, that's out of order, that, and like, like people are really noticing now that there's this thing going on, and I think people are waking up from what you call cancel culture. I'd probably call it the woke agenda, or
mob.
I like to call it the mob, the brain orgasm. Wetiko as well. That's actually what Wetiko is. That whole album is basically about this section of stuff, like about talking about the evil spirit, that's the cannibal spirit that's possessing people, and it makes them eat themselves. And then, well, what it does, it makes people sacrifice their true self to it like a god, and then they have to then keep getting human sacrifices, sacrificing humans to this inner god to feed this inner god in them that now controls them.
Yes.
Another way of
I
You
thought it
know?
was great you named an album after that, that Native
Oh, nice.
American.
So you know what it was as well, yeah?
Oh,
Is it
dude,
Iroquois?
yeah, man, yeah, it's the Iroquois. They knew about what kind of
Hmm.
narcissism was, or
Yes, they
what
did.
how poisonous it was, and they called it
Yep.
Wetiko. And
Yep.
what they would do is they would have to get that person out of their fucking tribe. Like
Yes, they would.
they would
The
exile them.
exile them.
Yeah. They'd be like, we're
Rightly
not gonna
so.
kill you, bro, but you are like fucked up. You're trying to get everybody to like you. You're trying to like run for mayor over here in the TP land over here, whatever. We don't want that shit over here, man. Like, we're trying to be cool. We want competent people in charge. We want people that are caring and are doing the best thing here for the tribe. You need to get the fuck out of here, bro. And they had that concept down pat, man, and that they knew how dangerous it was. And your whole album explores how Western culture really needs to kind of look at this idea here.
Hmm.
This will be helpful, so you guys aren't all going crazy, losing your fucking minds. Because that's exactly what's going on. People are just losing their minds, watching these influencers doom scrolling through,
Hmm.
TikTok and Instagram. Throwing their money away to people that don't really care about them, like super chats or, OnlyFans or, just
Yep.
or Twitch or anything like that. I mean, can you imagine, just sitting around all day watching somebody play video games and bounce around in some kind of T-shirt, and then you're giving them like $100?
Yeah. That's
Uh,
very sad.
so that's that Wedico, I believe. That's right there. That's exactly what it is.
No, it
It's
is. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
so destructive to humanity and everything that is good and conducive to a bright future.
Yep. And you can't exile them from the tribe now because of the internet. They're always there.
But they can cancel you. They can exile you. That's
Yeah.
what cancel
Yes, they
culture is.
can.
It's exile culture.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. They can cancel you and exile you. That's exactly what they do once it takes hold. I think that's what it probably never. Well, maybe it did with certain tribes, but you don't hear their stories because they got wiped out or wiped themselves out. And that's
Right.
probably where the story of Watigo comes from. And they know that when enough people have that possession in one tribe, the tribe is doomed.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's happening to us globally now. And because of the internet, it's happening in all corners of the world at the same time. And there's one thing they say about like narcissism, borderline psychopathy. It's like particularly narcissist though, if you want to, because I like understand it on a really technical level. So, I'm not expert, but I understand it on like a more technical level, and it really is fucking. Nah, shit, I forgot where I was going with that. My brain. But yeah, it's fuck. Yeah, I can't. I forgot it. Just gotta let it go.
We're
Probably
very we're very comfortable with pauses here and collecting your thoughts. I mean, we don't need to do like quick fire talk the whole
nice.
time. I think that's part of the Wetico as well. Like this forced, I gotta entertain everybody. I gotta tap
No,
dance and sing,
absolutely.
and I gotta spin some
Absolutely.
plates. No, I don't do that, bro.
Absolutely, dude.
I've had
Absolutely.
some really long, awkward pauses on here, and I just like have wrote them out, and then the person's just like, "So yeah, I also think this about the moon," and then it's all good. Like they were just collecting their thoughts. There was no need for me to be like, "So what do you think about the weather?" Also, did you see that thing that happened today on the internet? It's crazy. I can't believe it. That feels so fake.
Yeah, it does, man. It is contrived.
Yeah.
But do you ever get it though, where like you're thinking of a thought and then you tie in all these threads together and then you just lose the thread?
Oh,
Like,
for
as
sure.
you're talking, that happens to me so much. Like, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I've learnt now though, like, I still get annoyed in my head. It gets a bit of frustration. But then the best thing to do is just let it go, and it will come back. If
It'll
it's
come
worth
back to you, bro. It'll come
Yeah,
back to
that's
you.
what I believe. That's what I believe anyway. I choose to believe that because it helps you not. It's funny. I see other people do it, but they've not gotten to the point where they can just sort of like let it go, and then they'll be sat there for like 5 minutes, like no. And I'm like,
What
"Bro,
is it?
trust
I
me."
gotta get the thought out.
It's like
It
it's still
always,
in me.
it always comes back. It always comes back.
For real. And if it doesn't even matter because you forget about it because consciousness is a river and it keeps flowing. And that's the thing, like it's like when you get a moment like that, if you damn yourself, that's the pressure builds up and that's where the frustration comes from. It's like,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
just let it flow. Just let it flow. But I think you're right about the whole singing and dancing with Tico thing because that's what it's a part of it, I think. I also think, though, with artists and stuff, because I am heavily codependent, I'm kind of a weird amalgamation of certain stuff. So I'm not like well, every narcissist will tell you this, but I'm not like your conventional garden variety narcissist or borderline. Like I seem to have some strange things going on. in my brain that allow me to see these processes that are normally invisible to people. If that makes sense to a narcissist or whatever, it's weird. And there are other people like that out there. But I think like everyone is like going back to people waking up and stuff. I think people are slowly starting to realize that this is happening, you know, and that everyone's sick and tired of everyone, and everyone's then wondering, why am I sick and tired of everyone, and why am I sick and tired of myself? And it's like, yeah, because we're being possessed, and I think it's being encouraged as well by our governments and by technology. I don't know why, you know, well, because maybe it makes us easy to control.
Well, I mean, they might have come up with it. You know, the CIA might have fucking come up with it in the 70s.
Well, yeah.
Like what we do on the internet. Dude, they could have fucking had TikTok figured out in 1973. You know?
Yeah, no, this is it. They did. Like, you're actually bang on. Like, this is all of this social media stuff.
I'm just talking out of pocket. Like, that's crazy. Hey, that's true.
Well, you could say it's right. Like what you were saying, basically, it's all built on psychological data of people.
Yeah.
It's to expose us, you know, and to hack us. That's essentially what they're doing.
Yeah, dude. It's social engineering. Social engineering.
Absolutely. You know, God, have you ever met any creepy people who like go, oh, I like social engineering, and like they'll admit to it, and I'm like, bro, you're not supposed to admit that you're doing social engineering if you're doing it.
I even got some friends that feel that way, and we agree to disagree, and that's why we're friends, because I'm like, bro, I don't agree with that, but you know, I'm just gonna stop talking about it, and they're like, okay, let's stop talking about it then. That's cool. So I respect that. Anytime another human can do that, I'll be their friend.
Yeah, for real, dude. It's that I have the highest respect for people who do that.
Yeah, dude, that's hard to find. Hard to find people like that.
It's hard to do it myself as well. It's like I try my best to, and we all fail.
But we have some crazy arguments, you know, when we do decide to be like, all right, let's take the safety off for a minute. Let's see what we're thinking. And
it's important to do that, though.
Yeah,
it is.
And when it gets to a certain point where you're just talking around in circles, you know, it's time to agree to disagree. Yeah. But I definitely entertained their points, and I think they've entertained mine, and that's good. Well, that's all anybody can ask for, really.
I agree completely, man. Well, it does get weird with some people, though, like, because you never... Again, I guess we're going back to the Wittico thing and stuff, but like those people are all just a simulation.
Oh, yeah.
So it's very hard sometimes, because as well, those people, like, it's all meaningless, you know what I mean? So they just feed off the energy. They don't actually care about the argument. They just argue because they know that they can see it getting... They feed off your emotional response if you're a genuine person.
Got to cut those people out immediately.
Yes, dude, absolutely.
That's what I do. I just cut them out. I mean, that doesn't leave a lot of people left, but...
no, it doesn't.
But that's okay with me, man. I don't want those weird, creepy people. I feel like they got an alien living in them. It's going to, like, burst out of their chest and eat my face one day, and I won't know. I won't know when.
Nope. Well, you'll know once half your face is gone.
Yeah.
It's too late. And you're like, oh, I got being digested alive.
And it's like a lack of this self-awareness of what you have living in you, what kind of darkness you really do have living in you, and how you hurt people, and you might not even realize. Yeah. It's like that, like how that xenomorph, you know, lives inside of people. People like that take all of this nutrition and goodness out of communities and out of opportunities, that it all goes dedicated to this dark creature. You know, everything is being rediverted into its future, all while it's literally killing you. You know, like people are out there killing themselves, man. Like a lot of people, like men in particular. You know, that's a serious problem.
Well, I wonder why.
I wonder why. You know, kind of what do they feel like they have to do anymore? Especially now you got robots and shit, bro. Like, what's that gonna be like when they're doing all the jobs? What are people gonna have to do all day? You know.
I think that's, again, you know, when we go back to the depopulation, people go, why would they want to do that? You know, like normal people, if you mention something like, well, why would anyone want to do that? And I'm like, well, so that, oh shit, what we were just saying before that.
Robots are going to take our jobs.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, I forgot it again. Jesus, man, I'm not even smoking weed.
Yeah.
No, dude, like, for real, like, when I smoke weed, I'm terrible for that shit, but, like, I'm trying to cut back on it, because I do smoke that shit. I like it a little bit too much.
Hey, man, that's all good.
Oh, mate, it helps.
It's like, a plant.
Well, for real, it is, man. And it's one of them. Like I think it helps with because for the longest time, a big part of my I don't like to call it a healing journey because it's kind of cringe. That you know what I mean. But I've obviously changed a lot over the course of 10 years, and I guess everyone does. But at the start, like I needed to be around people all the time, and that meant that I invited not the best people into my life sometimes,
Right.
to just to have people there, you know, and to be interacting. And
Yeah,
that was
man.
me actually feeding off them though, and it's not really like a healthy relationship.
No.
So then when you cut those people out, then you're faced with the reason why you were doing that, which is the emptiness inside you or whatever. Like, and then I find when I smoke weed, it just makes me more content to be on my own. And then I've gotten used to it now that it's become a habit and that I don't really need the weed anymore.
Right,
You know,
right.
because I'm okay just being on my own these days, usually. But
Well,
I
that's
do find it hard to change gear.
that's
Go
an
on.
important thing to do, man, because I took a year to just be totally sober, and
Yeah.
yeah, I had to really figure out how to deal with, my bullshit, without
Yeah.
turning to something over the weekend, without trying to escape away from it. Like, so why do I feel the way I do? What am I going through exactly?
Hmm.
And yeah, I changed my whole relationship with all the fun substances I enjoy, and doing a lot more moderation now. It's
Yeah.
and that's good. That's healthy. It's not an everyday thing. It used to be like
No.
an everyday thing, and now I really don't feel like I need to do that anymore. Now that I figure out how to walk without crutches, I don't
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see it as a crutch now. I'm just like, oh, it's Saturday, or there's some friends over.
Yeah,
Let's
well,
have
look,
some
it can
fun.
facilitate. Yeah, it
Yeah,
can facilitate connection and friendship and stuff like that when it's
for
used
sure.
properly. That's why I'm not a straight edge person who thinks all drugs should be illegal or something like that. I really don't think that.
Right,
But like you're saying, like it can become a crutch. It can,
for
like
sure.
if you allow it to. And I think anything can though, really, not just
Yeah,
drugs. Really, anything can become a
yeah.
crutch. And it's about trying to
Cigarettes.
learn not to need it. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, smoking cigarettes. I smoked too many cigarettes.
So that's what
I
I'm doing.
quit again. I quit again.
Nice.
Probably gonna pick them up again later. But most of my life with cigarettes, I treated them the same way. Like socially. Or when I'm having a good time, or if I'm drinking and you get get a little too far into the bottle, a cigarette can really help level you out. So I
Yeah,
like
no,
one
you
up
can.
them. And keep me in the conversation. I'm not like drifting off too much. I got this cigarette. I've got this nicotine. I'm still rocking and rolling at 2 a.m. But other than that, I started smoking them way too much, and I'm just like, I gotta cut this out. Gotta stop them. I'll maybe pick them back up again later when I know how to use them right.
Yeah, dude, that's honestly, it's weird. I've not really spoken to someone who has that relationship with substances, but that's kind of the relationship I have. Like, it's an on-off relationship. And
Yeah.
as I'm getting older, it's like off longer than it's on,
Yeah.
But I still go through my phases. But I think it's I think some people just kind of like that. Again, shamanistic rituals and stuff is the reason why they all smoked and
Hmm.
did things like that because it is a ritualistic practice and somewhat mind-altering, even if it's mild. Like, but
There's
even
just
go.
there's just too many other things to do, and it kind of makes you unhealthy. Like I started walking around, hiking. It started to get warmer out, and there's this nice trail I like to go to, and man, I was like running out of breath. My lungs felt like shit. I was like, fuck. How many packs a day am I smoking now? Like shit, this is not good, Because
Yeah, it's not when you feel it.
yeah, I used to smoke here and there, and I didn't feel that way on my lungs, so I was like, I'm getting fucked up. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I gotta stop.
I'm sinking in the mud. Get out of
Mhm.
the swamp of sadness.
Get out of the swamp of sadness. I'm not gonna drown like that horse. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yo, you know that trail you go on though? Like, is it like it's like Cryptid Central up where you live, in it? Like that's where everyone
It
like,
is.
goes on about people going missing and
Mothman.
all that kind of shit. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Nice. Have you ever seen anything weird? I'm just curious because you live up those ends.
Well, I've seen stuff, but I don't know what it was. Like I've seen
Yeah,
lights in
fair.
the sky. I've seen
I've seen
weird,
that, yeah.
shadowy stuff out in the woods. I've heard a lot of stories from friends and family that they've seen stuff. But
Nice.
do I? What I don't know what to think. Basically, I mean, is it possible there's something out there? 100%.
Yeah.
Like, how do we know what all is out there? There's so many caves here too, and mines and all this kind of shit that there's something living out there that's not a person. I don't know what it would be though. Like
Yeah, I mean, well,
the,
nature kind of does that though. It's like an aggregor again. Is that the word? Aggregor.
yeah,
It's like, but they're attached to nature in a sense, and it's almost like nature is like this abstract thing that wants to kill you, you know.
yeah,
And it becomes very apparent when you're out somewhere like that. And I think then your mind kind of, you're also battling with your mind in a sense, and it's like these, when you're in a place like that, these other spirits come up from your mind in a sense that you have to sort of encounter.
right.
And I often think that, you know, like if there is anything going on, then it's actually coming from the people themselves, and then it's like a feedback loop or something, you know, where they think it's real and then it gets realer, they think it's real and it gets realer, and then maybe that's what makes them end up going missing or something. I'm not saying like a monster comes out of a portal and swallows them, but it makes them go insane and get lost and die, you know. You know,
Right.
and it can happen really quickly though, you know, to someone who's entirely insane,
Yeah.
if they're on their own especially. And it's kind of nuts to think that, really, you know, like that's how our brain is, you know. We're not alone in there or in here.
No, man. Like, yeah, like we're creating good things and bad things all the time with our mind, and to be conscious of what those things are, like what's coming out of there,
Well, I
is
wonder
very
if they
important.
already exist. I wonder if they already exist. You know, you say we create them. I actually suspect that they already exist, and it's kind of
I,
like we're picking up on a world that already exists.
I think the
Does that make
concept
sense?
of them exists. Like, I did a podcast about the Care Bears, and I love the Care Bears, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck. I ain't got no shame in admitting it. Like, the Care Bears are fucking awesome,
I
because
don't know much about them, to be honest.
so they're these teddy bears that live in the sky, in clouds, and they have a city made out of clouds and love and caring about each other. And they got all these like cool things that they're always inventing. Like, they live in the imagination. Like, it's the imagination. And so they're like inventing these new devices and things like that. And what they do is they monitor the well-being of children on the earth. You know, they have this care meter, and when the care meter drops, then that means the kids stop caring about each other. They stop caring about their family. They stop
Yeah.
caring about their friends. They stop caring about themselves. They basically become nihilists and,
Yeah.
you know, awful. And they don't care, and they become hollow. So the Care Bears then have to go down to the earth in like these cloud cars, and they have these cloud rifles, and they have all this armor, and they're like going to war against the nightmares of humanity. And they're like not fucking playing, dude. Like, they're not sweet and like all innocent. Like, they know kung fu. They have machine guns. They have like heart bombs. They got all like full on warfare against, you know, the bad
Evil.
thoughts of humanity and evil.
Yeah.
And
I
so
like that.
when I watched it again as an adult, I was like, dude, this is way deeper than I thought. Like, I thought this was just like a silly kid show, but this is fucking heavy. I felt like it was a sequel to the Never-Ending Story. Like, the same concept, like they're fighting the nothing. Like,
Reclaiming reality, or
Re-
reclaiming the imagination
re-
from the nothing.
yes. And that's the whole narrative of the Care Bears is, you know, they're fighting the nothing and reclaiming the imagination for humanity, for them to dream. And so the Care Bears like are trying to get to the Earth, and they get in like a wreck on their cloud ship, because they got this giant cloud ship they fly around on, and they got in a wreck in the forest of Friends, and that's where all the animals live, like the animal egregores, like the spirit of the wolf, the spirit of the lion, the spirit of the raccoon, like all these different animals live there that kids believe in, or that people imagine. Like, you know, think about the Native Americans, like spirit animals, like that's where they live, and they're the neighbors to the Care Bears. Like, the bears are this other separate, I guess, species that lives in a city, and then the animals live in the woods. They don't have a city, but they have like nice houses and like cool fountains out where they live.
I need to
So
watch this because it sounds interesting to me, actually. And I've heard it's a cultural landmark, so I'm very familiar with I can see them in my mind.
yeah,
You know, I know what they look like, but I've actually never watched it. You know, so I'm gonna have to check it out because it sounds actually quite intriguing. You know,
it's heavy,
the
man.
subtext.
Like,
Yeah.
it was so much more interesting than I remembered as a kid, especially after reading Carl Jung. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
this is like so Jungian, like this process of the imagination. This is an immune system for your mind. Like, if you imagined Care Bears like going to fucking war with all the nastiness inside of you and trying to make you like healthy, Like, that's an effective weapon. That's an effective magical weapon right there. The Care Bears army showing up to help you.
You mentioned the immune system then, and it reminds me of what is the cyclactic? What is it called? The cyclactic storm, where your immune system recognizes a foreign body, but then ends up actually going into overdrive and killing your body. Because that's actually what I feel like's happening to humanity as well. You know, like that's kind of how the nothing works. It's more of an immune response going awry.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense, where it's like, I do feel like it's like people are deconstructing themselves. Like an immune system will break down the body when it's literally killing someone from a cytoclactic storm. I think that's what they call it. So that's what kills people when they say get stung by a bee and they have an allergic reaction that's so bad that it kills them. You know. I think it's like,
anaphylactic shock.
Well, anaphylactic shock is the shock you go into before you die. But like, there's this like the actual immune system that's being aggravated. That's what kills you, like essentially, and they call it a cycle. I can't remember the name. It's a weird name, Summit Storm, cyclactic storm, or something like that. But when you read into it, it's really weird because like that's kind of what like a lot of these. You can almost look at like a lot of the mental illnesses I was discussing. You know, like the Wetiko is like a cyclactic storm. It's like that person's completely eaten themselves alive inside, and they're now hollowed out, and there's sort of like the spirit is dead. You know, it's like a.
Is it a androgenic storm?
That might be what it is, actually.
Sudden and dramatic increase in serum levels of catecholamines and adrenaline. Let me see.
Immune system response. So it's whatever it is. It's an immune system response.
It's caused by overdoses of stimulants.
Cytokine storm. That's it. When you're
cytokine. Ooh, okay.
Yeah. How does a cytokine storm affect the immune system? Cytokine storm can cause a severe clinical complication known as acute respiratory distress syndrome, and that's what essentially kills you. Your body swells up and you die.
Damn.
But it's your immune system trying to protect you. That's the thing. Like it's like a perverted survival instinct gone awry.
Fuck.
And I feel like again that's kind of what evil is.
Dude, yeah, and that's what's going on right now. That's what mobs are. Mobs are the dissolution of individuality into a blob.
Mm-hmm. And they don't trust anyone or anything outside. They see everything as a foreign body and to destroy it. And the only way to destroy it is to assimilate it. Yeah, and it's like it's swelling and puts pressure on everything and crazy. You know.
Have you ever seen a human amoeba swallow a tractor trailer?
What?
Like a mob. Like I remember, I'm just thinking about these mobs in L.A. in the '90s, and they swallowed these tractor trailers. These mobs would just run all over it, and they killed the driver, and they just destroyed the truck.
In the riot?
Yeah.
The ones with the roof Koreans and shit.
No, this is before that, even like in the '90s.
No, yeah, the 1991 after that guy.
Yeah, I guess the roof Koreans.
The roof Koreans were a part of that, like they were protecting their stores and shit. Like that's all. And what was it called? So, L.A. crowd swallows truck. I'm curious about that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's
and now thinking of it like a human amoeba. Now I'm like they're just one being. They're not even individuals anymore.
Yeah, and mobs have their own consciousness as well.
Yeah.
Mob mentality, stuff like that. That's the nuts thing. Like you do, it's literally a psychological thing where you'll like just go along with the mob kind of thing. And some people might not even feel like they're that way, but when they're in a mob, it goes out of control. You know, it's like it's got a mind of its own, and the mob has a mind of its own in a sense. It's scary. It's something I'm scared. I mean, that's literally. I love thinking about zombies, you know, like and why they're so iconic, and it's almost like an amalgamation of all our fears, social fears at least anyway, of mobs, you know, like giant mobs. So it's the giant hordes of armies coming to pillage. That's something that we've experienced for a long time, so we're scared of. And then there's the combined with the death, and then combined with the relentlessness, you know, like they never stop. They're not, and they might not necessarily be fast or anything like. That's why they iconically are slow. Because it's not that they're gonna catch you from running. But no matter where you run, they'll just keep coming. Almost like a slug that's, you know, if it touched you, it'll kill you, and it's following you everywhere and knows where you are. You know, it's that kind of, again, it's a Lovecraftian kind of fear that it produces. And it's weird, man. But I like, I mean, zombie movies are great. I love what they metaphor, because again, it's all a big metaphor for this Wetiko thing in a sense. You know, you get bit, and then the virus is transferred, and you're one of them. Vampires is actually my favorite one, though. My favorite metaphor for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what it is. Yeah,
you have to let them in. You have to let them into your life. They can't come in without your permission. They're powerless. Or like Freddy Krueger, you know, completely powerless when you won't let them in. But if you have strong boundaries, but if you don't, if you have porous psychological boundaries, anything's gonna get in.
Yeah, I think they're the most powerful example, and I don't think it's a coincidence that everybody fell in love with vampires and werewolves and monsters about 15 years ago.
I don't think that's a coincidence either, dude. I think
Yeah.
you're actually spot on there.
Like all these
Not
women, got horny for monsters, and then
Yeah, well, that's also a perverted sense of the feminine, isn't it?
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, 'cause men are monsters that they should tame. It's a part of their sexuality. That's
Right.
why they like riding horses as well, isn't it?
right.
Sorry, I butted in there. What was you actually saying?
No, dude. That's all I was gonna say is like that's kind of weird. It's like this monster that like you said, that they can tame, that they create into like a good boy, like a house pet. Like,
Yeah.
hey, when I'm mad and I tell you to attack, you attack. So they like have these monsters on leashes. It's this deep female fantasy, this feminine fantasy.
It is.
And that's kind of what a lot of men tried to do, and then that turned into being a simp.
Yeah.
That's
for real.
exactly. So basically, they glorified simping instead of the man having his own direction he's going in, and the woman following him and trying to help him out or what. Like it got inverted. It was no longer about the traditional hero. It's like these warped monster relationships. It's strange BDSM kind of bullshit got infused into it as well. Yeah.
It's perverse, man. It is.
Yeah.
And no one's happy with it as well. Like literally, no one's happy, and it's so. Like honestly, most feminists are the most unhappy people I've ever met. Like when I talk to them, they're just very unhappy people. Or they seem to be anyway. I mean,
Well,
of course, once you say that to them, then they'll facetiously say, "No, I'm as happy as I can be."
A lot of people are dissociated as fuck too, man. Like just
Oh, dude, for real.
just like the female character in the vampire movies. There, she was this. It looked like she was on ketamine all day long, man. Like she just had a devoid of emotion on her face. There's just no emotion on there. She wasn't really able to articulate herself properly. She just was always stunned, in confusion. I mean, there was even a point where she stared out a fucking window for like a year.
What's this? What's this movie?
Twilight, man.
Yeah,
The
talking about Twilight.
werewolf and vampire fight over a girl. Who's better, motorcycle werewolf man or rich vampire dude?
Yeah, aristocrat.
Yeah.
Totally. No. It is funny though, like that these things do speak to something, to some kind of impulse in people for real. Like I feel like the people don't like this and often claim it's an immature attitude, but I think there's a reason that people like to hang out with people who like the same music and the same movies and stuff. It's because it's not just about having to like the same stuff. It's about like the media that you are attracted to is indicative of your character. And it's indicative of who's compatible and your values and stuff. I mean, maybe that's bullshit, but it really feels that way.
No, man. I mean, you got to be able to vibe with people.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't need to agree. But vibe enough to where you can, jam. You can make something. Make some metaphorical music between your relationships and your interactions with people.
Yeah, you've done it again, dude. That's a metaphor I've used plenty of times. It is literally jamming.
It's jamming.
It's jamming. It is. You're in that flow state with someone, and you're just vibing, and you're in sync. That's why it's so therapeutic to play music, and probably why it's so therapeutic to listen to music, is because it's kind of that. It's like a synergy.
It's hard to get people together to play. Was it difficult for you to kind of gather people up to do anything musical, or did you? How did you go about that? In fact, that's an interesting topic for me.
Oh man, it's basically been a very long, bumpy road, but it's been a very solitary one. Mainly, that's the only reason it worked, because Celladoor is essentially a glorified solo project that like I work on, and it's sort of a brainchild of mine in a sense, like the concept of it, how it sounds, and all the music and stuff. But then finding people to play it with, God, that's hard. Do you know what I mean? Like the first two people I had were really cool. Like, is Adam Lee and Adam Bostock.
Right.
They were kind of the first lineup, and Adam Bostock's a great artist in his own right. He's got some great releases now and stuff, and he's the drummer, and
yeah, I've checked it out. It's good.
Oh, nice. I'm glad you like it, man. Yeah, he's fucking amazing. And I've worked with him on most of my albums as well. He's the main producer because we continue to work together. And he worked with me on more music as in a production capacity.
Oh, that's
For the last
wonderful.
3 albums, essentially, the last 3 albums and the last EP. But then the first 3 albums as well, with what is it? Yes Machine, Swamp Lobster, and Temple. They was produced by him, and that's when I was in the band with the original lineup of the two Adams. Then that breaks up because there's just a lot of drama, man, and stuff. So
It happens in
it
bands.
seems, it does, dude. It seems to be the people sometimes that you're most compatible with musically. It's a very tenuous sort of relationship. Sometimes it can be, at least sometimes anyway.
Right.
It's just very volatile, I guess is the word. So it is really hard to find people, to actually play music with. Like, and I'm lucky now that I think, honestly, I've been through about 5 drummers, 6 bassists. Like it's been over the years just different lineups and trying to make it work. And I've got a really good lineup now though, but it is difficult, man. Like honestly, you wouldn't believe how hard it is just to find people who even understand the music I'm trying to play.
Dude. Yeah, man. I've had such a hard time finding local musicians just to jam with. Just like let's fuck around, let's have a few beers and just see what happens, man. Like no big deal. I'm not trying to change the world or anything and go out here on a world tour. Like let's just play. And the best thing I found is like leaving my name and number and kind of what I play and what I'm interested in playing at music stores. And every music store has a bulletin board, man. Like that's been a good thing to do.
We don't have that in this country, Like this is the thing with America as well. I imagine I don't live there, but it is a lot easier to find people to make music with, at least in the kind of band I'm in. But it's quite hard in this country for several reasons. Like we don't have that kind of weird thing. That's not weird, but that kind of like social things where like there's music boards in music shops so people can connect, kind of thing. Like it's all all very honestly very isolated and hard to kind of break into new groups in this country and stuff. It's really like everyone's very.
I was hanging out with this group of people and we went around for a little bit and we were jiving, jamming, doing some good music together. But then, like this situation you experienced today, I didn't cross into this arena, but it became all political and weird and like a interrogation on what my beliefs are. Like I got like a questionnaire, bro. Like I got interrogated. Like the light was put on me.
Go fashion.
And they're like, so what? Tell us more about you. Like what do you mean? What do you want to know? Like what do you believe in? What? I was like, I mean that doesn't matter. It's like. I believe in probably really weird stuff that, you're not going to agree with or you're not going to be into. And they're like, no, I want to know. And I could feel this weird suspicion, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Like, are you one of us? Do you have it living inside you, the creature? Are you one of our brethren? And I'm like, bro, I don't know about all this. And I was honest with what I felt because I'm like, I'm not going to lie in front of these people just to jam with them or just to hang out. That feels like Wetico. That feels like some demon weird shit.
And it's a betrayal of who you are.
And then it turned into this whole thing that was like a fucking abscess in the whole vibe of the group, man. And over a few weeks, it turned into this whole big thing of everybody talking behind each other's backs about, what do you think about what he thinks and then some people were like, I don't fucking care. Like, it doesn't matter. So I still chill with those people. But the thing is people don't want to get rid of those people that ruin it.
No, they don't. No, this is exactly my point, dude. Like, like where the American Indians the Native Americans even, would like banish those people. Now it's like they're invisible to people. Mm-hmm. In fact, I had there's a great game that I used to play in primary school, and it's called Werewolf. And it was designed by a sociologist that describes this exact thing. Like, and the game is, you all sit in a circle, about 30, 20 people. It can even be 10 people, but it has to be a fairly large group, about 10, 15. And they're all basically that's a village. You're all sitting in a circle and you're all villagers. And then everyone's told to close their eyes and go to sleep because night comes around. So you all close your eyes, go to sleep. Then there's like a game master who makes sure no one's cheating, who stood outside the circle. Mm-hmm. He'll select 2 werewolves randomly, and then everyone opens their eyes and morning comes and 2 people have died. So those two werewolves then get told to kill two other people, basically. And then the village wakes up, two people are dead, and then they have to try and discuss among themselves who the werewolf might be and who's killing who. And they found that not 90% of the time, but most of the time, the werewolves won. Because the werewolves have the secret knowledge. They have the secret knowledge that they're werewolves, whereas everyone else just doesn't know, and they can act in the shadows kind of thing. And that's why these people are so hard to uproot and to recognize. And like what you was describing there is so familiar, like that dynamic where you have this group, everything's going well, and then all of a sudden it just feels like things are breaking apart, but it's very hard to know where it's coming from, and who's kind of directing it and who's responsible. And the best way to figure it out usually is just by a mission. Like, eventually someone will leave the group and things start to level out, and then you can be like, well, villagers stopped dying when that person wasn't around, so maybe, but it's actually not, it's very hard to actually recognize. And I think that's today, now there's so many Wetiko-possessed people that it's very, very rare that a friend group survives for very long without inviting a werewolf into the midst, and for it to all break apart. Because I've had so many friend groups, dude, over the years, and like bands, really. And they break up in the same way.
They do.
The exact same way you've described, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, and it's, you sense that, like you're saying, them inquisitions, but then you can't know if that person's a werewolf or if they've just been made paranoid by a werewolf.
I have the policy of I don't trust it at all. I'm like,
yeah,
you are this werewolf. You are fucking this up.
Well, maybe you can see him, dude. That's the thing, because I feel like I can see people. I can see these people quite quickly, but I feel like a lot of people can't, and it's very frustrating.
People think they think I'm extremely judgmental, and I get a lot of flack for that in my life. And I had a big conversation with my buddy about it actually the other day. He was just like, you know how you come off to people, man? And I'm like, oh, I know. And he's like, but who are you? And he said, who are your heroes, man? Like, who do you look up to that you can't criticize? And I'm like, ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Who are the people that I look up to? And I'm like, Captain Kirk. And he's like, no, dude. I mean, like a real person that's not a character. I'm like, that's an even better point. Like, I guess not that many people, but if I had to name some of them, I would say, like James O'Keefe, that guy that's does all that investigative reporting. He wears...
Veritas.
Yeah, Veritas. And then he got fired from there.
Well. Yeah. He got... Literally, the werewolves kicked him out of his own fucking
His
project.
own company. Yeah,
that's...
And now he's got
someone like him.
Now he's got O'Keefe Media Group, but he's trying to call these werewolves out every day, bro. Like, he's got hidden camera footage of it, and people still don't want to believe it. That's amazing. But
it frightens them, though. It really frightens them.
Yeah.
Frightens people.
But
it puts them in a state that I'm... Go on, sorry.
No, I was just saying, I thought my buddy was going down a very interesting line of questioning. Like, it's very important who you look up to. Who are your heroes? What are the standards you hold yourself by and others? And that's really what he was getting at is, why is it such a high standard? I'm like, well, dude, look at the world. It's like going to shit. Is it a high standard, or is that maybe a normal standard 50 years ago?
Yeah, dude. Maybe. Well, do you know what it sounds like, though? You've got strong boundaries.
Yeah.
And people don't like that, especially werewolves or vampires, even in this metaphor, who want to get into your temple and fuck it up and desecrate it.
Yeah.
Like that. That's what they want to do, but they can't, I forgot where I was going.
I call it a kingdom. Yeah, like a temple, your kingdom, and that's the term I use is like, I don't want monsters in my kingdom. Like, and I'm very, very particular about that because I've had monsters in my kingdom. Yeah. I've had, I throw these, nice little get-togethers at my house, and I've had really bad customers come here, just real bad vibe people, and I've had to kick them out of my house. I hate to do that, but
it's awful, in it.
It's horrible, man. And of course, they want to get violent, and they start like destroying my property, and then that's when people are like, "Oh wow, I guess you were right about that guy." I'm like, "Yeah, like this was going down that road anyway." Like, and this is my house, and I just stood up to him like, "What are you talking about?" Like. This guy had it coming. He had to get out of here. He's creating a bad vibe, causing arguments, splitting hairs all the time. He was like one of these cancel culture people. He had this awful little thing inside of him that he's trying to infect the group with.
damn, it's all too familiar, dude. But do you know what? It's weirdly refreshing to know I'm not the only person who fucking sees this, and that's a big thing about my music. And the big reason why I did it is it's almost like a beacon to kind of call out people who are experiencing this too, in a weird way, without being too specific about what I'm talking about. But it's very weird.
Yes.
Like, people really do pick up on what I'm singing about, even though I'm really not explicit at all about it. But if you just look at the words, I feel like some people can read what I'm saying. But then what I've also discovered is that
for sure. I mean, Counting Heads, man. Counting Heads is a great example. I think that's a wonderful song.
Well, I'm curious. What do you think? What do you think? What do you get from that? What do you see in that mirror?
All hail the paparazzi. What is it? Mother Nature is a Nazi. Is that the line?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. That is
a Nazi. All hail the paparazzi.
Yeah, that is a
see whatever they see political correctly.
Genius line, bro. Like I listened to that song over and over just because that line really got me. Like I was like, dude, that's how people see the world. And you just distilled it into this perfect little crystal that people can insert into whatever they believe is going on in their chandelier of reality. Like it's a little thing that you've said here, man. And that's my obsession in life is I'm trying to like create these little distilled crystals that people can just look at, like a concise, direct argument against why this is a bad idea, what we're doing here. Here are some examples of some better things. A friend of mine, Basarius, he's worked on this wonderful book called Alchemy of the Psyche, of like a book of solutions. Because, you know, everybody wants to talk about what's wrong, but there's like what do you do about it? And usually what people do is like they develop another religion, they develop a cult, they do some kind of weird funky shit like, I have the answers. And we, you know, wanted to avoid any line of thinking like that. So it's more like a toolbox where you can create your own rituals or your own sort of flair of what you believe in. And it goes through history sort of examining the different rituals and belief systems people held and how that could serve in stabilizing your own personal life without telling anybody, oh, you got to listen to this one guy, oh, you got to listen to us, you got to do everything. This is just like examples, like a set of tools that you can add into your toolkit of life and manufacture like a DIY sort of philosophical adventure.
Yeah, man. No, I really like that characterization of it as well, especially what you're talking about. Like, it's like you're creating technology, mimetic technology that exists in the virtual world. You know, it's not material technology, but it is technology. I mean, that's the way I view my lyrics and my words and my music. That's what it is. And I'm so happy that like you kind of understand that in your own way. And that sounds like a really interesting fucking book, dude. Like, I'd love to read that. Like, does he sell it? Or... Yeah.
He just released it a month ago. Let me get you a link real quick while I'm thinking about it.
Send it over. I will literally buy it tonight.
Let's see. I'll find that link right now.
Well, that's so cool to know there are other people like talking about this stuff, and I don't know how you fostered that kind of group though, man. Because I tell you what, like I envy your ability. It sounds like you have that ability. Like these watch parties you put on. How do you get so many people to actually turn up and watch movies with you online? I'd love to do that.
Oh, dude.
I just sit on my own, you know, and watch movies and have no one to talk to about it. But that's amazing.
Nah, fuck that. You're in the group, bro. Like I'll introduce you to him later. In fact, I was gonna have the podcast in that room with everybody. But I figure, you know, we just kind of met and started talking. I didn't want to like put all that on you. But definitely, I would love to introduce you to those dudes I play Star System with, and we have these Star Trek watch parties. We watched Dune the other night.
Oh, Dune is one of my favorites. I can't wait for the new one.
Oh man, yeah, dude. Like you're gonna love hanging out with those guys because my other friend, Beautiful Dude Missile is his name on the internet. We just did a long podcast about Dune. It's probably 3 podcasts back on my channel. And we just went on and on for hours, dude, about Dune. And he would love to have somebody else to like chime in on all that stuff because we just talk about the theories. In fact, a big topic that I've been going over is the scattering in God Emperor of Dune. Like the concept of how do you fight the darkness at the end of humanity? You know, what was it that the God Emperor ultimately decided to try to do to save everybody through his prescience? Because he can see every possible outcome of reality based upon the decisions he's making and everybody else. And at the end, he saw the end of all humanity. Like, we all died. We were snuffed out. And he's like, fuck, how do I fix this? Like, what do I do? What do I say? So what he did is he became a tyrant.
Yeah.
And he outlawed reading and writing. And that created this anger within humanity to where they all started teaching each other how to read and write in private. And he, of course, knew this, and he was just like rubbing his hands like, excellent, good. Mm-hmm. And then he would find people and like root them out and like kill them all. Like, this is what you do if you read and write. And then they would just keep doing it even more and get even angrier at the emperor. Until eventually they created like these no ships where they can get inside of them, and he can't detect what they're doing. He has no idea what they're doing, so they can plan a rebellion against him. They can fight it. They can do something else where he can't predict them. And he's like, even better, like, I don't know what the future is now. Like, maybe we got a chance. And so, anyway, long story short, they overthrow the whole thing, and then they get to a point where they're like, what are we going to do? Should we, like, stick around or what? And everybody's like, nah, let's get in our spaceships and fly as far away as possible, as fast as we can from each other, and never talk to each other again. And everybody's like, all right. And so they, like, disperse, like, spores on a mushroom.
Yes.
Into space and colonize everything. And then the God Emperor is like, yes, I see the future of humanity. They never talk to each other again. They become different things. And whatever's coming doesn't get us. And so then he, jumps into the fucking water or whatever, and he becomes like a fish, and it's like the end. And I'm like, that is a fucking ending, bro. Like, the end isn't us coming together. The end is us going apart.
Yes. But it's the divergence. It's entropy.
Because we have to. Because we'll kill each other. We'll fight each other. Like, we just can't agree. Like, we're seeing it right now. Like, there's so many of us. Technology has accelerated so quickly. Culture has fragmented into a kaleidoscope. Yep. It can't come together anymore. Like, it has to. We got to get on rocket ships now. I feel like
Elon's right.
Yeah,
he's right.
And see what happens. Like, I don't know what'll happen, but at least we won't fight. Like, I don't think we want to fight anymore. I think you're right. It's a part of us. It's always going to be a part of us. We might need that out in space. But I think we don't really want to get super violent anymore. Like, it happens in spurts, but there's not like armies against each other right now. Not yet. It could get there.
It's coming. No, it's going to, because it happens on an 8-year cycle, roughly 100 to 80 years.
You think so?
Well, dude, literally, you can look at it. It's called the fourth turning. Have you heard about this concept?
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah. So it's like, it's very, I mean, if you look at history, and I love history, and I see the pattern, like, you get stability, and then you get the scattering, and then, after a giant war, you get this scattering, everyone splits, and then everyone settles to where they're going to be, and then they start growing, and then there's a period of peace. But then once they grow big enough, again, they're filling up too much space and squeezing against each other, and that friction and that pressure causes more conflict, which then scatters everyone further, and we keep it's like this weird cyclical process that's maybe even refining us, honestly. Like, that's why I said it's kind of maybe necessary, as ugly as it is, because I feel like it refines us. It reminds us, like, we forget our humanity in these times of peace when everything's too easy. It's that thing where it's like good times strong men create good times create weak men create bad times, and we're in the weak men creating bad times period. And times are about to get so bad that then people have to get strong again to survive, and then they'll make things better. And I think that it is a kind of a cycle, and maybe that's like a bit depressing to some people, but I see we're going somewhere, though. I do believe that. And I do believe that it's just going to happen eventually, like, we're going to diverge psychologically. Well, I think that's happened now. There's been a split now for the first time in human history. It's a split between, like, actual ways of interacting with reality. So you've got the Wetiko side, which I think we're never going to be able to kill, but it's actually now growing its own thing. And I feel like they could, if they went off into space and went in the opposite direction, in a million years, there'd be a different species because of the decisions they're making and stuff like that. They'd probably look like some Scorn thing or some shit.
Dude, yeah. I've recently read this, one of the most fucked up novels I've ever read. It's called Green Antarctica. It was like a alternative history of Antarctica. And
That's interesting.
it was basically like these Aborigines from Australia ended up in Antarctica on boats, and they had to do the most fucked up, deprived shit just to survive. And it talks about what they turn into 2,000 years later. You know, they got these like cursed cities. They got these fucked up gods that they've created in their heads through these weird rituals of death and sex. You know, this real fucked up shit, man. And so these Europeans from like the 1800s like crash in Antarctica and encounter them. And so it creates like a world war between these like dark people in Antarctica that do these awful magic rituals, and the rest of Europe basically and Asia come together to try to fight these things. And they have evolved like all these animals in these deranged ways, and like accelerated their evolution in a way to where they're monsters that they can ride, and they have like these awful land dragons and shit just eating people off of boats. So the Europeans have to like figure out what to do. So it's exactly what
is saying.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're talking about. Like these evil people, these Wetiko people. What happens if they colonize Antarctica, and what they do with the animals even, and the plants, and how they change them to their evil will.
I mean, we're doing it now with genetically modifying food that makes people sick and all this shit, you know, like, I mean, I try and avoid it the best I can, but really, you're kidding yourself if you think you can. We're saturated in fucking microplastics.
Have you seen Prometheus?
Yeah, I love that movie. As much as everyone hates it, I love it.
I love that movie, man.
Concept. Yeah, a lot of people hate it, but honestly, it's a bandwagon of hate, and people go, it makes no sense. I'm like, well, it just didn't make any sense to you. I actually liked it.
Oh, it made perfect sense to me. I mean...
Yeah, it's very Dune-like, to be honest with you. Actually, it's the only sci-fi movie that had a Dune feel to it.
Right.
You know, like the way Dune was, it's very similar. It's like mixing sci-fi with religion.
Yes.
Instead of it being just technocratic and completely secular.
Exactly.
It's the opposite, you know, and it's actually more true to what's going to happen, I think.
Well,
really.
In fact, you know, H.R. Giger worked on the first Dune movie with Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
And, by the way, have you seen The Holy Mountain?
Well, no, what's that?
That's Alejandro Jodorowsky movie. It's got a lot of stuff like with tarot in it, and wizards, religion, philosophy. It's a pretty heavy movie. We recently had a watch party about it, and everybody was...
Holy what? Sorry? A
Holy Mountain.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
And anyway, that same guy, Alejandro Jodorowsky, he made a Dune movie with like Salvador Dali and H.R. Giger and Brian Foss, and all these are like really big sci-fi names. And it went out of budget, and the studio canceled on him. But all these people came together and started making other movies, like the movie Alien, like Blade Runner, just all the, you know, like Naked Lunch. They started making all these weird movies, Videodrome. All these
kind of the birth of cyberpunk as well.
Yes.
Stuff like that,
yeah. So in Prometheus, they reused all the shit they were going to do in Dune in the movie Prometheus. So like that giant, that giant temple with the skull on it, when they land in front of it, that was Harkonnen's castle in the original Dune.
I had no idea, but that makes complete sense.
Yeah. So Harkonnen's castle, and Harkonnen himself was going to look like an engineer or some shit, like this fucked up biomechanoid being.
Well, no, yeah, that's what the Harkonnens are, really. They're the Wetiko people we're talking about.
They're the Wetiko people, exactly. And, you know, what's interesting is the main character is related to the Wetiko people. He's half and half. And they do that in Harry Potter. They do that in Star Wars with Luke Skywalker. His dad is Darth Vader.
And Blade.
Yeah. Blade, he's half vampire. Yep.
Kind of touched by the monster, is the monster. You have to, it's Jordan Peterson, you have to incorporate the monster to fight it. You can't get anywhere being harmless.
The Witcher.
You know, then you just monster food.
Yeah, The Witcher's up.
Yeah, The Witcher, perfect example. Another perfect example. I love The Witcher as well. It's all good. I hated the TV show, but of course, I mean, I'm sure I didn't even need to tell you that from you talking to me.
No, I never played the game or watched the show. I just know about it through memes. I guess.
The game is incredible. Like honestly, if you feel like playing anything, you know, single player, and you just want to dive into something, the writing is genuinely incredible. It's book level good, and basically every fan of the book adores the game. There aren't many people who like the books who don't adore the game, which is usually a good sign. You know,
I didn't know
and
it was
it
a
is.
book series. That's even cooler, man.
Yeah, it's a book series. Yeah, I've got the whole book series. I've just never read it. It's written
Dude.
by a Eastern European dude.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, they would know about swords and shit.
Yeah, man. I mean, the whole thing is based in Eastern Europe as well, like European thing, and that's why that's why no one liked the TV show, because they basically stole a Polish folklore tale and completely bastardized it.
Right.
And then ironically, they're the people who complain about cultural appropriation, and they literally just did that in the most disrespectful way.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Again,
dude.
that's what Wachiko does, man. They hit you and scream in pain.
Oh
They
yeah,
hit you
this
and
is
scream
this
in
is
pain.
something.
That's what they do.
This is something that always pisses people off when I talk about technological appropriation. Like if we applied that to technology, you know, how many different people would it be inappropriate that that culture or those people didn't come up with that invention or that vehicle, like an automobile or whatever. You know, you can take that idea to such crazy heights and see how ridiculous it is by, you know, moving that slider of you know, oh, you didn't invent this, your people, your culture didn't invent this, you have nothing to do with it. Or, oh, you're only 15% this race or whatever, then you get to use it 15% of the year. You know, like, you could get just so crazy with that thought. And whenever I bring that up, that makes a lot of people mad. You know, it's just because I think it illustrates it, how ridiculous that thought is. And I can make it real crazy, guys. Like, I can warp it in all kinds of ways to, you know, try and illustrate what this is really to everybody else, how we see it.
That is a nuts thing, though. It's backwards thinking. Like, well, not backwards thinking, but like it's maddening how hypocritical it is. And there's oh shit, you still there?
Yeah, bro.
I think I need to plug my thing in. It just went low battery.
Oh, right on, man.
In a really soft fucking American voice. You know, she oh my god, and then she's so loud. She goes, charging battery.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. This technology, scary.
Yeah, if we need to land the plane soon, let me know. I sometimes these podcasts go on for 4 hours, bro. And I don't pay attention, but just any time that you're feeling like you want to land the plane, let me know, bro.
Oh yeah, will do, man. This is too fun. I mean,
yeah, dude, I'm having a blast. No,
yeah,
I'm not getting tired. I've been criticized for going too long on podcasts. Like I just feel like it's a hangout. And we're around a campfire, and you like whenever the campfire goes out, you know, is when the podcast goes out.
For real, man. And I feel like people really need this though as well, because there's too much contrived media on the internet. Like, it's too contrived. Like you're saying about the TV stuff, you know, about the conversations are all scripted and nothing actually gets said. It's like a symbolic conversation. It's not really a conversation. Mm-hmm. Whereas this is a real conversation. Real conversations go on for a long time sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think Joe Rogan's demonstrated this really with his success. That's what people actually want, is an actual, just a free-form conversation, you know, of just people fucking actually talking about shit. Because it's way more relatable, man, than fucking listening to these media-trained fucking people who don't speak like humans at all. Again, they're kind of like, they're inauthentic. You know, they're a simulation of people. It's a simulated. It's so weird, you know, fuck. Freaks me out, to be honest with you. Like, these people really
it's like the wooden men that Thoreau talked about. That's what these TV talk shows hosts are to me. Like, they're like wooden people, like marionettes. Someone's pulling their strings on what they're saying and what they're doing.
You ever freak yourself out thinking that you might be a wooden man too, who's convinced himself that he isn't?
Yes, but I'm the guy controlling myself.
Yeah, true. True, man. True. That's it. Well, that's the way I think of it. But I do always wonder, you know, because I can accuse people all day of being inauthentic and stuff. But then sometimes I'm like, is it because I am deep down? But maybe to a level we all are, you know, in a weird way. Like, everything's performative, but it's the intention behind the performance that matters.
Have you ever heard of the famous Sith holocron, The 48 Laws of Power, by Robert Greene?
No.
It's not really a Sith holocron, but dude, when you read it or you listen to it on audiobook, it feels like you're listening to a Sith holocron, like learning the secrets of the dark side. Like, so basically, Robert Greene analyzed the structure of power. Like, what is power really? Is it somebody in front of everybody telling everybody what to do, or is it the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain pulling all the strings and pulling the levers? So he teaches you how to be the Wizard of Oz where nobody
Yeah.
knows you're the guy in control, but you're the guy in control. And so he gives you
Yeah.
these 48 laws to achieve that type of power.
That's actually pretty fascinating. What's the book called?
Yep, 48 Laws of Power.
Cool. Right. I have Audible. I've been thinking, because I go through phases where I'll read a lot, and then I don't read for sometimes a year. I won't read a book. You know what I mean? Like for a year, maybe even a year and a half, 2 years. But then I'll read a book, and then boom, I'll read like 6 books in the space of like 6 months or something to a year. It's weird. I do everything cyclically.
That's probably how our brains are rigged, seasonally.
Yeah, seasonals. That's exactly
just like the moon and the sun and all that shit, the planets orbiting it. It's our brain too, man. Like it's a model of our brain as well. Yeah. I think that's what astrology tried to do. I think there's significance in it.
To that.
Yeah,
there definitely is. It's just obviously it's been completely bastardized by modernity to become some fucking consumer product.
Right.
It's it's nothing to do with the actual original concepts behind it, which are fascinating, like utterly fascinating. The connection between positions in space and psychology and all sorts of shit.
Basically, gravitic waves and how they influence the fluidic dynamics inside of your brain is what we're talking about here. Because gravity waves are real, waves are real. So we're in the middle of these gravity waves, like ripples in a pond, basically, and that affects us. Like the moon, when the moon is full, everybody's crazy out, man, because the gravity's fucking with us, or the light is. All these things are fucking with us in a way.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, man.
It all comes
magnetosphere, magnetic fields and stuff. Yeah,
and it all comes together in some kind of weird wackadoodle manner to where it changes our behavior. Like it could be 5 different things. I don't know what it is, but I feel like the ancient people noticed and wrote it down, and they try to come up with a cool story about it to try and explain it. And I think that's science in a nutshell. They had that spirit.
Religion.
Yeah, it's the spirit of it.
It's weird. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say we just got to keep going, keep spiraling out, trying to find out new things. And I feel like Western culture doesn't have that courage, that backbone to do that anymore. It's just a shame.
No, it is. I feel like there will be a renaissance, though. You can feel it in the air, like there's people pushing for this stuff. Because there's a guy who goes on about this. There's 2 guys. I watched a podcast. I think it was Joe Rogan, but it might not have been Joe Rogan. It might have been another podcast. And because I watch a few. It could have been a Tim Pool Culture War podcast, the more informal one. And it was a guy. I've forgotten his name, but he has a channel called Bright Insight, I think, or Bright Sight or something like that. And he talks about the the magnetosphere cyclically going haywire, which it does, and flipping, and we're on the edge of that. And when the magnetosphere starts to really get weaker and starts to flail around and stuff, it affects people and can drive us crazy. And they've wrote it in the books, like the apocalypse, the end times and stuff, where people start going crazy and that, and then there's volcanoes erupting everywhere, and all this could be connected to cycles in the sun that we don't understand, and things like that. And I really think there's something to it. And we're on, honestly, as well, bang on the clock about 12,000 years into the cycle, which is where it's supposed to reset again. I think they call it the Younger Dryas. He talks about that a lot as well.
Oh, dude. I got a lot to say about that. I mean, particularly with ancient civilizations like in Atlantis and Egypt, there's definitely a really advanced civilization around 30,000 years ago. They're doing some crazy shit that we call magic now. Yeah. And, this big comet comes in and breaks off the northern ice sheet in Canada and moves like an eraser through the Appalachian Mountains, cuts off all the tops of them because they used to look like the Rocky Mountains, and it goes out through the Grand Canyon, and it creates the Grand Canyon in a week or 2 instead of over millions of years like what they originally thought. And this all happened during the Younger Dryas period. This toroid meteor stream. Yeah.
The undulating, because it looks like a water ripped across the continent.
Exactly. And this is the great flood that all religions talk about. This flood happened, man. It wiped out.
And it's everywhere as well. It's all over the world.
Yeah.
It's in different points in history also.
And
different cultures.
And it wiped out these cities, and it sucked Atlantis in a day or 2. All these civilizations disappeared immediately because of this. What are you going to do? Most cities even today are on the coast. What if that happened today? They'd be fucked. It would just be over, bro. But I've talked about that a lot, man. Like
Yeah, man.
I even met Graham Hancock. I got
No
him.
way. Fuck
Yeah,
off.
dude.
No, I man, that's amazing.
Yeah, I met him at a university. He had a debate with other archaeologists, historians, and
Oh yeah.
geologists, and it was a really fun debate. Everybody had a good sense about it. You know, nobody was
Yeah.
nasty. You know, it
Good.
wasn't
Good
wasn't.
faith.
Yeah, it was a good faith argument. That's exactly the word I was looking for. And then afterward, I was gonna buy one of his books, but instead I had I had this other book I had in the car called Last and First Men by Olaf Stapledon, and it's this book from the 1920s because I like old books from the 20s and the early of the 19th century or the late 19th century. And it's basically about the same thing he talks about is the rise and fall of civilizations, and it talks about that in this book. And I was just like,
Yeah.
dude, can you sign this book? And he's like, he reads through a little bit of it and flips through it. And he's like, this is like what I'm talking about. This is kind of cool. I got to read this book. And then he signed it.
Nice.
And that was super cool. But wish it would have been a book he wrote, but it was another book.
But that's even cool, to be honest with you, that he thought it was interesting. He is a really interesting guy, though, honestly.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
and I appreciate his perspectives. I mean, he is a really staunchly atheist, which I don't mind at all. Like, some people don't like that, but I don't mind it. I'm not, but he is.
Yeah.
But I think he justifies it in an interesting way, and he's certainly not nihilistic, because that's the problem. That's the atheist side of the problem, where they're like super nihilistic and super materialistic.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
that kind of shit. Like, that's not really atheism, though. It's like, but it's just what the atheism, their response to the atheism.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I feel like someone like Graham Hancock, he's like an existentialist. He finds his own meaning, which is kind of what I feel like the only thing you can do in the face of nihilism. I'm actually absurdistic, though. I think I'm all the way up the absurdism now. I just look at, I have days where I'm like, I can just see the absurdity in everything, and I genuinely will just be laughing at. It's not dark things. Don't get me wrong. Like, I never really find them funny, to be honest. Well, I can see the funny side sometimes, but sometimes I'll just look at curtains and I'll just start laughing at the concept. Like, I don't know why. Like, it's just absurd and it's very hard to understand. I think there's a guy, a French philosopher, which I don't actually like that much because he's a bit of a freak, but he was an absurdist. I can't remember his name, but he talks about like just looking at a bus seat and kind of realize, like, trying to strip away what you understand it to be, and when you get into that state of mind, you look at it and you kind of see it for the first time again, and it kind of looks stupid and strange.
Yeah.
Or like, say you look at like, sometimes this happens to me where ears or something, I'll be all of a sudden be like, wow, ears are really weird, and then just look at them and I'm like, wow, they're strange. I don't notice them, but when you really look at them,
They're weird.
Growing out of someone's head like Shrek ears or some shit,
Yeah, I got a Douglas Adams vibe to my approach to that stuff. I didn't used to. I think I used to be a little too serious about my exploration and approach to reality, but when I got a hold of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that book really changed my tune. I was like, it's about the pattern that I'm embodying. Like what the answer to the universe and life and everything isn't 42. The answer is in the pages of the book. It's in the journey, and that's what the Never-Ending Story talked about. But
Yep.
Douglas Adams talked about the same exact thing. That was his answer, because it was the same thing. Like, there's this nothingness inside of people in the story. Like with the mice. These people constantly looking for the answer, the source. Like, what are we? What's the meaning? And that's the nothing. Like, you create the meaning through the adventures with your friends. You live, you die. If you're have a cool enough adventure, people talk about it a little bit after you're gone. And that's what pushes everything forward. The stories that we create, and that's what saved Arthur Dent. That's what saved the universe. Really, is the story that they told through their interaction, adventure, and friendship with each other. Because that's why Slarty Bartfast wanted to even help him. He's like, you guys have something special. You have. You shouldn't get your brain sucked out to try and find the answer to the universe. Like he helps him out in the end.
I do like that story, to be honest. I've only ever watched the film. I've not read the book, but I do remember enjoying it.
The BBC did a wonderful miniseries of it that was done in the 70s with Douglas Adams while he was.
Oh, I'll have to watch that.
I watch that one every year, dude. Like I put a towel around me, I fucking sit and watch that fucking movie or that show. It's like 6 or 7 episodes, so like 7 hours or so. But dude, it's a really good miniseries. I prefer it over the movie because it's just it's longer and they really flesh out a lot of these ideas. And graphically, the aesthetics in it like are beautiful. Like they're timeless.
Yeah.
Soundtrack is good too.
I will be checking this out for sure.
That's actually one thing I think people would appreciate in the watch party. They've been watching Doctor Who, and I like some of Doctor Who. I don't like the newer stuff. I like Tom Baker. Tom Baker's cool.
I don't actually know much about who's Tom Baker. I'm actually completely unfamiliar with the new stuff.
Tom Baker's from the 70s. He's the older the older episodes, and they kind of feel like Star Trek original series with Captain Kirk to me. Like they were having fun. They were having fun making that show. They didn't take it too seriously, and I enjoy that vibe in any kind of story or show.
It's like a little bit eccentric. It's very British in that way. It's got this like British eccentricism to it.
Oh, dude, British humor is top tier to me. Like I love Monty Python, and for some strange reason in America that is polarizing. Like that is hit and miss with people. Like I'll show them, the spam and eggs bit, and they're like, "What the fuck is this, man?" Or The Life of Brian. Like they're like, "Always look on the bright side of life." And people are like, "What the fuck are you watching, dude?" Like, nah, dude, it's funny.
Yeah, it is.
And they're like, "No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?" Like, so you either love it or you hate it. But I love it.
It's Marmite. Everyone loves it over it, honestly. Like there aren't many people who don't, but it is. Well, actually, no. Now, actually, younger people stuff. I don't think they'd get it either. But that's because I think they have been like, I wouldn't say Americanized because actually America's not America anymore. But it's been the people have been modernized. They've become this new race of people, or at least there's like 2 societies existing on top of each other. One of them's the globalist society that tries to dissolve, and it's like the conformist kind of force or whatever, where it tries to dissolve culture, but then constantly talks about diversity. But then their idea is to mix everyone together so that there is no diversity and everyone's just one giant big grey sludge. It's like getting a turkey dinner. I don't know who said this, but it's a really good analogy. It's like getting a turkey dinner, all this diverse food, and it's lovely to eat. But then when you put it in a blender and just blend it all up, that's not diversity anymore. It's just some grey sludgy paste, and you're like, oh, no, thank you.
No, thank you, man. Yeah, dude. I'd rather not. I'd rather, have some fresh garden vegetables and, nice meal. Yeah. Like, I don't want to eat this sludge.
Yeah, I like to see what I'm eating.
Yeah, dude.
I'd like to know what's in it, Is that broccoli? That's broccoli. Is that steak? That's steak. I don't want any of this fucking...
It's Soylent Green. Don't worry about it. Just eat it.
Yeah. In it, especially with this meat products, these fake meat products, I'm like, what is that? Come on, guys.
What is it really, What are they growing?
Well, I mean, there's actually, I have like metabolic issues and stuff. I've fixed them mainly now because I eat very strict diet or try to stick to a strict diet. And when I diverge from it, I get ill again. But like, that fucking fake meat stuff, it's full of like soy and stuff like that. And that's actually some of the worst shit you can eat. It's got lectins in it. I think that's the word, lectins, and there's some other shit in it that like it's really poisonous for people. But what it's poisonous to is our metabolic system specifically, and that's why diabetes is so prevalent. It's actually probably dietary, but I mean I'm talking now, and there'll be loads of experts who are like, who's full of shit. But then there are certain experts who would agree with me because I think that they're onto something really with this like grains and processed food and stuff like that. That's food we're not supposed to be eating. We're not even evolved to eat it. It's just convenient and works. That's what's but we don't actually need to now, And it's so weird that like the anti-civilization people want everyone eating plants and grains. It's not an accident. Do you know what I mean? That's what they want because it makes people infertile and tired and depressed.
Yeah, dude. It's fucking us all up to where we can't even operate normally, and it's probably responsible for all these behavioral issues or these mental problems. Yeah. It's just fucking the whole thing up. Like it's clogging up the gears inside of us, if we had gears, whatever the hell you want to call it, cells, how they operate, the mitochondrial powerhouses are getting clogged up with bullshit, man, and they're just not working. They're just not working, man.
It's slowly degrading, but just slow enough. It's a very slow death that they can monetize.
Right.
That's the important thing. They're monetizing suffering. It's just fucking frightening, but that's exactly what they're doing. And it's like, shit, man. You know, they don't want to kill you quickly. They want to profit from your death.
Right. Hey, hang on a second. I need to get myself another drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
Yeah, we can take a little. Let's take a little 5-minute break if you gotta,
Yeah.
go do anything.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
Okay.
We should play an elevator tune.
I haven't figured out how to do that, but that's a really good idea. I need to figure that shit out. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
I'm back.
Yeah, man.
Right on. We're back at the same exact time. Sweet. He's running out of podcast fuel.
Water's the fucking great equalizer.
The great equalizer is beer right now.
Nice, man. What beer do you like? What's your favorite? I'm just curious.
Michelob Ultra. You can find that everywhere. It's not that heavy on your stomach, but really what I prefer is dark beer, but that's hard to find.
Yeah. What's that? What do you mean by like ale, or do you mean dark like we probably get that quite a lot in this country, I think, like Pilsner and shit.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like stouts.
Mm.
Yeah.
Do you like Guinness? Have you ever had Guinness?
Guinness is too watery. I like it darker.
Fair enough, man. I mean, Guinness shouldn't be fucking watery. Ugh.
Maybe it's different over here, but it tastes like
creamy.
It's not. It tastes.
Oh. Is
now,
it in a can though?
Yeah, it's in a can.
Yeah, don't drink it from a can. It's awful. It's literally awful. You can't drink it from a can.
No, yeah, nobody has it on tap, or very rarely they have it in a bottle. Very rarely. Mm-hmm. But the dark Guinness, I think it's called Guinness Stout. I actually like that a lot, but that's hard to find too. There's this beer here called Backwoods Bastard. it might be my favorite. It's from this company named Founders. It's like 12% alcohol in it, so you drink 2 beers, you're fucked up.
Yeah, man. The beer really can.
And it's got this real dark, sort of creamy coffee taste to it, and dude, it goes really good with a cigarette. Like fuck, like a dream.
Nice.
Like peanut butter and jelly, or Nikes and basketball. It just
peas and carrots.
Peas and carrots. It goes great together.
I do love me some Forrest Gump. The fucking see, he's a fictional character I weirdly look up to. He was the first fictional character where I was like, yeah,
Well,
I like that guy.
he's so honest. He's authentic.
Yeah, literally, exactly.
And
It's
that's
the
what's
epitome of-
endearing about him is his authenticity.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
that's
that guy.
yeah, that's an easy thing to admire in a world that punishes authenticity.
Oh yeah, definitely, dude. And oh my god, does it punish authenticity? Jesus Christ.
So this is something that I talk about in my other circles of friends that I'd like to bring up with you. So, you know, there is this culture war. There is this problem. There is this there's this war between men and women. There is this marriage crisis. There is this inability for people to want to have children and come together as a family. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going wrong, I should accurately say. There's a lot going wrong. And you know, what do you do about it? What did people in the ancient past do? Is it just because they didn't have Maslow's hierarchy of needs met and they were in survival mode, and that's why they don't have the problems we do? So, you know, what is the new hierarchy of needs once Maslow's have been met is kind of where I've been at with my thinking for the past 2 years. Particularly with, you know, the lockdowns. I was just, you know, like, what's going on? What is all this? What are these, you know, behavioral phenomenon, these psychological things like kind of arising in mass culture right now? What's going on? And it just deteriorated even further to rely on the internet and rely on technology to sort of counterbalance these deep-seated issues that we have. So like I told you, you know, my friend Basarius, he wrote a whole book about this, like a 500-page book called Alchemy of the Psyche. He's trying to explore these old ways of thinking, or more accurately, of being. Like the problem seems to be the lack of embodiment, you know. But you see this in music concerts and festivals.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, the lack of embodiment. Just so I know what you mean.
Like, people aren't moving around with their bodies.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah.
They're like sitting still, consuming, and they're not interacting. They're not like, think about when you're sitting in a church. You're like, it's like a lecture, like you're getting a lesson. But there are some churches that encourage people to get up and yell and sing and you know, be very expressive, to embody the spirit. You know, they even call it that. Like they're getting into the spirit, or the spirit's getting into them. And I think, you know, those churches are shocking to people, but they're also more grounding. I think people get a lot more out of that. But a majority of churches, or, you know, activities that humans do in general, don't encourage that behavior. And I think that causes a sickness, you know, and makes it even easier for this wedico to kind of take hold, because that acts as like a disinfectant, like dance, like music, interacting, having games that people can play, like that werewolf versus the village game you were telling me about. That's amazing. That got my gears turning, thinking about this kind of stuff. Like, dude, what if that was like a ritual or a game?
Well, it is. That's what it is.
Like in art, but like we could introduce that into my American culture, because I've never heard of that. That's an amazing idea. What could that do for adults to continuously play these games? Like, they've forgotten these simple childhood lessons that used to be, you know, pretty easy for kids to figure out. They carried these lessons on into adulthood with them, no problem. But there's millions upon millions of adults that never got the download, man. Like, they got no idea about these concepts. They were never presented to them in a way that perhaps older ancient rituals could easily transmit to people.
Okay. Well, I think, you know, to answer the question, I think you was asking is, like, you know, the hierarchy of needs. We met that, and then in meeting that, we created an unnatural world where we've become disembodied from reality. So, like, now we don't need our body anymore. We don't need, and now safety is it's like the battle between people who want to be safe, well, who want to protect their illusion of safety, because no one's ever safe.
Right.
Who want to protect the illusion of safety. And then you've got the people who want to be responsible and face reality head on, kind of thing. Like, and I think that's people not having to do that because they're having all their needs met is a big part of what's causing a lot of this social breakdown. But I don't think it's as I don't think that's the only thing that's going on, but I definitely think that that's a part of it. Like it's divorcing people from reality. That's actually it. Like people are literally divorced from reality. People don't need each other anymore. You know, that's the thing. We've met all our needs again, so we don't need to help other. Like everything's provided to us by a giant state now that's completely impersonal. In a lot of ways, your water's provided by corporations. So you don't have to boil your own water. You don't know where your water's coming from. It comes from a pipe. Who the fuck knows where it comes from? Do you know what I mean? Like all this stuff, we're completely divorced from the reality that people were embedded in for all of human history, that we've got recorded anyway. So I think it really is like it is to do with the fact we've met all our needs, but it's specifically like that it's allowed us to divorce ourselves from reality and become too safe, and then you become addicted to that safety, that enclosed room. And that's, again, going back to the solipsism and how narcissism breeds and the Wetiko breeds in that, because that's what Wetiko is. It's like the ultimate solipsism, you know, you're alone in your own mind and you're the only person who exists.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone else is just a tool to feed your own reality. In a sense, they're just props on your stage.
It reminds me of this this tiger I saw in a zoo on television.
Yeah.
The tiger was dying. Like it wasn't eating. It was depressed. It wasn't moving around. And everybody's like, "What do we do? What do we do with this tiger?" And somebody, you know, threw like a piece of meat on the end of a rope over it, and then they started pulling it. And then the tiger got up and started chasing it, and then they pull it away, and they try to get it again, and then he'd give it to him. So then they were like, okay, he wants to play. He wants to chase his food. He doesn't want to be given his food. He's a tiger. So they created this mechanical rig on the edge of his cage on the inside, and they would attach a piece of meat to it and turn this motor on, and it would run around back and forth randomly, and the tiger would have to chase it to get his food, and it fixed him. It was at least it was part of it. There, you know, some other things happened. They had to worried about him, but I think that's what humans are facing right now. Yeah, like we're laying down, we're depressed. Like we need something like that motorized, you know, meat cart to chase around to kind of. I think that's what video games try and serve.
That's exactly what video games are doing, bro.
But they don't quite do it because it's not, you know, at least that
it's
piece.
Virtual.
Yeah, at least that piece of meat that was on that little pulley. At least the tiger could catch it.
Yeah, it's real.
It's real. The games are not real, so that's what I've been really thinking about. Is what could you do, say at a music festival, to emulate this chase or this thing that needs to happen?
No, I know. Yeah, all right. I think that's what music festivals are. Well, that's the problem, actually, though, because they're not anymore. Like, because they've all become too corporate and contrived. But originally, a music festival, that's what it is. It's a mass ritual for people to break out and to be allowed to be human and to connect in this giant. Because that's the weird thing as well. We're scared of hordes, but we also feel safest in hordes. Well, but you have to feel like that you're surrounded by your tribe.
What I've noticed for the past, I don't know, 10 years going to music festivals, because I love going to them every chance I can. Oh, you should definitely go to one if you can, especially
give it a go.
Go to an outside one. Don't go to an inside stadium. Go outside. Go camping, you know, and at night, hanging out with the people in tents around campfires, dude. That's where the fun is at. You know, where you're meeting the people. They're not, you know, hot and sweaty, listening to music, you know, trying to find food. The daytime kind of sucks. The nighttime bands start because they play music 24 hours. The whole time you're there, they get band after band after band up on these like 3-4 different stages outside in random spots. And you can always hear music wherever you're at in the tent city. And so you just kind of hang out with everybody and you kind of jive. But the number one thing that I've noticed that's wrong with it is people don't know what to do together.
Yes.
Like
I know what you mean.
What games do we play? You know, like sure we can dance. That's one game we can all play, but it's kind of chaotic. You know, it's like freestyle. Like this werewolf game you're talking about, I feel like would be kind of cool to do at a festival. You know, that would
it would.
Yeah.
Social games. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Or
people
like
don't have that.
Or like having a spear that you make and then you got to throw it through a moving hoop or some shit. Like just this primal stuff, like these fun little games that people could play to kind of
Yeah, no, I
interact.
agree.
And
That's actually the solution.
yeah, and then that way we would all have something to talk about. Like, dude, did you see that spear that guy made? And he just fucking nailed it through that hoop. Like, wow, that was fucking crazy,
It's
dude.
real. And
Yeah,
it's real.
it's like a
Yeah.
real thing. It's like, is it life and death? Is it war? No. It's more like that little piece of meat on a motorized pulley. Like,
Yeah.
it engages us while we're in this safe environment enough to kick our biology into gear to become people again, like the tiger.
Yeah.
Is it perfect? You know, no. But are you going to go live out in the woods forever? Like, no, you're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that. So, is there anything that we could do to become sane again? And that's this whole project I've been really obsessed with. My other friend group with is like, what is going on? How do you kind of shore up the mind here in this corrupted culture?
It is socializing, dude. Though you're actually bang on. It's spending time, physical time with real people, doing physical activities, and having shared goals. And like you say, like what do we call it? Team building exercises. Like we've forgotten all that now. We've forgotten it all because we've got video games now, and we can all lock ourselves in our own virtual matrix where we don't need to interact with the world, and it's all our needs are met. Kind of like Wall-E, like the Wall-E people.
Yeah, they all
I've never
got
even
real
watched that
big
movie.
and floating around in hover chairs, can't even move.
Kind of what's happening to us,
Yes.
And it's hard for us to resist, really, because all of our instincts tell us not to resist that, because that's an ideal situation, but that's the trap. We don't want an ideal situation. We want to strive and to suffer a little bit and to have a bit of danger and risk and stuff like that. And like, but you need the way of introducing that into a safe way that you can recreate. Like, and
is it the insurance companies that get in the way? Like, do they not want these games to be played?
Yeah, I mean that's a big part of it. The litigious side of society now, and like how everyone kind of operates like their own mini corporation.
Mm-hmm.
We're all kind of pitted against each other in a way, which is why I am sympathetic to the complaints of communists, even though I don't like them and I don't like their solutions, especially like with communism. But their criticism of capitalism on that level is pretty accurate,
Well, yeah, there are valid critiques on both sides, is what I've found.
Yeah.
And then people, want to get into these extreme thought patterns that I just can't jive with, and many other people can't jive with it either. I think that's what creates silent majorities. You get all these people like, oh, that person's crazy, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut, but they're crazy.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Right.
That's what people usually think, but it's like, no, it absolutely is, because if everyone thinks it's not worth it, guess who wins? The people.
That's
Who's
it.
the worst people? The worst people get free reign over every conversation.
Yeah. Evil prevails because good men do nothing.
Exactly.
That's totally accurate. You got to do something.
Have you heard of the? This is kind of connected, but the behavioral sink. And it's a guy called John B. Calhoun.
The Hemi sink.
No, I don't know. What's that?
Hemispherical syncing up between the two parts of your brain.
Oh no. So this is a behavioral sink.
Okay.
They did basically it describes a collapse in behavior. I'm reading now from a thing so I can get it right for you.
Okay.
It describes a collapse in behavior that can result from overpopulation, and I think that's a massive part of what we're all suffering with, because we're all struggling, and it's kind of what feeds the Watigo thing. We're all desperately struggling to stand out because we used to exist in societies that were like a lot smaller. So you'd live in a town, everyone knew each other. It's very hard for people to be a werewolf and get away with it forever before the villagers realize who the werewolf is. But now people can just move on and move on and move around, and there's no borders, there's no nothing, and it's almost like we're all one global community, or at the very least, even in the America, for example, 330 million, I think, or whatever, or even more now. Like that amount of people, it's impossible to feel like you've distinguished yourself in any meaningful way. It's impossible to feel. So then what you get anyway, like you get these kind of like. He basically made an experiment with rats.
The utopian mouse experiment.
Yeah, it's exactly it. And it basically mirrors exactly what's happening, specifically in cities, which I think are the cities the way we have them now are not cities like they used to be. Like they're a complete abomination that humanity's never really experienced, at least again in our recorded histories. It's like we've never had cities with suburbs that have fucking millions of people in them, and they're all like such society, you know what I mean? Like it's all very inhuman So it's almost like we have to change our environment. I think that's also another solution. So you introduce these games for real at these festivals and stuff, but then it's about changing their environment. And I really think decentralizing is important. So we all go into small communities, but that we're still connected, but we all live in smaller communities and stay away from fucking giant cities because they're just destructive and cancerous. Like that's how they operate.
Yeah,
They're
they seem to
basically-
make us sick. Like in the
They
mouse
really do.
experiment, you know, it makes the
They
women
really do.
vicious because in that experiment, the female mice began
They're kicking
eating
their
each
kids
other.
out. Yeah, they're kicking their kids out early, not looking after the children
Right.
properly, chasing males, but not really actually producing families. And then you got the more interesting thing was what happened to the men, really.
Yeah, they
male
hid
rats.
underground and they groomed themselves, and they were called the beautiful
they're-
mice.
Yeah, well, that's one group. So we know who those are. We know who those people are. The people who on Facebook or Instagram who just constantly take pictures of themselves and groom themselves and stuff, and they're not just completely vain. But then you've got the people who are coming, and actually the Sea Peoples will come again. The song that I wrote, that's about this. I'm talking. The Sea Peoples are the rats that went rabid, the male rats that went into roving gangs and just attacked anyone and everything, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And they particularly targeted the rats' families that were trying to live normal lives. They
Yeah.
particularly seem to target those, which is also interesting. It's
Resentment.
happening in. Yes, it's resentment. Well, it looks like it.
It
obviously.
looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it.
And it certainly is in humans, though.
Right.
You know, and I think that's the big thing. So it's like changing the environment and really getting rid of cities, staying away from cities, becoming more responsible for your own food and water and your own diet and knowing where things are coming from. Like all these things are important, but these are things that we all already know. And I think that I honestly don't think. I think that some people will. You know, we're not like we're talking about this now and trying to make healthy changes to our lives and informing ourselves. But then I think most people, they're just too addicted to the matrix, the virtual matrix that we've created with Netflix and the internet and all this constant consumer entertainment and content. Like it's hooked people, and I honestly do feel like the only way that they're going to break out of it is if the internet goes down. But what's going to happen after that happens? If there's a solar flare that knocks everything out, like it will be pandemonium.
Well, they're not going to know what to do.
It's going to be terrible.
And I think that the main problem is exactly that. People don't know what to do. Because
No, they don't.
like all these solutions that are being presented to them, like you need to be an alpha male Chad and fucking take over the stock market. You know, you need to fucking get a Lambo and you know you're gonna get all the chicks. And it's like, okay, I don't feel in my heart like that's what I'm supposed to be doing with my life. Like I could see that would satisfy like certain types of resentment people have, but really, what kind of future does that open up for humanity if men behave that way and women reward that behavior? Nowhere. It's nowhere.
No, yeah. Takes us straight back to most of human history before we became liberal and sort of somewhat more civil.
And I look at Jordan Peterson and I see how he's inspired so many people to come together,
Me, to be honest.
figure things. Yeah, me too. To come together and to figure things out in a clear and coherent manner. You know, to really talk about it. You know, not get all political here and there. Even though he's kind of like starting to dabble in that arena, but in the beginning when he was doing his biblical series,
I love that. That's really what got me into it.
Me too. I was like, whoa! I have never thought about or seen religion in this way, like this metaphorical light. Like he was admitting, like these are metaphorical stories, guys. Like, can we admit that at least that's an important part of history? This story is important. Can we agree on that? I was like, huh. Well, yeah, I guess I can't agree on that, and he really got me because I used to, be very argumentative about that type of thing. And then I saw this guy like lay it out in a very logical manner that I literally couldn't argue against, and I respected that.
I was ready to hear it at the time as well, though. I think that's also important. I was definitely ready at that point to accept that message in a way because I was already sort of moving towards. Again, because that's also what's missing from people, say it's not simple and it's like overpopulation and the environment and stuff. But then there's also the lack of spirituality, the lack of God, the lack of the divine, and the lack of anything above us. Like we're now God in our own world.
Yes.
And like, well, he goes on about it all the time, doesn't he? Like he'll talk about when Nietzsche was
the Ubermensch.
Yeah, and well, Nietzsche goes, "We killed God," Yeah, but he wasn't celebrating that fact, and he went, "There'll be rivers of blood,"
The full quote.
And he was fucking right.
Yeah, God is dead, and we have killed him, and we can never wash away the blood from our hands.
That's it.
I love that. I love saying that full quote because I'll say that at like parties or at the bar. You know, somehow Nietzsche comes up a lot. I think people
Yeah, he
try to
does.
use it as a
They
justification
do.
for things.
Well,
And it
Hitler did it, didn't he?
right,
So-
right. And then I'll say the full quote, you know, and we can never wash away the blood from our hands because we killed him. And then everybody's like, that's not the quote. And I'm like, fucking Google it.
Yeah,
And then they
yeah,
get
yeah.
into this deep, like, crater of thought of, like, oh my God,
Yeah.
I talk
Yeah.
about, like, fuck, well, this guy isn't saying what I thought he was saying. He's
Yeah.
saying this is
Yeah.
bad. Like, this is not good. Like, it's impossible to become this Ubermensch. Like, how are you going to do it?
Yeah.
How
No,
are you
this
going
is
to
it.
do it?
It was a dangerous concept. I don't think he realized what he was writing. Someone else has said this. I can't remember who it was. I think it was a guy called Richard Grannon, who I'm getting this from. But it stuck with me. That you know, when he wrote that, like he didn't realize what he was writing and how dangerous it was in the wrong hands. Like the concept of the Ubermensch, because what he was talking about is building a world. We will never become the Ubermensch,
No.
ever. But he was saying we need to strive to create a world that will allow the Ubermensch to arrive. And again, he's almost talking about what we were just suggesting, the solutions to the problems, you know, changing the environment, being conscious about our environment and architecture and social customs and shit like that, and trying to create an environment that will produce better human beings than what we are, you know, out of necessity.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously in the wrong hands, that, like with Hitler, for example, or something like that, like they're gonna interpret that as, if we just go through all the pain and suffering really quickly now, like, because that's what he suggests, it's not going to be easy, you know. But like the way he words it, it can be misinterpreted as like we should talk. Like the only way to do this is by destroying the weak, in a sense, and all that shit. And it's like a bastardization of what I think he was suggesting.
Well, you know, and that got twisted around from, you know, shit Darwin said, you know, survival of the fittest.
Yeah, exactly.
The fittest does not mean the strongest. The fittest.
No, it doesn't.
The fittest, for humans at least, means who's the most intelligent, who's the funniest, and who's the strongest. You know, those are like the three main things for human beings anyway that we judge people off of.
No, yeah, you're totally right. And I think the fittest as well, it's not that you're like saying the strongest or the best, it's the most adapted to survive in the current environment. That's what it is. And really the people who survive the most are the ones who can adapt to the changes.
And right now we live in a culture that rewards werewolves. You know, these narcissistic, you know, sneaky people eating your soul and stealing your kids or whatever in the night. And everybody's like, "What happened? Where did my family go?"
Oh yeah, indoctrinating them to hate you and all sorts.
Yeah. It's like, well, you know, a werewolf came and stole your family in the night and your future too. Oh no, what do I do? It's like, well, you know, you got to find out who the werewolf is. You got to get werewolf glasses. You got to, like in that movie.
Well, is it? Yeah, what's it called? They Live.
They Live. Yeah. Put on the fucking sunglasses. You can't. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Oh my god, that fight.
Get off of me.
It's literally the conversation.
Yeah.
With someone. Yeah, like literally, and it's such a battle. But then when he sees, it's like, oh my god, I'm not taking these glasses off.
Oh my god, I can't believe you were right. Yeah, dude.
Oh, it's so funny that I love that movie so much.
Oh, dude, Roddy Piper and Keith David's interaction is legendary there, man. Like, I think about that scene a lot, well, especially in my early 20s. I thought about it a lot. Like, I'm just trying to get people to wear these fucking sunglasses. Everybody thinks I'm Hitler or something. Like, I'm just trying to get you to like look at this. But you know, eventually you just gotta hang out with the people that already found the sunglasses somewhere in a ditch and. That's good enough. That's good enough for me now, anyway.
Yeah, same, dude. Find your tribe kind of thing.
Yeah,
find people you can relate to.
Find the others. That's what Terrence McKenna said. He's like, go out there and find the others, guys. I can't do his voice.
Yeah, guys. Find the others.
If you could somehow find the others, then you will make it work. And if you don't make it work,
That's good.
then you all might be a bunch of jerks. I'm just saying, I don't know. Have you ever seen a self-dribbling basketball machine elf in the 12th dimension? It's amazing. It's breathtaking. All right.
I adore that guy, though, honestly. Like,
I love that guy, too, man. I love that dude.
I have a plant in my house, a peace lily, and I called him Terrence McKenna. My peace lily is called Terrence McKenna.
Oh, I love
alive
it.
Again.
Oh, I love it, dude. I was watching this cartoon. the Big Les show. Have you ever seen that about the
I fucking
Sasquatches?
love the Big Les show.
Ah,
I watched
fuck
that
yeah.
Acid, mate. I watched that on Acid, you know,
Woo!
and I was really tripping hard, and it was that episode where he uses the paint, you know, and uses it.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Like I'm just in a paint program. Yeah, mate.
No, you fucking, you know.
Fucking yeah. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, dude, we're all in a paint program, dude, being fucking painted out by something, and I thought that was beautiful. I was tripping on something too. I don't remember. I think I was on mushrooms when I watched that episode because I knew it was gonna be a big one. It was one of the Chuma Island ones. Yeah, it was like Chuma Island 3, I think. Dude,
Yep.
that guy, Jared Wright, he's fucking legendary, dude.
Genius.
Single-handedly, you know, actually, the both of you kind of give me the same vibe. Like you these single, these solo projects, this amazing shit you created, and he's like up in a tree on an iPad making the Big Les show by himself on MS Paint.
Yeah.
You know, he don't give a fuck about a studio, like a fucking computer. He don't even have a mouse. Like he's using his finger up in a tree barefoot making the Big Les show, like tripping on mushrooms or whatever.
It's perfect, and it's so awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Like, I love it. Man, what were you saying though? Why did you bring that up? I know it kind of like butted in and stuff. But why did you bring it up?
Dude, I don't even remember now.
Oh, fuck it, because it is such a good fucking show.
It's such a good show. Oh yeah, genius. I remember why I brought it up. We were talking about Terrence McKenna, and in one of the episodes, they go through hyperspace, tripping on DMT, and they meet Terrence McKenna.
I haven't seen that, you know. I've not seen all of them. Do you know what I mean? So
okay. I think it's in the one where they do the Browntown song, and they're on the train, and they sing this song. And then they like smoke all this DMT, and then Terrence McKenna is like giving them a lesson, and they're just like floating around in hyperspace, and whoever did his voice in there like nailed it. That's why I brought it up, because I was trying to do his voice, but whoever did that guy's voice in the Big Les show like fucking nailed it. It sounded just like him.
Man, it's such a good show. I need to watch it, like more of that. I've not seen it in ages.
I recently got one of the dudes in the Temple Mount to start watching. That's one of the Discord groups I'm in, and like he just can't stop talking about it. He can't believe that he missed it for so many years, because it's been out for like 7 years. It's like a sleeper hit, man. Like people are starting to notice it. I think he hasn't made anything new in a while. I think the last thing he did was Sassy the Sasquatch, which that was another great spinoff. Like that character Sassy is really like a wonderful character. I've never seen a character like that before. This really cool, sort of wise. You think he's an idiot, but really he's super smart. Like he's just playing a game. He's he's a shaman. Like he's this wizard guy.
Like a jester clown.
Yeah,
like the hero clown.
Exactly. And he's acting like he's ignorant, but he's really not. He's teaching you these lessons. Like he's acting foolish to get you to become a magician. So that was cool. That's a cool dynamic he's got going on in his whole show between all the characters.
Nah, for real, that cat cries in here as well. I like that. Magician. Trying to trick you into becoming a magician.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
To change the reality around you instead of being victim to it. Like this is how you can morph things around you to make it better.
I do need to take a leaf out of fucking Sassy's book. That motherfucker is genius. That's the thing, though. I have like more. I have more respect for fictional characters a lot of the time. It's like when you mentioned before, when your friend asked you who do you most look up to. It's like I actually was thinking while he was talking. I was like, I don't look up to anyone actually. Any human. I understand they're all flawed, the same as me.
Right.
So, but I do look up to fictional characters because they're purely essences of what they're supposed to be. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like they only have done what you've read they've done. They haven't done anything else that you don't know about. Which is why I hate all this woke subversion of characters, because that's why it's so awful what they actually do. It's a desecration of these sacred things, and they know that because they'll add to the story of something, you know, and make a character do something that humiliates that character, and it's actually very painful if you love that character. It's actually, you know, and it's natural. People just don't take it seriously enough to go, oh, it's just a show, and I'm like, you don't understand, man. You really don't understand, and that's why this culture war is so contentious on that, especially on that area, you know, where like studios will take over an IP or something and completely bastardize it, and completely alienate all the fans and then tell them they're in the wrong for being annoying.
Yeah.
Like it's super Witiko, man. Like it is. It's super Witiko energy. It's like hitting people and then complaining.
Well, they become sacred things. You know, people don't have sacred things anymore. Like, you know, people don't believe in, you know, Jesus or, the church or anything. But what they do believe in is like Winnie the Pooh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Spider-Man, Batman. People believe in that shit, dude. Like, that is what has taken over religion, is comic books,
fiction
basically.
And characters.
Fiction and characters. But more simply, what they are stories.
Man.
Stories that we tell ourselves to do what? What function does religion have? The function of religion is to open up a brighter future than yesterday. And that's what these comic books have replaced. I don't think they intended to do that.
No, I don't. I agree.
But they came in here with these amazing stories using rocket ships, superpowers, psychic energy, all of these new concepts that were just revealed to us in the idea of human ideas, in the realm of human ideas. I mean, and we latched onto it. That's our church. Comic-Con is a church, man. And the reason people get sewn up in arms about these movies and they don't go right and it's not how I envision the character, that would be like having Jesus portrayed as a really bad person.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that, dude. Going against Christianity, not being a good Christian.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
And they're like, it's Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, or this other kid. And then now, you know what they've had to do to try and appease the fans, to try and, to try to put out these fires, the multiverse. Well, you're just in another universe. Yeah. And what is that effectively? That's another denomination of religion.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Solipsism.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Christianity, is that, the Protestant Reformation, Martin Luther and all that, we started printing Bibles and everybody could read for themselves. What did they do? They had different interpretations of what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
We had a few wars with or England had a few wars with Spain over it, like there's a lot of shit that happened that people don't really talk about. Like and we're witnessing the same exact thing happening right here and now.
Yeah.
This scattering, this conflict between what is right and wrong. You need to get back here with the Pope, guys, or we're going to kill all you. Now, you know what? Yeah, my fleet has something different to say about that than your armada. So, you're on, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, violence is the supreme authority from which all other forms of authority are derived.
Absolutely.
And, I fucking love Starship Troopers as well. I had to quote that.
Dude, that's a great book and a great movie.
So misunderstood, man. I'm so sick of hearing communists and communist sympathizers trying to impose their interpretation, and it's a poor one. That it's a parody of fascism. It's like, it's not fascist in the slightest. Like, the bugs are the fascists, if anything.
Yes.
Well, actually, they're more like communists.
It's a display of meritocracy.
Yeah, meritocracy and a liberal order, essentially. Like the ideal liberal order run by, competent people.
Well, it's run by the doers. The people that put their ass and their life on the line are the ones that decide the future. And I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with that at all. And then it's not like you have to do the military service. It's just you can't vote. You can
be a civilian. But then you can't vote.
Yeah, you can't vote.
You're not enfranchised, which is fine.
Yeah, dude. And, that's something the Romans did.
Yes.
That's something a lot of great ancient civilizations did. They were like, you can live here and we'll take care of you, but your crazy ideas and your like liberal art bullshit that's fucking 3 sheets to the wind, it can live here and you can paint our walls pretty, but you can't decide what we do with this shit. Like, it's not up to you because you're so far off in another thing. It's interesting. You make good music, you make cool art. Some of your concepts are interesting, perhaps, but I don't think you know how to predict the future. I don't think you know how to open up a good future. I don't think you know how to plan shit. So you're in this other vein where you can do what you want to do over here, and we'll protect you with the violence that we're good at.
Yeah. We'll protect your freedoms and stuff. And it's like, well, if you don't want to be responsible, then you don't get to vote for that. And I just agree with that like so much. Like, but it's so antithetical to what those woke sort of communists, they're not really, whatever you want to call them, but they really, really hate that one because it's not inclusive, it's actually exclusive, and it's like, again, it's meritocratic, so they don't like that because that's exclusive.
It is.
And like, they're all about inclusion to the death, essentially, because they understand as well, go on, sorry.
The future is exclusive.
Yeah, for real, man. Not everyone gets to carry on. I mean, none of us do, actually. We're all we all reach a point where we are then excluded from life because we can't keep up anymore.
And
Like,
and there are certain futures that are so bright and wonderful that it's very exclusive to a certain, I guess, to a certain set of decisions that you can make to get get to that future. And I don't think a lot of people want to bother with trying to get along on that level. Like, just admitting, do you guys really want to take over the world and the country? And do you know what that means? Everybody's starving. Nobody has a car because of this Green New Deal sort of weird shit, and everybody is mad. Like, wouldn't you just rather be an artist and not have to do anything except whatever you want, and then the big boys can figure it out? Like, what is that? Doesn't that sound better to you, or what? Like, what do you guys want here, really? I think a lot of that resentment would kind of dissolve, because I remember a scene in that Starship Troopers movie where the dad was like, "Why do you care about anybody anyway? What about you?
Yeah.
You should go be an artist. You should drink with us and our friends." And what did his mom and dad do all day? They partied and drank and looked at art, and they criticized everything. And the son was like, "I don't want to be like you. I want to get out here and make a difference. Like, you just sit here on your ass and complain and be drunk all day while other people take care of you." He wants to serve. He wants to make something out of it. I could go on and on about Starship Troopers all day, bro.
It's given, Sam, dude. I fucking adore it because it's so archetypal. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's no accident that basically has inspired every single killer bug race in all of sci-fi. Like, that was the first thing to do that, really. And it's because it speaks again to a very primal thing, the same way the zombies do. It's a very similar kind of thing, but a bit different. Where it's like these killer bugs that they're just not human. They have no humanity. They just want to end us, and then we have to band together to fight that and to protect our humanity. And I think there's nothing cooler than that. There's nothing cooler than imagining going down with all your bros in the fucking mobile infantry and fucking kicking some bug ass. Like,
dude,
beats that.
The coolest scene in that movie, I think, was when Neil Patrick Harris, he was like psychically connected with the brain bug, and he just turns around to everybody and he says, "It's afraid!" And everybody just starts cheering. It's like, we know we can make, because the whole time they didn't know if they had emotions. They didn't know if they could be afraid. And then he's like, "Guys, it's afraid, and that means that we can kick its ass." That it was like that was the real victory in that movie. Is the discovery that they're just like us, man, and they're afraid, and we can fucking destroy them. Like, they can run away from us. Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's good.
Have you heard about this Helldiver 2 game that came out?
Yeah, I was literally just thinking about that.
Yeah, I was too. I was like, I gotta get that game and get in the Starship Trooper action. Like, everybody's like going nuts about it. Did you hear about that thing where they banned all those political people? They're like, shut up and just play the game. Like, you guys are...
I'm so happy. And you can see it in everything. It's from what I've looked at, that the whole thing is a love letter to the whole ethos behind Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Democracy and pro-human. Pro-human. It's...
Fight for Super Earth. Like, this whole Super Earth thing has become a crazy meme of like the representation of what humanity needs to fight for. These bugs are coming for Super Earth, and these other people are like, "Fuck Super Earth, let's help the bugs." And then they got they got kicked out.
Good.
Yeah, dude, right? Like, good. Get the fuck out of here. You guys are, because what happened?
Bug people.
Yeah, dude, the bug people,
Fight for
literally.
Mutants. Fight for mutants.
What started happening, because it's a game where you have friendly fire. They just started shooting these people with these flags. They were like all these like liberal type of flags or whatever, and then they just started getting eliminated, and the game started to get fucked up. And I didn't know this, but apparently the developers monitor closely the matches.
Yeah, the D&D. They like D&D.
Yeah, it's like D&D, and then they change it up to make it interesting. Yeah. I'm like, what an interesting, what a great genius move here, man. Yeah. Exactly like what you said, a dungeon master. So I gotta get this game. We gotta play this game, bro. This sounds like
play it, dude.
That sounds like a lot of fun, man.
It's on. Let's do it. Because I'm down. I've literally just got it as well, so I've not even tried it yet. But
oh yeah, man, I gotta get it. I've been.
Well, my friend bought it, man. You know what? He's a legend. He bought it, man.
Oh, that's awesome. What a legend, bro. For real, dude.
It, man.
I've been playing Star Citizen a lot with my friends, and I have only been playing it for about 3 weeks. And dude,
Yeah.
I just got totally sucked into that thing. Like,
I need to play that game. I mean, I loved Elite Dangerous. I was a big fan of Elite Dangerous. Which
yeah,
is
yeah,
the original Star Citizen in a sense, but then it went downhill big time.
yeah. My buddy Tios, he got way into Elite Dangerous too.
It's
I
amazing.
never got into that, but he's really loving Star Citizen too. And
I
we
wanna
just
play
all
it.
are kind of playing around and figuring it out and trying not to get pirated because they got pirates in the game, like real life humans that will pirate you and take your shit.
Nice.
So you always got to be on the lookout for these griefers. You know, they try to just fuck up your day.
But I like them. They make the game fun. This is
They
the thing,
do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're a part of it, and I love that. And then I like to occasionally be a pirate, because that's
Yeah.
that adds the danger to the virtual world, and it's a bit more real though. This is the thing with gaming as well. I notice it. It's even this thing between safety and responsibility and freedom. It's even expressed in games. You get games that want to mollycoddle people and make everyone feel like they're winners, and then you get games where it's like, no, get good or get wrecked. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I
man.
much prefer the get good and get wrecked, and then there's actual consequences for getting wrecked, so you lose all your shit
Yeah.
and stuff. But there's no meaning if you don't. But then other games go the opposite way, and they appeal to the kind of
Dude.
the
Yeah, that mentality was very much alive during Quake 3. I've been playing video games since the 90s on PC.
Quake 3.
Yeah, dude. Quake 3 Arena.
I played Quake 4 actually. I played Quake 4. I never played Quake 3.
Now,
Nice, though.
Quake 2 had multiplayer, but there weren't that many people on.
Yeah.
But Quake 3 was a dedicated multiplayer experience. So
Nice.
you had all kinds of like Quake fans on there, like doing rocket jumps and railgun shots. Railgun was the first sniper that really took FPS games by storm. If you had a railgun, dude, and you could
Yeah.
just move in the right way, you could one-shot people from across the map. But
Railguns
anyway,
were amazing.
Quake 3 was amazing because you would go through the game gathering all these different weapons and stuff, and if you got killed, you'd lose them all. Like, you'd have to go and gather them all up again in the places that you'll find them. And that was a cool, very quick reward response. This give and take within the game dynamic, and that made it so fun and competitive. I'd be excited to come home from school and get on there and just start fucking fragging people.
Yeah,
This is what they called it. You'd frag a guy. You wouldn't kill him. You'd frag him. I don't know what the
frag
fuck.
him.
I don't know where that word came from, but
It's a military term. Do you know the military term for it? It's where people frag their officer because it's mutiny. So they'll kill
Really?
their officer if they're about it. They did it a lot in Vietnam.
No way, I didn't know
Big
that.
problem. Yeah, so like you'd have people fragging their officers because they were stupid and gung ho and getting people killed. So you had like the soldiers who've been there for a while, and they'd have a new officer or whatever, and this officer's trying to obviously get promoted, and he's risking their lives by doing that. And that's the kind of dynamic, and so they'll say we fragged the officer, and it's a mutiny. Yeah, they'll put a grenade in his they'll put a grenade in his pocket or in his tent and just blow him up.
Dude, they're just frag him. Holy shit, dude. Okay, that's where that comes from. Well, you solved a 20-year-old mystery for me because I was like, what's a frag? Like, why am I fragging people instead of killing them in this game? But all right, whatever. I always thought, in the back of my head, like it was a marketing thing because there was a lot of flack around violent video games and killing, and I thought they were trying to like make a new word instead of killing. That's associated with gaming exclusively, and it might have been, but also that meaning behind it is also a real thing.
Well, you could say that's exactly what it is because I mean they're not saying, oh yeah, we murdered our officer. They put a cute word there to kind of hide what it is. So like it
exactly.
is kind of
yeah, cute word. It's exactly how I felt about it.
Or a terrible act.
Now, dude, Quake 4, man, like I could get into some Quake 4, dude. Like I
played a bit of it.
That was basically a Warhammer simulator. Like you had servitors opening doors, like these torsos, like that powered up a battery to open and close a door.
Yeah.
And that was their only purpose. Dude, that fucked me up so much when I was a teenager. I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing on a wall?
I played it in ages ago. I just remember really enjoying it.
Well, I enjoyed destroying the whole fucking thing and blowing it up and freeing humanity from robot people or cyborg.
Cyborgs.
Yeah, these Strogg, these fucking cyborg Nazis
Are they
in
aliens,
space.
by the way, or are they humans that went to Mars and defiled themselves?
Dude,
I've always wondered about that.
I feel like they were regular people at one time, and then they just let cybernetics. Yeah, they're humanoid, and I feel like they let cybernetics kind of dictate everything. You know, they went down that slippery slope we're about to go down right now, like Neuralink and all these
It's
robot.
very spore type as well.
Yeah.
No, Scorn. Sorry, that Scorn vibe again.
Yeah, they do, man. Like
that world.
Transcendence. Yeah, this goal of
Transcendence.
transhumanism, trans, all of this kind of like get away from humanity and become something new and fresh and something that you control like a joystick, you know? When
you're God. That's it.
You're God. Yeah.
Playing God.
People playing God is another great way to put it. This transcendence thing is you're playing God. Man. Yeah. And, you know, the cool thing about Quake 4 is you kind of see the end of the road for that too, you know. Like, they don't have stories and emotions and anything real to hold their army together, to hold their civilization together. And that's what beats them in the end. You get this guy that loses so much and he gets so fucking mad that he decides to end your whole civilization. And I guess that's the theme of, you know, id Games. They also did, you know, Doom. You know, the Doom guy fighting hell and Satan and all that. And I absolutely love those games, especially the new ones.
I've not played the new ones, but the music is amazing.
Oh, dude. Well, you know what's cool? Yeah, dude. So what's cool in the game is the more demons there are and the more bosses you fight, the music changes dynamically.
I did not know that.
And that, like, I don't know how they pulled that off, like, but that adds to the whole motherfucker. Because you're in there, because you know what it feels like playing as Doom guy? He's got like a jetpack and he can do these bursts and move and dash really quickly, like 30 feet at a time. When you're in the air, it feels like you're a jet fighter. And you're moving so fast that your brain has to speed up to keep up with what your mouse and keyboard are capable of. It pushes the mouse and keyboard to the limits of what a human being can do in a video game. I was so stressed out. My brain was so stressed out playing that game on like... What, Nightmare Mode, or was it Ultraviolence? It wasn't the hardest one, it was the one right under that. And dude, that took me so long to get through that shit, and it was so aggravating, and you had to get good. You just had to get good, bro. Yep. It was not forgiving. And when you got good, it was like a transcendent experience, dude. Like, you had to move so fast, think what you were going to do 5 moves ahead in order to just get through that part of the level, that your brain permanently changed in how you started to see shit in the environment. You're like, I can bounce off this wall. Oh, I could throw a grenade over here. Oh, I can do a backflip and fucking go up in the air on this jump pad and shoot a rocket. And then that's how I'm going to get to the next part. And it's crazy how just playing a little game like that can like radically change the way that you think.
For real. That's why I think games are an important part of our future, to kind of keep our brain stimulated and stuff. It's just obviously, like any technology, abused and irresponsibly used, it's as dangerous as it is productive.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a tool though, and it's like any tool, a hammer, man. You can smash someone's head in, or you can fix their shelves. Like,
oh, dude, that's really wild. You said that. I say that all the time. Did somebody famous say that somewhere? Or...
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe they did, and we've both just picked it up.
Dude, no, that's fucking wild. We picked that up. I literally say that all the time. I don't say a shelf though. I said you could bash someone's fucking brains in, or you could build a house. You know, it's up to you. Yeah, I always say a house. Like that's just the thing.
That's better. It's better because the house works better than the shelf because the house is friendly to a person. It's necessary for a person.
Yeah,
for their life.
We got to live in a house, you know? And, you know, that's an important thing, I think, about the story of Jesus Christ is that guy was a carpenter. You know, he was just like a regular dude trying to build houses for people, and they hang this fucker on a cross because he's just trying to be cool. That's awful. Well, like, what the hell, man?
He was a threat, though.
He was a threat.
To Rome, and Rome knew it. But then look what he did. You know, whether he was real or not, he basically took over Rome without killing a single Roman soldier.
Right. Yeah. He killed the spirit.
Collapsed. Yeah. He completely changed the empire.
Yeah.
You know, from the inside, like with peace as well. That's why Christianity's got a powerful message. It's why I do like it. It's got a powerful message in that sense. Like it's about kind of killing with kindness, you know. But obviously, again, when people misunderstand it, they think, oh, it's to be harmless is a virtue. It's like, no. No. Because Jesus also whipped the fuck out of people and flipped tables. You know, we all know he did that shit. He didn't take shit, you know.
Never. And he also told you, like, if you're poor and you don't have anything except a cloak, sell your cloak and buy a sword and fight naked. Is what he was insinuating. Like, he didn't say fight naked, but dude, that needs to be on a fucking t-shirt. Like, picture of
That
Jesus.
fucking does, man.
Like, if you don't have nothing, buy a sword and fight naked if you have to. That's inspiring.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's a war god as well, though. The Abrahamic god is a war god.
Right.
From the Roman perspective, that's what they saw. They were like, holy shit, this Abrahamic singular father, this is a war god. You know, this is something that's like got some actual power, you know, and it's not about just being peace and love. And they did know that. And it's why they crucified him, man. But I think that's what, well, it's in the book, innit? It's what they wanted. It was a part of it. That was a part of the plan.
Right.
Kind of like the Sasquatch tricking the Romans.
And he kept telling everybody, like, don't do what I did. I'm doing it to show you, like, I'm doing it to prove a point here, guys. Like, and
Yes.
you know, and he also said, you know, turn the other cheek, but he didn't say turn it twice. He didn't say turn the second cheek.
Yeah, for real.
You know, and I think that's a big part that I don't know if it got cut out in a council in Nicaea or whatever kind of bullshit, but I feel like there's some shit missing in that turn the other cheek thing that has basically castrated the spirit of Christianity, made it far less effective because it creates, I mean, and I piss off a lot of people, and I hope I don't piss you off when I say this, but I think it's created this sense of simping to, you know, to kind of like not stand up for things. And
no, absolutely, dude.
Yeah, and I have a real big problem with it because, you know, I like Christian culture. I like what it produced in America. I like the kind of, you know, hey, you know, that's pornography, you know, that's kind of fucked up to put out in the airwaves. What if kids see that? Like, that was their main focus, is like, hey, guys, like, what if the kids see this shit?
It's
like,
all about kids.
Yeah.
That's the thing, man. We've abandoned that. That's another big problem with our civilization. We're antenatal, completely antenatal society.
Yeah, and I hate that.
Children.
It used to be the most important thing, like, to protect the pregnant mother and the kids, and, like, you know, what's my wife gonna think, or what are my kids gonna, like, that was on the forefront of everybody's mind. And they created this juggernaut of a country with all this technology, and then we're like, you know, let's let all the other races and religions come over here and work with us, and I wonder what they're all about. That came from that Christian spirit, you know, like this Reformed Protestant Christian spirit, not a Catholic spirit, like this new kind of mutation or evolution of Christian thought in America. Created this like, hey guys, like, do you guys want to make airplanes and computers and I don't know, other cool shit and just get along? That came from there, and I don't know where it went, but it went away, and it's very sad to me because I have a lot of older relatives that are very much in that old vein, and I've tried myself to get into modern Christianity, but there's like a hollowness in it for me. There's something in the churches that I don't trust. I feel a Wedico in there.
Yeah, I don't trust. Yeah, exactly, dude. I've had this discussion with a few Christian friends.
And it hurts me deeply. Like, I want to be in a community. I want to be a part of something, you know, bigger than myself and contribute and help. But there's this weird shit in there, man. Like this narcissistic games and gatekeeping and disingenuous feelings that I get. And I hate that. And I don't know what to do about it.
No, I don't. I really don't know. Because, again, the werewolves have took over the church. That's what's happened.
Yeah.
The werewolves reign now.
The werewolves have taken over the church. Yeah, I agree with that, man.
We live in the age of the fiend.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's another fucking heavy song you got. I've listened to over and over, the Age of the Fiend.
Black Pilled.
Isn't that the line where he says the only self-respect is isolation?
No, yeah, so it's like, we live in the age of the fiend where self-respect is isolating.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That is a powerful line right there. I've thought about that late at night sometimes. It's like, yeah, you know, I could have my whole world in shit and chaos, or I could isolate myself here and have this peace, you know, instead of all this crazy stuff by letting too many people in, you know. Keeping your circle tight is self-respect.
Yeah, keeping your walls high and strong, and your guards vigilant.
Absolutely, dude.
There's no kingdom survives that doesn't have that, you know.
No.
And that's what's frightening on the biggest picture with this whole, like, mass immigration thing and stuff, it's almost like they're trying to destabilize countries on purpose because that's all it's going to do. You know?
I do think it's a grand experiment. It's like all
Yeah.
these countries are like a petri dish to, what is it, the UN, the Illuminati? Like, who are these people? I don't
Yeah,
know.
man. I mean, yeah,
It's
for real.
somebody. It's somebody doing
It
it.
is.
But
Globalists. That's usually how it was what I'll call them because that seems to be
yeah,
their goal.
globalists. Yeah, yeah. Basically, globalists. People that want to unite everybody into one monoculture, one blob.
Yep. Yeah. All blended up in grey soup, no actual individuality.
Yeah, and
No
that's
actual
horrible.
culture.
I,
No, it is.
I like seeing other cultures. I like seeing different ways of thinking, different
do I.
ways of speaking. And that's one thing I think technology could really help us with. Like, I don't want everybody to learn English. I think
Yeah.
it'd be cool if I could have like a Google translator and I could talk to people and they don't have to change the way they express themselves. That's like a universal translator in Star Trek. I always thought that was
That'd
such
be amazing.
a cool thing that we could do one day with each other. Like, yeah, you don't got to spend 15 years learning my language. I don't have to spend 15 years learning yours. Like, we can use this technology to instantly connect. I can enjoy your music. I can enjoy your stories. We can have a conversation here and connect in a new way that was never possible before without a translator.
I agree, man. I would love to see that. It would be so cool to have that ability. I mean, you're kind of slowly getting it now. That's just the weird thing. Like, I've used Google in that way because obviously I've had a lot of people comment on my music, and every time I get one that's in maybe Cyrillic or just a different language in general, I'll always put it into Google Translator and find out what they're saying, and then try to actually respond in English, but to what they said, and with the hope that they might translate it themselves.
Right.
So you can do it, but it's not in real time, which would be so cool.
It's the beginning.
Real time.
It's just the beginning.
But it is the beginning. Yeah, it is the beginning. And this is the thing what makes me optimistic about technology. You can't just, blame, because I'm not all about the Butlerian jihad.
Right.
Where it's like become just these fucking, what do they call them, Luddites, these
right.
Afraid of technology, because then you're destined to be left behind and destroyed. No one can survive that. You can't survive if you're in a world where people use swords. If you go, I'm going to go back to fist fighting, you know what I mean? It's just not going to work. Or you can't survive.
Well, moderation.
Keep moving.
Moderation is everything.
It's key. Yeah, balance.
Because if you drink too much, that's actually illegal. Like there's like a legal limit. You've had too much. It's bad for you and bad for everybody else. You might get in a car or do something crazy and kill everybody because you're out of your mind.
Well, in America, do you actually have a legal limit of
yes.
how drunk you can be?
Yeah.
I had no idea. We don't have that.
Yeah, there's a legal limit. Like, yeah, if they catch you, it's like, especially for, operating a motor vehicle, there's.
Of course, that's illegal. Yeah, that's totally illegal.
Now you can have some alcohol in your system, like a beer or two, but if it's.
Oh yeah.
But depending on your weight and all these other factors, that's why they say the blood alcohol content is what they.
That's it.
Yeah, use as a factor, but even that has its limits. Like, it's legal. And I think, technology kind of needs to have some of those limits too. Like, we need to talk about it more in a drugs and alcohol context of what technology, particularly the internet for children.
Yeah.
At what stage?
And content, yeah.
Yeah, at what stage should children be exposed to the internet? Or should it be like beer where they're not exposed to it till they're 21 or 18? Or is that a good idea? Is that bad too?
Well, I think that is bad because it leads to binge drinking culture and irresponsible.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's the problem. So people go in excess. The thing you need to do is normalize it early, but not in an excessive way. Normalize the responsible use of it.
Yeah.
It's like the Italians, for example. People always use this. The Europeans do it, and we don't do it in England either because we're a lot more similar to the Americans because we are just Americans in a sense.
Right.
But then the Europeans are very different, and the one thing they do get right is that they will let their children drink a glass of wine at dinner with their family. On special occasions or once a week or something, they'll have a small glass of wine or something like that. Once they're a bit older, and obviously not when they're 5 or 6, but when they're 10 or 12, so they can start to feel like they're being included in adults, and then they start to learn how to responsibly drink, instead of just saying you can't do it, and then all of a sudden, boom, once you're old enough, go pub and get smashed, here's 20 quid. That's what people do in the Anglo culture, and it's a problem. It is a problem. People do that. It's like, go wild now. Now you're free.
Yeah.
Go wild and do what you want. And it's like, and then we wonder why people don't know how to regulate themselves. It's like, well, they've not been taught.
They've not been taught from an early age. Hold that thought. I'll be right back in just a second.
Yeah, for real. Oh, yeah, man. I need to nip to the loo.
I'm back, man.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, we were talking about drinking and doing it like at an earlier age and kind of small settings, like a little bit of wine here and there, kind of facilitates a healthier relationship with the alcohol.
As well. Because that's what's important. It's the context that they drink, and they learn to drink with family responsibly at a meal and stuff. So they don't understand, they understand what it.
Yeah, you get permission from your mother, your father. You're like, okay, we're gonna kind of show you how to do this in a very small steps here. Yeah. I do think that's a lot better because I really feel like in America, especially, there's an arrested development. I think there are kids, especially when you get into your teenage years. Like some of them are, most of them are ready to take on more responsibility. Like they're ready to learn the ropes of being an adult. And it gets held back until they're in their 20s. So you have this 10-year time span, this no man's land of fucking nothing interesting happening to you. And it creates all this weird rebellion and repressed behavior, this maybe even mental illness that comes out of not being treated like an adult when you're turning into one through puberty. Like, as your body is growing into an adult, you should be, have these responsibilities put onto you. Like, how do you manage a house? How do you do taxes? How do you drive a car? How do all these things kind of work? How does this stuff happen? Even social interactions like at a pub. How does that work? What do people get like when they're drinking? And you have all this curiosity built up that when they get to the age that they're allowed to do it, they go wild. And they usually have like a problem with their relationship with these, drugs, alcohol, how to manage a house, how to do taxes, how to pay bills, all of this stuff, how to cook, all of these things. That's just not taught to people anymore, and it's a tragedy.
No, it actually is, dude. It's life skills, and they're not taught. I think it's kind of on purpose. Like, I'm started now, but the school systems, fuck me, they're clearly not designed to make competent adults. And it's been said to death, but it really needs saying more. Is that schools are indoctrination camps, like they always kind of have been, and they're also like daycare for wage slaves. That's literally all it is.
Right.
It's not actually for education. They don't teach you.
Yeah, you're not learning shit in there, man. Like you're learning the same shit you learned last year from a different person.
Yeah, and it's usually from mediocre people at best. Like the teachers there are usually, and I don't mean that to be offensive, but you usually remember the one or two teachers that were really good, but most of the teachers are just kind of depressed, boring people who have nothing going for them.
Yeah, the public school system.
Oh my god. Man, I shouldn't have said that, really. So many people will be angry right now.
Well, no, I mean, I have the same sentiment on it because,
it?
The public school system's not run on a meritocracy. It's run on seniority, whoever's been there the longest.
Yeah.
And that's not conducive to a bright future for anybody. Like, just because you've been there longer doesn't mean you know shit about kids or education or how to open up a future for people that they want to be a part of. That's what you got to do. And, also teachers are a replacement for parents. Parents used to have to do this. Like living out on a farm or living on your land. Like you had to teach these kids what they were going to do. In fact, that's where our last names come from. Is like, what did your parents do? What did your dad do? And then you take up his trade and he shows you these secrets he's never told anybody. So that he is at the top of the game. Like he has these trade secrets and you can't fucking tell anybody until you take on an apprentice of your own. And you have to swear them to secrecy because if they tell somebody, then they're out of the fucking job too. Like guilds, trade secrets, all of these ancient things we used to do are not a part of human society at all anymore. Like what do you have to pass down to your kids anymore? What kind of skill? I think that's a big part of it too.
I do. It's a big part of the human, experience missing. Like there's no mentorship or anything like that anymore. Like you're absolutely right, and it's really essential as well because like you're saying, like you feel locked out of the adult world as well. Like that's what you're saying before, especially as you get as an older teenager, and you're just like, my god, like it does breed a lot of resentment for society and for adulthood, and it makes you not want to grow up as well. It makes you kind of really against it, and I think that's kind of again a big part of what's going on. People are. Their development has been arrested because, and it's kind of happening globally now, and that's because we're all stuck in this virtual matrix bubble that's really comfortable. So we have no reason to actually grow up. So we're all becoming more and more infantile now. I mean, look at the fucking Funko Pops phenomena and all that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Japan is the epicenter of a lot of this stuff. Anime culture itself
Yeah,
has kind of
yeah.
fueled a lot of this sort of hikikomori behavior. It really started over there, and the hikikomori people are just basically shut-ins in Japan for
Like
people
incels, right?
listening. Yeah,
Basically, just another word
basically
for incel.
incels, but incels I think are people that try. Aren't they people that try to get laid but they can't? They're
Well,
involuntary
it's
celibates.
a lot. It's a large group of people, but yeah, like there's definitely a subgroup of people who want to get laid, and but then there are a lot of incels who now don't, and kind of have this weird sense of pride about
Yeah. And I think that's what it
not
was for these Hikikomori people in Japan. Like, they could
yeah.
get laid, they could have done this job, they could have done this success, but they're like, what's the point? My brother killed himself in the Aragori forest, and they found him hanging in a tree. Like, what is that my future? Is that what I want to do? And they're like, nah, I'm going to stay inside and watch anime and eat ramen or whatever they do over
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
No, it is. It's the same culture as well, and it's weird. Like I don't know if this is true, but because there's some great. Don't get me wrong, some great anime, some great manga, some really, really
Oh,
good
sure.
art
I like
and
some
stuff.
of it.
But there is like a lot of it is just very infantile and strange. And I did hear an interesting concept of why that is, and it's because in Japanese culture, like people are expected to grow up incredibly quickly, and so everyone idealizes that late teenage, high school era because for Japanese people, that's the only time that they were truly kind of happy and free. Like that's apparently that's why Japanese people really like why all this a lot of the
Really?
animes and stuff. It's all just set in schools, isn't it? You know what I
Right.
mean? But full of kind of adults. Do you know what I mean? Like they're all
Yeah.
kind of adults because it's adults watching it, but they're trying to kind of reminisce in a weird way and experience.
That's fascinating. I think
Yeah,
Americans feel that way in a large part too. Like high
yeah,
school
man.
was the heyday. It was like their biggest mode of freedom. They were adults, could ambulate, they could drive, they could do drugs and drink, and that was their first social butterfly moments that they, harken back
Yeah,
to throughout their 20s.
being really young adults. It is, and then people idealize that forever.
For me, it was college. Like I got really into
Yeah, dude.
college culture. Like I was like, whoa,
Nice.
this is what being an adult is. Okay, and then you get into your 30s and you're like, oh, this is
No,
different
no,
now. This is
that was a holiday camp.
yeah, this is different now. But I think that part is still very important. Which is why I latched onto that culture. The party culture, the music festival culture, the dancing, the socializing is that's imperative to opening up a positive future.
Yeah,
I think people get locked in with a family. You got your wife, you got your kids, and then you don't have any time for your friends. You don't have any time to do anything. You don't have anything time to do something with a community. More important.
yeah.
That's really what I'm
Everyone's
getting at.
Everyone gets split up into the little nuclear family, and that's it. Then you're just stuck in that and can't really escape with work,
And-
support your family, work.
and
Which is
the-
nice, but it's missing the other part.
Yeah, I mean, people in the 50s were aware of this, and they used to have these things called block parties. So everybody on the block, some guy that built himself a giant barbecue or has
Yeah.
a big patio and a pool, he's like, everybody come to my house. We're going to party at my house this week. And they would go there, and the kids would have babysitters, and all the adults would go there and start to, party with each other. They would drink, they would socialize, they'd play little games with each other. I heard my parents tell these stories that they used to do this, when I was like a kid or something like that. And I don't see a lot of people doing that kind of thing anymore. They don't make
Nope.
the effort to. I mean, me myself, I try. I mentioned earlier, I try to have these nice little house parties and invite people
same.
over and whatever. But I don't see a lot of other people trying to do that. It's kind of a weird foreign thing. And the only reason I try to do it is I remember what my parents said, and that I feel like that was an integral part of the success of my upbringing. Is my parents
Yeah.
kind of had some steam to blow off. They had somewhere to blow off their steam, and they could come to the family table more focused and refreshed.
Yeah, I mean, in our culture, we had the pub, but
Yeah.
that's dead now, or essentially it's very much dying. It's very rare that you can find an actual pub that functions, and they're all kind of empty now and just full of alcoholics.
Ugh.
It's like they're like a dying breed, and it's really sad to walk into some pubs because it's just full of junkies and alcoholics, and the only time that people can go out now is mainly the weekends and stuff. Most people during the week they just don't go to the pub to meet each other and to speak after work and stuff like that. But that's used to be what England was like. So it's kind of similar to the block party. The pub was where people
Yeah.
would go.
That
to-
was
to
that
kind
was
of
what you
hang
guys
out.
had. That was the function
Yeah.
that served.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that's dead, basically. It's constantly getting shut down, especially after the COVID thing, like completely annihilated an already dying industry.
When I was a kid, I used to see men hang out at other men's garages and just drink beer and work on shit.
Yeah, man.
You
That's
know,
another one. That's like,
and
yeah, that's
that's not a thing anymore either. Like, I'm out working in my garage doing shit, and I'll ask people to come over, but they're busy. They got this, they got that, and I'm like, I used to think at first it was, maybe they don't want to hang out, maybe this, maybe that.
Yeah.
But what I think it is this false sense of responsibility. Now, what do I mean by that? I think people have these set of responsibilities in their head that they feel like they have to fulfill, but when they have things out of priority, out of the correct order they need to be in, I think on down the road it ends up ruining a lot of things. It ends up causing stress in a marriage, causing stress in a family, causing a lot of stress in your own life because these things are important. Men gathering around in a circle working on a fucking lawnmower is important to a community because you're going to remember these interactions with people. It's kind of like the games we were talking about earlier. Like
exactly that, dude.
Yeah,
exactly that.
These games we have to play. The men got to play the man game. The women got to play the woman game with each other. Like they come together at each other's houses and do what women do. Like I don't know, I'm not a chick, but they do stuff together, and the men do stuff together, and then we come together after that and do the family time. But those times together, off with our friends, off doing other things, and then even coming together like with a block party where the male and female component are all intermingling together is important as well. There's a whole spectrum. It's just a whole smorgasbord of rituals, if you will, or events or team building exercises that Western cultures abandon entirely.
Well, it's actually been forced out of us in a lot of sense as well by our own governments and culture, or the culture that's kind of been impressed on us by modernity and consumerism, all that shit. Like it's made people very antisocial and kind of just. It is really sad, especially, and the problem as well is the whole feminism thing, which I had to bring up because I fucking always do. But like,
it's a problem.
It's a problem because it's completely annihilated the male space. You're not allowed to have any male spaces anymore. So again, why are men killing themselves at record rates? Well, because now you can't all get together in a garage, because if you do, you're being misogynistic and you're excluding women. And then there's always someone who wants to come into the male club or whatever because you can't be exclusive. And it's like, but there's a reason men had working men's clubs, like in my country. They're like special pubs that only working men go to, so there's no women that go there. But that's for where men go to hang out, and that was an important thing. And then the women would hang out in the houses. That's what they would do. They'd have their... So that we had these things, and they've all been broken down now because it's all seen as exclusive and sexist and blah-de-blah-dist and all that shit.
Right.
And it's just you can't have any of these places anymore, so you can't even. And these places are important for fostering connections and relationships that last years. And those relationships are really important because the community is just it's a web of relationships. And if you don't have that web of relationships that connects people, there is no community. And I really do think we live in like community-less countries. It's just like we're an economic zone. We're all just batteries on a fucking tax farm, like
right.
And then that's it. And then there's no our overlords have basically don't give a shit about the culture or anything. If anything, they don't want that because they want everyone just working all the time, and or then wanting things, so then they have to work more to get these things they don't really fucking need. I mean, I'm going kind of Tyler Durden now, but guy was fucking right on some things, even though that film really is also an excellent example of actual fascism. That's what fascism looks like. What Tyler Durden, the cult he creates, that's fascism. Like, and it's alluring, particularly to young men who have no purpose. And I almost feel like they're trying to create an environment that's actually going to produce a fascist uprising. That's what scares me the most. I can see it. It's like all of the things are in place for that to happen. And it's going to be very ugly when it does, and I'm really not looking for
they're making a movie here in America called Civil War. Have you seen the trailer for it? Yeah, you haven't seen it? Okay.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's been on everybody's mind since a certain event that will get me banned if I even utter it. But
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But there's a certain event, that happened here, and it's been on everybody's mind since then. And they finally have made a movie about it to explore this idea, and my hope is that it will be a refreshing reminder of how vicious human beings can be to each other, and we should really try to talk to each other again. You know, we should really make a concerted effort to put all of our personal grievances aside, have a mature conversation. Like, okay, guys, can we get along in the same country, or do we need to become two separate countries? And you know, no hard feelings if we need to be two separate countries. No hard feelings, guys. But do we need to have a divorce here? Like this is the divorce talk. Like, do we need to do that? Do all the liberal people need to try and make their utopia, and all the conservative people stick to their traditions and just see what happens?
Yep.
Now, me personally, me personally, I don't think that's gonna be conducive to a successful future, because liberal people are really good at ideas and making new ideas, because they're so fucking open-minded. They're so open-minded their brains fall out. You know,
I mean, I definitely have a liberal temperament.
I mean, yeah, me too. You know, I guess I'm in the middle. I walk on, I dance on that razor's edge. You know, I understand this side, I understand that side, so everybody hates me. So
yeah,
I don't give a fuck. Everybody can hate my ass. I'm just trying to find the truth, and it exists on this razor's edge that you must dance upon. You can't stay still. You can't relax. Your feet are always bleeding, and you're just dancing on this razor's edge. But when you're on that razor's edge, you can see the left and the right, and you can see what they're trying to get at. You can understand what they're trying to do. And I have sympathy for both sides. But I also understand, if you don't have creative people, the liberals, and you don't have hard workers, the conservatives, then you're not going to have people creating new ideas for companies and then people to work in them. You know, because liberals get bored of an idea and they want to move on to a new company or a new plan or
reinvent.
Yeah, and then the conservatives are left behind to run this crazy idea this liberal just created, and that's how society works. You know, and I thought it was interesting how Ian McGilchrist talked about in the Master and the Emissary book that predominantly politics is dictated by, do you live in the left side of your brain where it's mathematical, logical, or do you live in the right side of the brain where it's creative and artistic? And liberals live in the right side, and conservatives live in the left side. And that's kind of what,
generally speaking,
and that's kind of what creates the world. And what happens when you split these two people into separate societies? We've never done that. We're playing with that idea. We're playing with that idea right now. And you look at California and how they've been running things.
And New York.
And New York. Well, New York to a lesser extent, because money is Wall Street, dude. Like, I think they wear a mask of liberalism, but they're all conservatives up there. They want to make that money. I don't think L.A. is making money in the same way, because LA is the entertainment industry. It's
the cultural export. It's the cultural center of America.
Exactly. So over in LA, over in California in general, I'll just talk about the forest fires. Like, they managed their forestry in a liberal manner, and they ended up burning down everything they strived to protect, because they didn't have controlled burns. Like, there are certain portions of the forest.
Forest sweeps.
Yeah, there's certain portions of the forest that you need to have controlled burns for in order to save everything else. But the liberals over there were like, no, we can't cut down these trees. We can't do this stuff.
Homes and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we can't create these fire lines because it's against nature. It's like, okay, but nature's also vicious. And it'll burn your house down if you don't sprinkle a little order in it. You know, like, and these fire lines that they create, it's not damaging to the forest. Like, they create these swaths of clear land, like a buzz cut through the forest. And that way, when a fire hits it, it just burns a little grass and it doesn't spread to the rest of everything else, like in a grid pattern. And so California stopped that for so long, their whole forest burned down a few years ago.
Yeah, it did. I remember.
So that I think
happening in Canada a lot now.
So I think that's an example of what happens when you divorce the right side of the hemisphere and the left side of the hemisphere brain, or even in a culture of people. Like, you ostracize the left and the right, the Democrats and conservatives, to where they can't even work together. I think everything will start to collapse, because the conservative problem is that they don't have any new ideas.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. They're not that well, they're not. They're maintainers. I mean, I guess you know it gets because there are creatives on the conservative side and stuff. There is
Mm-hmm.
like creative conservative help, but generally speaking, you're not wrong. Like a society completely populated by conservatives that's hyper conservative quickly ossifies and then can't adapt to change and dies. Whereas the liberal, it's the opposite problem. Like they keep changing so much that they never. There's too much chaos and it just all comes unglued.
Falls apart.
You know. Yeah, and it all falls apart
Mm-hmm.
exactly. And it's like you need the balance between these two peoples, and it's almost as if again, it's like it's too perfect. It's like someone knew if they wanted to collapse society on a global level, what would you do? You'd make all the decisions that governments are making right now. You know what I mean? Like, and
Right.
all the cultural things they're pushing is to just cause degradation and break the breakdown of society essentially. And I'm like, why they do? What's going on? Like, it's almost like a controlled burn of a human forest that some certain elites feel like has got out of control.
Yeah.
You know, so they're kind of like, right, well, we need to burn all this dead wood now and then start again
Yeah.
with a healthy forest with
Yeah,
all the resources we have.
The real question is, why don't we push, kind of like what Elon Musk is talking about? Like, why don't we try to go to other planets? Like, yeah, so what if we have overpopulation? Why don't we, like, go to other places? Like, why do you guys want to, like, have a controlled burn of humanity?
Yeah, well, he's right as well, though. With Elon, it's just rational. But we have to learn to get off this rock eventually if we want humanity to survive for longer than the planet. The planet will die. It won't always be able to house us. So.
But more than that, what's out there?
Yeah, dude.
Like what?
Mate, that's why I love space exploration games, dude. Because I fucking love the idea of just traveling through space.
Yeah.
I'd love to be a space trucker, mate, and just delivering cobalt to some fucking far out mining colony.
Yeah,
or something,
dude.
And then driving past some fucking black hole and seeing it in the far distance in the sky and going through certain nebulas and seeing space from different angles. I mean, that's why I love Elite Dangerous, because you could literally just do that. And it's actual real space. It's like all the actual astral objects are in the right place, and it's really good. But that's what I'd love, to actually explore, to explore the universe.
Dude, I would love that. Like,
that's our destiny.
The biggest thing I'm excited about meeting aliens is what does their music sound like?
Yeah, dude, that's literally the first thing I think.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I think is, what will they think of my music?
Right.
Like, what are they gonna think of this shit? And then I'm like, what am I gonna think of their shit? And
Right.
Are we gonna vibe, or are we gonna be like,
yeah, like, do they even have ears like we do? Like, how do they communicate? Like, what are they like? Is their music gonna be a bunch of pulsating lights that's gonna blow my fucking mind, and I'm gonna understand it in some new way? Like, I don't know. Like, it's so many different possibilities when you think about other people that could be intelligent and alive out in another star.
Creatures.
Dude, yeah, like, it just gets me going, like, because
And then,
at the core of me, I don't believe that intelligence is capable of sustaining itself in malevolence. Like, if something has been around so long, like us, I 100% believe at the core of it is love. Like, something trying to get along, something trying to understand, something trying to create a future. Not something that, because the evil civilizations and cultures of the world collapse. They don't last long.
Think about the Harkonnens, though. It's not.
Yeah.
There is the dark side, though. There will be. I just think it's kind of impossible to escape. There'll be cultures that we will perceive as good and constructive, but then there'll be cultures that learn to survive or came from places that just make them very incompatible with what we value and with what we understand about the world. So I think there's going to be all sorts, mate. There's going to be everything out there. Essentially, everything that can be is going to be out there. I really do think that. Like, so you're going to have, like, a civilization of aliens that got swept with some collective madness, and it's completely tyrannical and it's ossified into it, and they've got like a load of tech. So like they could be like space Nazis essentially, or whatever, like they could be like that. But then they could be space hippies, there could be space. I'm using all these human terms, but they're archetypal terms. Obviously, like aliens will have forms of government of their own, or at least ones that we're going to be interacting with. Because you always get those guys who are like, "Oh, what if we can't even see the aliens?" I'm like, well, then we won't interact with them, and it doesn't matter, does it? So I'm like, if they're like some crystal that we can't even communicate with, and they can't see us, then it don't matter, does it? We'll just exist by each other and never know each other exists. But obviously, actual like races of people or of aliens that have the universe creates certain conditions and that I think will repeat. You know what I mean? So I think they're actually going to be very similar to us in a lot of respects. So I think shockingly so. I really suspect that we'll go see aliens and we'll be like, wow, that's uncanny. You know how I can see that and almost understand it. Like they have listening apparatus, ears, whatever, eyes. You know, all the same shit.
Some way to sense multiple things. Yeah, like they can't just see, they can't just taste, but there's like this multitude of reflections that happen to facilitate consciousness. Like you know, like with dogs and dolphins, like why do they all have ears? Why do they all have mouths? Why do they all have eyes? Because it's really useful where we're at on this planet to see, to hear ahead of time, to kind of put together, what is that sound? Is it a predator, or is it my friend, or what is it exactly?
Exactly. All this is stimuli, you know. So our instruments to pick up stimuli, and then there'll be aliens that pick up different stuff. Maybe they see an ultraviolet light. You know, or whatever. Like there might be slight differences, but they will still have comparable archetypal.
The reason that I think that about this love shit, all this like hippy dippy shit I'm talking about, is children. You look at how the most intelligent beings that we know of on Earth care for their children.
Mm-hmm.
It's apparent to me that anything out there that is like pure evil or malevolent.
Mm-hmm. Can't sustain itself.
It can't exist. Like it's like spiders. Like spiders are always going to be building webs. They're not going to ever build cities. I just don't believe that. Unless that they can not eat their mom when they're born. You know, like how else are you going to pass on knowledge? Like that's what bugs mostly do. They pass on genetic knowledge and they kind of have this like instinct that they're born with of, oh, I got to build a web. Like nobody taught them how to do that. But to really get into the nitty-gritty complexity of reality itself, somebody has to have a language. Somebody has to communicate that to you because the DNA transference of knowledge just isn't good enough. Like, we can still experience that epigenetically, I think, through music. You know, like through a drum beat. Yeah. Like, I can feel, like, this message from my ancestors, but, like, what does it mean? Does it tell me how to build a nuclear reactor? No. No, it doesn't.
No.
But totally. It connects me with people to where maybe we could collaborate to build a nuclear reactor.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the key. Like, it's a domino effect that can trigger other things that is facilitated by the language. And what is language? Language is love itself. It's like a caring for the future to make a word that means something solid. Like, bobbity boop doesn't mean soccer ball. Soccer ball means soccer ball. And somebody put the concerted effort to like write this shit down, to even make the squiggles in the sand, to make a language, because they cared about the future. They loved their own people and themselves enough to open up a brighter future by inventing language. You know, so whoever out.
Then you could say that language developed so that tribes could compete with each other better. You know, like this is the way I look at the world. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a little different. But I'm not saying what you're saying is like total bollocks or anything. But I do think like this it's kind of like this neutrality to it all. It's because like no one actually sat down and invented a language. It actually just naturally spawns from us. You know, from us being around each other and making noises around each other, communicating. We were probably speaking to each other before we were human. You know, so there's a lot of this stuff that we were doing before we were even recognizably human, like you're saying, like it's passed down through genes and stuff. And I think that I suspect life will work the same way, but I do think that I do think there'll be things that are hostile to us.
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna have wars in space, but but inevitably, I think slowly the two sides will be like, oh, look at how they care for their children, though. Look at what their culture is really like promoting among their own people.
Well, yeah, I'd hope so if they're reasonable.
Yeah,
this is the point. Though. There's a lot of risk of like just miscommunication.
Yes,
and like that's very possible, and then we can work things out and stuff. But I do really think. I mean, I've met humans, mate. Like they're just malevolent, you know.
Right.
And they can't sustain themselves, but they are malevolent. And
you're right.
I do think that there'll be creatures out there that go that survival route.
I think so too. Like there'll be like a type of spider people or whatever out there in space. But
insectoid people, yeah, or whatever.
But I do believe there are going to be like other aliens that are going to be like, those guys suck, right? Like we don't like them.
Well, yeah, of course they will. Yeah, there'll be aliens similar to us who nurture their young and shit.
Yeah, or the ones that play music. or the ones that try to get along, and they're like, oh, these humans, you know, even though we like nuked each other for like 100 years, they're pretty cool, I guess. Let's fight the spider people instead.
Well, I think that's likely, especially if the spider people just want to eat everything or whatever.
Right?
You know?
Yeah, they're like,
well,
you belong in our web. You know, you are nothing. You accept web food. Like,
just food. You know? Yeah, like because that's the thing though. Is that evil though? They got to eat, and like they don't see anything wrong with that. Like, we eat pigs.
I think they're not. I would say they're not smart enough to figure out another food source like we have.
What? Sorry. So we figured out other food sources.
Yeah, we figured out other food sources. Like even today, like we're trying to find more ethical sources of food. Like, I guess that's what vegans are and whatever. Even though I'm not one, that's a thought.
That whole thing.
Yeah, that's a thought that exists in humanity. Is like maybe I'm so fucked up eating life that I need to examine what I'm eating. You know, that's an interesting concept.
It is, but I feel like that's what's going to extinct. It's our behavior that makes it extinct. I mean, that's what the whole of Jurassic Park's about, isn't it? It's like it's actually behavioral changes that lead to extinction. And
well, you know what?
Environment.
What are you going to do if they invent an AI computer that can hear the cries of the carrots, and then every time you harvest a carrot, it's a holocaust?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to eat them?
We already know that. This is why I don't like the whole argument about vegans. It's like life needs death to survive.
Yeah.
That's what cancer is. It's when your cells decide we're not dying anymore.
Yeah.
So we're just going to stay here and keep, and then all the other cells around them are like, all right, well, we'll do that as well. And then they all just like, we'll live forever. It's like cancer can literally live on the outside of a human and keep growing.
I think it's a consciousness pattern thing because a lot of us so-called vegans or whatever, they're also pescatarians, whereas, you know, they'll eat chicken or fish because it has such a low state of consciousness that they don't.
It's just all the rationalization people do.
Yeah.
It's infantile though. It's an infantile response to reality. It's like you have to accept that your life is sustained by other things dying.
Right.
This is why I don't think that like all aliens will be similar to us. There'll be aliens that we just can't comprehend their motives in a sense. Like, and they're locked into nature the same way we are. And it's like,
yeah. There's this really good novel series called Old Man's War by John Scalzi. And humanity is fighting these aliens that whenever they invade one of our human colonies, they start a new season of a cooking show of how to cook people. And it's the most fucked up shit like they do to people. They do all this fucked up shit to children, like they're cooking people and their families and all this, and everybody's screaming in a cage. And then the alien talk show host is like, "Oh, look at this lively one! Like it's going to boil nicely in this plomeek fluid or whatever." And so the humans are watching the broadcast right when they're about to invade the planet and try to take it over again. And they all get like communally enraged. And they start like getting so fucking pissed, and they like enact this sort of ritual of like, I'm gonna fucking tear their heads off. We're gonna fucking go in there and smash them. And so they land on this planet, and they just fucking dominate these cooking show aliens. Like they just fuck them up, and it's being recorded to the whole galaxy. And everybody's like, huh? So this human might jump out of my pot and try to kill me. I don't think I want these humans anymore. Like that's the reasoning you guys got. Like, not that this is wrong, but like, this crab might pop out of the pot and nip my lip. I don't think I want to buy those at the grocery store anymore.
You could argue that's the basis of all morality.
Violence. The application of violence. Like, oh shit, these things have nukes and fucking gamma laser cannons, and like they can cloak and sneak up on us and blow our brains out on the TV set.
And adapt to whatever we do.
Yeah, like I don't know if I want to do this. And like they can strap bombs to themselves, and I put them on the cooking show, and they blow up the set. Like, oh, they're kind of dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't invade their planet anymore.
I do think that's highly likely to happen. I love stories like that as well, man. Like it's fun to imagine, you know, because I think it's actually important to imagine though, because even if we never live in that age, it's still important now because there's no difference between two cultures that never encountered each other before. It's very similar to encountering aliens, you know. Yeah. Even though we're humans, it's not actually too far from what it is, you know. It's like, and then it's like, well, we derive morality, I think, as well. What I was thinking about before is we derive morality from what's destructive and what's constructive. Like an alien going, oh, well, it's wrong to kill these people. Well, they'll learn that after. But the first thing you learn is, oh, we better not do that anymore because these things are fucking dangerous. And then you realize, oh, well, why are they dangerous? Well, oh, because they're trying to defend themselves and they're actually sentient and don't want to be eaten and all this kind of shit. And it's like,
Yeah.
then you can start to rationalize why you shouldn't do it. But the truth is, it's like violence is the supreme authority. You know that thing can fucking hurt you.
Yeah,
you know,
it's like
the mushroom that kills you. Don't eat it.
Yeah, it's like this thing, these humans are smart enough to like outsmart us and kill us.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
like,
hope that.
And then at a certain point you can just say, oh, it's like a tiger, it's like a lion, it's like a bear. But then you're like, oh no, it like slipped in here and teleported a nuke onto my capital ship. Like, maybe I need to re-examine my relationship with these human beings.
Yeah. Oh, I loved the film I loved, one of the films I loved the most, Battle for LA.
Oh yeah,
So
the
cool.
shark people.
So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just that is literally the first alien film where I was like, well, yeah, humanity has to go back though, you know, and that's probably what would happen. They might dominate us, but they're not gonna get it for free.
Nah, they're not getting it for free, bro. Like hell no.
Fuck, man. No way. I mean, I can feel it now. I imagine some aliens coming down and eating my fucking family and friends and shit. I'm not.
Hell no, dude. I'd go full on fucking Rambo, dude. I'd make a bamboo spear and fucking go after him. Like it ain't.
Suicide bomb. I'll do anything I need to.
Dude, I'll do whatever I got to do, man, because
you know you can respect that.
And I think that's what ultimately will have to happen when we start hanging out in space. We're gonna meet these aliens. They're gonna see how far can I take it with these people. Like,
yeah, man. Well,
what can I get away with here? I'm like, oh man, they nuked 4 of our planets. Like, oh damn, I didn't know they had those. Like, maybe we should, try to be friends with them. Mm-hmm. and you know, it's just like a high school bully. Like, okay, so I got a personal story to tell. So, you know, I was getting fucked with by this dude in school. Like, so, I dated this girl for a while, and then we broke up, and then she got with another guy. And then this guy knew we were together. And he was like, so, fuck this guy, fuck this dude, fuck all this shit. She's like, nah, it wasn't that bad of a guy, you know. Did he make you happy, though? She's like, yeah, you know, but it just didn't work out. I'm going to kick his ass. And I'm like, okay. So he starts he gets my number somehow. I think he got my number from, like, her phone book, because that's back when you had to write someone's phone number down in a fucking book. And he found my phone number, and he started calling my house, like when I was a teenager. And then my mom would pick up, and she'd be like, hey, you one of your friends have called. And I get on the phone, and I'm like, hey, who is this? And he'd be like, fuck you, man. I'm going to kick your ass. You're a piece of shit. I'm like, who is this? Who the fuck are you, dude? And he was like, I'm so-and-so, and you dated so-and-so, and you guys dated, and I don't fucking like you. I'm like, and I started laughing. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, dude, fuck you. And then he hangs up the phone. And this dude keeps calling me for like 2 weeks. And I just think it's funny at first, but he keeps calling my house over and over. And I'm like, after like 2 weeks, I answer the phone. I'm like, you know what, man? I am going to kick your ass now. Like, meet me here at this time, and I'm going to fucking kick your ass. Like, fuck you, dude. And so I show up, and he's there, and he has another friend with him. And I was like, you fucking pussy. What, are you going to have your friend fight for you? Like, this is bullshit. And he's like, no. He was just here at the same time that I was. He's not going to do anything. And I was like, all right. I was like, well, dude, you've been calling my house, and I literally didn't do shit to you, so fuck you. So I just start fighting this guy, and he fights me. And in the middle of the fight, like there's a time where he doesn't hit me back, and I don't hit him back, and I just look at him like, have you had enough? He's like, dude, I want to smoke a cigarette. And I'm like, all right. So I sit down next to him in the parking lot on like those little bumps in the parking lot. Yeah. And so he starts smoking a cigarette, and he gives me one. He's like, you're pretty cool, man. I don't want to fight you anymore. And I light up the cigarette, just look at him incredulously. I'm like, are you, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he's like, yeah, dude, I just don't have many friends. And actually, my girlfriend was talking about you. You sounded pretty cool, and I just wanted to meet you. I don't want to fight you, but I feel like the only way to really know a man is if you fight him. And
it's true though.
And I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah. You didn't like pull any punches. You didn't punch me in the dick. You didn't do anything fucking retarded. So
and you also had the balls to actually face someone.
Yeah.
You can't help but respect that. You know?
Yeah, it's just like, you keep calling my house, man. I'm gonna fucking fight you. Like, leave me the fuck alone. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. And I said that to him every time, and then I'd hang up. But anyway, he's like, so, do you want to hang out? I'm like, yeah, I guess. And then me and that dude were friends. Like, still to this day, we're still friends.
Nice. That's so true though. It's such a widespread story. Like that guys like we make friends by fighting, and there's something that again that women don't understand in this overly feminized, especially with feminism society, is kind of castrated men. They don't understand that we actually bond through certain kinds of violence, and you have to let us kind of do it. Like,
yeah,
you know, a lot of women, it's like the longhouse helicopter mother kind of thing. It's like, stop fighting, children. It's like, no.
Well, you know what it really is? Me and this dude didn't even actually fight. Like, we were playing with each other, dude. Like, I didn't like. I wasn't thinking about killing this guy. You know, I was like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Why am I out here wasting my night? This is dumb. Like, I'm just gonna fucking slap you around and shit.
Yeah.
And he wasn't coming at me like he was trying to kill me either. Like, it hurt to get punched. I'm not going to lie. Like, it hurts to get punched in the head any time. But I didn't feel like he put all of everything in there. And I definitely wasn't putting all of everything in there either.
Yeah.
Because you'll break your knuckles that way, man.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really in a fight, most of the time you'll break your like pinky knuckle and your ring finger knuckle.
Yeah, punching does hurt. People don't understand that, do they? Until you've actually punched someone.
Oh, dude, yeah, it fucking hurts like a motherfucker, bro. Like, it ain't no fun. So, like, open hand strikes is what you really do in a fight, like because that's not gonna break anything, and it also has enough force to like fuck around. Most of fights is control because actually, like in the movies when they knock somebody out with like a 1-2 punch, that's bullshit. That does not happen in real life. That does not happen. Knockouts are not real. Like, the first few times you've been in a fight, if you get hit in the head, you get rung, man. Like, your bell gets rung. Like, you get kind of dazed and shit. And some people can get knocked out stone cold to the floor. But after you've been in a few fights and hit in the head, like, you can't get knocked out. Like, your brain doesn't shut down in that same way. Because I've tried that. So the main way to, like, really win in a fight is get somebody in a hold and be like, have you hit enough? Are you fucking done? Are you like, are we doing this shit still?
That's how fights usually end, though. It is in a wrestle.
Yeah.
In wrestling.
Yeah.
You give up, you know. It is about control and submission.
But anyway, me and this dude didn't even get to that point. So
yeah, good.
I was like, this. I guess this is a weird male ritual that I'm getting like into, and we were friends.
That's exactly what it is, though. You're right. It's like a ritual, a naturally occurring ritual. You know, it's just part of our nature and stuff. And I do really agree with that. That's kind of what I was getting at about war before. You know, it's kind of ironic. Like, two societies will go to war, but then they kind of develop a respect for each other and a comradeship. And then usually you'll find in documentaries the most wholesome thing is like documentaries where at the end of the documentary or whatever, you'll have all the soldiers like meet each other from either side and talk and share stories, and they're always like. That you can feel it even just watching from the screen. There's this like brotherly relationship that they all have because they all went through the same fucking shit.
Right.
And like there's like I don't know how to explain it. You know, a connection and a bond after that is actually really hard to break. Like I really think it'd be hard for America and Vietnam to go to war again. You know.
It's just like the games we were talking about earlier, like a spear throw or the werewolf versus the villagers game. Like if you go through something like that at a festival, that kind of simulates the intensity of things that people go through. And war is just a big game, is what I'm trying to say. It's a big game, really, and then after it's over, people sit around with a beer and a cigarette and be like, damn, did you see that shit when I fucking did so-and-so and I threw that grenade? Holy fuck, dude, that was epic. Like, man, I couldn't believe it. I thought you were going to die. Yeah, but I didn't. And that is the core of humanity that we have lost. Like, these events... We don't have to have violent events. We don't have to die. We don't have to draw blood. But we do need, like, this meat pulley machine to, like, simulate that so that we are in tune with our biology in a healthier way. Like, and I think that's kind of touching on the Ubermensch concept that Nietzsche went on and on about. That's what it would look like. Like, what kind of games can you entertain yourselves with so you are not actually hurting people and you're still growing as a species and you're not depressed and disconnected and ungrounded? You know, it doesn't have to be this weird Prometheus, Black Goo, Ubermensch concept, Scorn World fuckery of transcendence. It could be, all right, we're living in a world where it's a little sterile. It's like a cage, like we're humans in a zoo. I get it. We're in a zoo. But how do we live in the zoo? Because the zoo is creating technology, spaceships, the internet, computers, cars, shit that's valuable, objectively valuable to life itself, to consciousness, to freedom. So how do we live in harmony with that and live with the nature that was necessary? Have you heard the story about the wolves in Yellowstone National Park?
Or is it where they reintroduced them and it's like changed
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rewilding, isn't it?
Right.
About that.
Like all these.
I'm totally against it in my country. It's a silly fucking concept. But in America, it's a little different. You got the space.
Right. There's the space, but
yeah.
So I've been working on this concept of like the walls of Eden. Like,
Okay.
how do you create a fence that keeps wolves at bay, but leaves them in the forest, but doesn't let them trespass upon your property to eat your livestock and eat your pets and terrorize your farm? Would it be a sonic fence? Would it be a fence that emits pheromones? Would it be like a paintball turret with
I mean, like a non-lethal kind of deterrent.
Like a non-lethal deterrent to keep nature wild? Because, you know, that's the problem at Yellowstone. It wasn't wild. It was the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, the government entity, had to, like, fly around in helicopters with thermal cameras and snipe the deer that were sick. And it got so expensive and they couldn't get them all. And then the deer population started to decline because they got sicker and their gene pool got fucked up. Yeah. And then the rabbits, there were too many of them that were killing all the plants in the fields. So they're like, guys, we got to reintroduce the wolves. It's too complicated. Like, there's so much. It's so expensive. There's so much shit. So many helicopters got to fly to maintain this. We got to put the wolves back. Otherwise, the whole forest is going to die. And I'm like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
It's
important, man. It's interlinked.
So now the wolves are coming onto the farmer's property, and that is also a huge problem. Like, how do you deal with that?
You can't. You just got to shoot them. You know what I mean? And eventually, the wolves aren't stupid. They do learn.
They learn.
They learn where not to go because they get shot. Like,
exactly.
Really, they know what guns are as well. Like, if they see a gun, they'll run away.
They're very intelligent. That's right.
Yeah. And the problem is when they get hungry, they get bold. That's what happens.
Right.
Because if you heard about the sieges that happen in Europe and stuff, the wolf sieges.
Yeah, there were so many wolves that they had to stop shooting each other.
That's happened. That was in World War I or II or some shit. Yeah, the Russians and the Germans.
Oh, you're talking about a different thing. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, I'm talking about Paris. Yeah, it was a long time ago. No one really knows if this is true or not, but it seems to be because it's widely reported. And this is why we get rid of wolves, or we got rid of them, because they're actually incredibly dangerous. Like, they're very dangerous, and they're not. People don't understand that wolves are massive as well. Like, most people now think wolves are just big dogs. It's like, no. If one of them stood up, I'm 6'3". If it stood up on its two legs, it's taller than me.
Fuck.
You know what I mean? That's what a real wolf's like.
They're monsters.
Then you've got 80 of them starving, you know, and coming down on your village. Fucking hell, dude. Good luck. Like, and so what happened is, like, in Paris, there was this super pack. It was a really, really bad winter, or a really stretch of cold winters, and then it was this one winter that was just really fucking bad. And basically, this super pack formed around Paris, and these wolves started to recognize that the further away from the city they went, they could target people and eat them, like, who were traveling on the roads and stuff. So that became a problem, and they essentially had to cut off all travel in this winter because they were surrounded by wolves. And then the wolves started to encroach further and further in onto the city, and then it got to the point where they were outside the walls, literally just roaming around the walls and eating anyone who dared go out and stuff like that. And it got to the point, there was this one bit where the lake froze somewhere in Paris, like there was this lake, and then they could actually walk through the grids in the wall where there was normally like water that they couldn't get through. And so they found a way into the city and started attacking people inside the city. And there's this scene described where there's these monks all sat around a table outside or some shit, and they're all just chilling. And then they literally just get attacked in the street by like wolves and ripped apart, essentially. And then it gets to the point where there's a giant battle between the city guard and this fucking army of wolves. and they kill them all. They had to kill them all, and people like it was a genuine siege. You know, like Paris was under siege by wolves.
Dude.
And then that's why, like in England, that's why we killed them all because they're that dangerous. You know, and that's why I hate this whole concept of let's rewild, and it's like let's not, because in the English countryside, people are used to that being safe.
Right.
And, like if we reintroduce wolves and shit, kids are gonna start going missing and stuff like that. And, like it's not,
Absolutely, man.
it's really not safe. You know, in America you got the space for it, so it makes complete sense because you're getting the wolves to manage shit that's in the middle of nowhere. You know, but if you put wolves in countryside that's frequented by people, like it was in Europe, you know, in Paris even and stuff like that in the Middle Ages, it's dangerous. Like that's why wolves are like.
They're gone.
It's like, yeah, and they're in our mind as well, though. Like, it's like a natural fear of them. You know what I mean? I think now we've kind of forgot it, so we've got a fascination with them. But that comes from this fear, you know, this actual genuine primal fear of wolves and wolf packs.
How are the forests managed in your country? Like, how do they?
Well, we don't. Go on, sorry.
How do you successfully like maintain the ecosystem there without predators? Like, is it a government labor, or like what is the solution?
English countryside is like one giant garden, so there are like animals and stuff in it that. So there is an ecosystem that works without the larger predators, if that makes sense. So we've got foxes and things like that aren't really dangerous to us, but they'll eat rabbits and things like that, and because we're so populated. It's very hard for deer populations to get out of control because there's just nowhere remote enough for them to eat. Like there's deer in our villages and shit, like running over roads and stuff. Like,
right.
We're very much intertwined with the nature, and it's been for over 1,000 years now, basically, that the country's been this way. I can't remember when the last bounty was put on the last wolf in England, but there's literally a bounty. There's records where there's this bounty.
Oh, that's fascinating. That's
fascinating.
Fascinating. Wow.
It is. I'm not describing it, I'm not doing it justice, but there's a guy called Carl Benjamin that you should listen to if you want to find shit out about like England and English history and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. The guy with the was that the guy with the pug? No, that was a different guy.
No, but they do know each other. They were part of the same political party and like.
Yeah, Sargon of Akkad, right?
That's one Sargon of Akkad. That's his name.
That's the guy. I remember him from way. Yeah, Count Dankula. Yeah, I remember Sargon of Akkad. He's got a new podcast now. I think I haven't listened to it.
It's incredible, dude. Like, it's probably one of the best podcasts on politics and culture, and they have a really wide variety of people.
Oh, yeah. Dude.
It's really good. And
I'm all
they do
for
like
it.
There's a series of epochs, you know, about the history and stuff of other places, not just England. But Carl does a video on this topic, and he explains it really well, and it's fascinating. He tells the story about, like, wolves and how they're, you know, dangerous, and we've fought them over the years, like our nemesis, almost, like humanity's nemesis, because they would always be around our settlements, you know.
But they're also the balance of the forest itself, because like in America, these large swaths of forest, like we just can't do it. Like maybe with a robot army and AI intelligence, like we could manage the forest. Like we could have
Black Mirror shit there.
Yeah, we could have wolf robots like serve the same purpose, but like that seems wrong to me in some way. Like,
well, yeah, and then someone learns to fucking hack the system. And then fucking
yeah, so my way of thinking is just like, guys, we've been to the fucking moon. Can we not figure out a wolf fence? Like just a deterrent? Like with all our technology. Like I'm talking sonic fucking deterrents.
It's too expensive for farmers though, do you know what I mean? That's the thing.
Yeah, it would have to, yeah, I thought about that. I was like, well, if the government wants food, like you got to pay for it. Like you got all these billions of dollars and shit. You got to pay for the goddamn fences. You got to fucking build the things. Because it's like a road. It's critical to the infrastructure and well-being of humanity to figure out this fence thing. Because you got all these farmers that are, what they were doing, they were going out and like, you know, hunting these wolves down, like just killing them. And I don't blame them. I understand. So like, so what's the solution, ladies and gentlemen? Like, well, how do you?
That is the only solution. You do have to kill them all, or kill them all to the point where
okay,
humans.
When they killed them all here in America.
No, but you don't kill them all. You know what I mean? Like you kill them, you deter them. So you'll kill them if they come too close, but then you don't go out looking for
okay, that's a good point. Maybe the new farmers need to develop that relationship because these are new wolves. They don't know. They haven't been They're not learned to the ways of humanity. They're brand new wolves.
And these humans, like you're saying, they're not used to having to deal with wolves anymore. So now they've got to relearn how to farm. But people did.
Yeah.
People farmed in the past, you know, and dealt with it. you know, I mean, what you can do with wolves as well is turn them into you can actually turn them into guard dogs and shit like that, or you can have dogs. That's the
Well,
best
yeah,
thing. You can have
that's where dogs
that
came
can
from.
yeah, it's literally, and they'll fight wolves. There's literal breeds of dog designed to kill wolves. You know,
Right.
and they'll be sheepdogs and shit like that, and they'll protect your cattle and stuff. That's the best way, really.
Maybe these are just the growing pains of rediscovering that. You know, maybe
No, yeah, it is.
yeah. Because we
It's like
do
we
need to
forgot.
reintegrate or revisit that relationship we had with nature, where it's not a question of total dominance; it's a question of harmony. Like,
Yeah,
all right,
absolutely.
after 100 years or 150 years in America of dominating the forest, the ecosystem starts to collapse, and we're starting to wise up and be like, okay, we can't science this shit out. It's too complicated. We can't play God, you know. So there needs to be a predator reintroduced. Something needs to change. Like, there's not enough hunters and helicopters and thermal cameras and sniper rifles in the world, and attention that we can maintain to regulate these forests. It's just impossible. Like, are you
Well, hunting
kidding me?
seasons as well, right? Like, that's another way to deal with it. You have hunting seasons, so if there's too many wolves, then you tell the hunters, well, in this region this year, we've got too many wolves, so it's open season on wolves.
Right.
You know, but only for a season. That's the
Yeah.
thing. So you only kill a certain amount. It's culling in it, and
Mm-hmm.
that is the important thing about nature, and that's why I was going back to the vegans and stuff. They have this infantile view. There's actually more destructive to nature. In them trying to protect it, they're actually destroying it.
Right.
You know, they're ruining the balance. Whereas
Yeah.
we're a part of nature. We have to be a part of it, an active part.
Exactly.
So we're predators. We have to hunt and kill and establish our
and
territories
and
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 domains.
cull the fire lines in the forest so the whole thing doesn't burn down.
Well, yeah, exactly. And then and have controlled burns of dead wood and stuff like that, so that the
Yeah.
forests don't completely char the soil and then nothing can grow. You know, because that's the other thing with forest fires. If you don't manage the forest, because all our forests, to answer your question, they're heavily managed. Like, so we don't have wild forests anymore. Pretty much every patch of England is managed to some degree. There's no actual true wilderness, which is a shame to a degree. But at the same time, it's what makes it. It's a big part of English culture is that the countryside is every Englishman's garden. That's literally how we view it. You know, that's at least the natives. There are obviously the newbies who come here who don't understand it and then say that
Right.
fucking and then they say that the countryside is fucking racist. It's like, no, it's not. It's just that you're not from here. You don't understand it. And it's not like we're saying you're not allowed there, but you don't know how to enjoy it like the way we do because we're English. We've been here for thousands of years, you know.
Yes.
Whereas you get these communities of Muslims that never left their enclave, you know, in the town centre. They don't go out into the woods. They have no respect for the land or no connection to it, which is a real shame. That's why integration is important, and that's why if you import people who have different religions and cultures that are incompatible with the native values, it's a serious problem. That's literally how you're asking for civil war, like
Oh yeah,
civil
dude.
war. You know? I mean, we saw what the Nazis did when they felt like they'd been humiliated too much, because that's really where the Nazis came from. It's from the Europe.
Yeah, the
Europe
resentment.
in Germany. Yeah,
Right.
we humiliated them after the First World War, and it's like, well, we paid for it. We paid for it again, even more. You know, and it's like, we've got to learn that lesson. You know, like you can't. This is the thing with peace and stuff. That's why I have I feel like it's very complicated and it's almost impossible to solve completely. But I feel like you have the right attitude. Is you have to at least be willing to be peaceful. You can't be completely intolerant, but at the same time, you have to respect boundaries and borders. Which is why I disagree with all this. I mean, your country's a mess as well. Like, it's the same problem
yeah.
in my country with the borders. You know, we just open borders now, letting anyone in, and it's like fucking asking for trouble, you know, really asking for trouble. Like, my town's an utter mess now. I mean, I better not get too spicy, but like, I live in a town called Rochdale. Just search it, mate, and search what we're famous for. We're actually world famous now, in the culture war specifically, because we had Muslim rape gangs. There you go, I've spoiled it for
Right.
you. But
No,
that's
dude.
what they
Hey,
are.
let's get spicy about it. But hold that thought. I got to take a leak real quick.
No, for real, man. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, right on, man. Yeah, the human body can only hold so much beer. You know?
This is true, man.
Yeah.
And then once you broke the seal, that's it. You fucking
Oh yeah,
up and
bro.
down.
I know Joe Rogan prides himself on being the last man out, but I've seen him. He can't go 2 hours without going to take a leak.
Oh man, I bet that show's so good though. I do enjoy the
Oh,
Joe
dude.
Rogan.
Yeah, I mean that got me started on a lot of journeys in life. That show, like
Same.
DMT, like the Spirit Molecule documentary he did years and years ago. Like
Yep.
man, that opened my mind
Great.
to so many different things. And when I finally found the DMT and tried it, I was like, whoa, what is life? What is going on anyway? I don't even know. Because the interesting thing about my experiences with DMT is I had a near-death experience. Do you know what a four-wheeler is or an ATV?
Four-wheeler? Is that like a big truck, basically?
No, a four-wheeler is a small one-man or two-man vehicle that has four wheels with very aggressive tread on it.
Oh, like a quad bike?
A quad, yes. So, I was racing a quad with one of my friends, and there was a turn, and of course, I couldn't make the turn because there was so much dust in front of me, and I couldn't see the turn, and I went right off a mountain cliff, and I flew through the air. And I was pretty convinced at that point that I was going to die. And so I felt this strange vibration throughout my body. And it felt like I was, I've operated a jackhammer before and broken up concrete and driveways and repoured them.
Yeah.
And it felt like what it feels like when you let go of a jackhammer, like this tingling feeling all through your body. And I was leaving my body because I was like, I'm dying, bye. My body's going to get smashed on a fucking rock. And I fall down the mountain and I roll around and I end up on my back. And then I hear this noise, this thudding, just like kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. And it's the quad rolling down the hill over top of me. And so I put my hands and my legs up and with the momentum it has, I help it over me so it doesn't smash me. And then it lies over to the side and I'm like, whoa, am I dead or alive? So anyway, years later, I find some actual DMT and smoke it. Mm-hmm. And it's the exact same feeling I felt when I thought I was going to die on that quad. I was like, there is something to this. Like, this is the same fucking thing that I experienced. Mm-hmm. Like an out-of-body thing. The shaking of all of my cells. Like, I was vibrating out of my body. Like, all that shit. I was tripping on DMT as I was dying. It really is a spirit molecule. So, yeah. And Joe Rogan got me into all that because I was, mystified about what I experienced. I didn't know what I experienced. It was so strange.
I've only ever tried it once, but that was enough for me. Like, when I did it, I was... smoked it in a bong and I was not I mean, I tripped a lot and stuff by that point, so I was fairly experienced with psychedelics, but I just knew even before I did it, I was like, this is going to be different in it.
Yeah.
And I smelled, when I smelled that weird, it's got a very weird smell.
Yeah, plasticky, strange.
I don't even, it's like kind of plasticky, but strangely familiar and almost I don't know how to explain it. It's like I've smelt it before when I've banged my head really hard or something.
Right.
I feel like I've smelt it before, it's weird inside my nostrils or some shit. But I remember when I did it, dude, it was like the world in front of me. I was just sat there on my couch, it ripped this bong, and then at first it was like that tingling you described, but it started on my lips, and then my lips, it felt like they started to turn to sand, and then the rest of my body just felt like it was to turn into sand, and I was being blown away and in the wind, turn into sand. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then the whole. I also remember is the whole of my field of vision, crumpled like a piece of paper, someone behind everything I'm looking at just grabbed the sheet of paper and just crumpled it up in front of me, and then behind it was black, but then they were I don't know how to explain it, all I remember is seeing lasers that shot out from me, I think they were red. I don't really know, to be honest with you, though. It's hard to kind of explain, but they shot out and then started making these weird geometric patterns, which I at first was like, whoa, this is weird. Yeah. And then at the same time, I was feeling like I couldn't feel time passing anymore, which was a very strange sensation of feeling outside of time. And then these weird lines all started to sort of it was like lasers coming from a singular point from within me, but then projecting outwards and then creating these shapes that then started to turn into reality again. I started to see reality again, but it was different. It wasn't my living room, you know. I was looking at. I honestly don't know, dude. I don't remember it. Apparently,
self-dribbling basketball machine.
Yeah, dude. It's like that's what they were showing me something, and then all I remember is like I sort of came to. Apparently, I didn't pass out. Like I just stood up, and everyone was like, "Where's he going?" Apparently, this is what I did. I just stood up after about 10 minutes, and then walked upstairs, and then I sort of like came to about 15 minutes later, just lying on my bed, feeling like I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, like I died almost. Like that's what it felt like.
Yeah,
like,
you're reborn.
I mean, I've been hit by a car and it was the same. It was the same feel. Like you're saying, you know, when you get that like jolt, it's like a jolt, and then you feel the after effects of that jolt. It's the moment you think you're gonna die, and then after that, it's like this after effects. It's like your whole body feels fizzy and strange.
Yes.
You know, and like I really experienced that, man. It stuck with me ever since. I don't really know what it taught me, and I've not done it enough to probably have gotten the experiences I feel like people who've done it regularly have gotten, but that one experience was fairly profound, and it probably doesn't even sound it from the way I've described it. I feel like I've not done it justice, but it was very interesting.
Well, it's ineffable, man. Like,
yeah,
for people that have never delved into that world, there's no way you can explain it. You can't explain it. Like I have an idea of what you're talking about, but I experienced something totally different than what you did. But I have an idea of how it felt to you, and I have an idea of how it could have impacted you, like as much as it did with me. It was just, I mean, it blew my lid off, man. Like I saw a whole other perception of reality and what my place is in it, that it altered my course forever. You know, and as I said earlier in this talk, you know, I've known people to go down that road and lose their mind. Unless they're ready to hold that flaming sword and defend their consciousness, you know, to defend their stability, their sanity. Some people want to go hand in hand with destruction. They just want to jump into a black hole and become nothing, or serve, you know, the xenomorph cult of infecting everybody with these facehugger things and using people to their advantage to create this weird hive mind, this blob, this disgusting fucking brain orgy of death.
Do you think it's Stockholm syndrome? Sorry to interject.
No, you know
what makes people want to join the darkness? I start to think, is it a form of Stockholm syndrome, like join the monster, become the monster to get rid of the fear? I
think it's okay. I see what you mean. I think it is that.
You know Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, you know what that is. Like
you sympathize with the bank robber. Yeah.
Well, no, with your captor. So it could be a bank robber, but that's one example. But usually, it's like could be your kidnapper, someone who's locked you in a basement for years or what.
Right.
You know, like that. Like, and it is because it's a defense mechanism to protect yourself from the fear, but it's not facing the fear. You know what I mean? And actually, it's almost like running from it and succumbing.
It's like understanding somebody that wants to take your arms and legs away, like because they're afraid of what you might do. You're like, oh, you're so afraid. I understand why you cut off my arms and legs and kept me alive and feed me with a little baby spoon. But that's still not like solving the issue that somebody felt like they needed to cut your arms and legs off and make you powerless.
But maybe they did that. They did that because they'd encountered something so evil and terrifying that they thought, I have to become that to protect myself. Not fear it anymore. But it's almost like a perverse instinct. Instinct.
And you can understand that, but I think when you understand that, you should use it to try and destroy it.
No, absolutely, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I feel like understanding that is one thing that protects you from it in a weird way, you know, like
because there's this really good book that they actually teach in military school here in America, for like people becoming generals at West Point. It's this book called Ender's Game.
I know Ender's Game. I know.
It's a wonderful book series.
It is.
Speaker for the Dead is like mind blowing. Like that's the next level. But anyway, Ender's Game, you know, is about this kid that thinks that he's in a video game simulation in school, but he's actually fighting an intergalactic war, and people are living and dying based on his decisions he makes in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that he can beat the enemy is by loving it and understanding why it does what it does. If you don't understand why your enemy is doing what it's doing, you can never predict its moves.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to understand its motives. Yeah.
So he understood it to the point that he loved his enemy. And when it came to the point where he could destroy the very last vestige of his enemy and make them gone forever, he decided not to do it. He decided to instead foster this remainder of his enemy and see if he could raise it in a way that it could understand and coexist with his people.
Am I correct in thinking, though, that he was also tricked? He didn't realize
he was tricked.
He was actually committing a genocide, essentially, against a race of people.
Yeah, the adults tricked the children into committing genocide because the children's minds had enough neural plasticity to overcome and defeat the enemy where the adults' brains were too slow. So they tricked their own children into becoming weapons of war.
Wow. That's cool. I like that. It kind of... there's a Black Mirror episode that's not exactly the same, but it's similar, and I think it's called Monsters. The actual episode is called Monsters. And I don't know if you know about Black Mirror.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Really cool.
It's a great series.
Yeah. At least the first 3 seasons I enjoyed. There's this episode where, you'll probably remember it, where it's these soldiers going into battle, and they have these implants that make them see the enemy as monsters, so that they find it easier to kill them.
Oh, yeah.
Dehumanizes them essentially. It's like, so to make it easier, and it's kind of like obviously demonstrating that that's what we do in war. That's the only way you can actually commit war.
Exactly.
That's the way humans commit the acts they do against each other. That are hard to understand when you're outside of that context. But when you're actually in it, you don't see your enemy as human. You see it as not human. It's weird. It's like we do see our enemies as aliens. We're already fighting aliens, but it's just each other.
Right.
That was trippy, man.
That was the fascinating things about the hippie movement to me. Is that's exactly what those people pointed out during Vietnam. A lot of them deserted. Yeah. They were responsible for getting rid of the draft in America, where you had to serve. Yeah. Like my dad, he had to serve. Like he didn't.
Conscription.
He couldn't. He didn't have a choice. Like you got selected, or you could join up. That's actually what my dad did. He knew he was going to get conscripted, so he decided what branch to join rather than it being chosen for him. But he knew he basically knew it was a reality. It was going to happen to him. And the hippies, man, I mean, they got rid of that shit. Like, so many people decided to desert and leave the army because they're like, I don't know these people over here. Like, they don't have boats. Yeah. They don't have the capability to come over here and hurt me or my family. Like, what is this even? What am I doing? And then they go off and do a bunch of acid and go to Woodstock,
I mean, I like the hippie movement, but there are factions within it, and I think that a lot of the hippie movement I don't like because it's what gave birth to the whole woke agenda.
You're right. I was going to exactly get to that point. It's like, it did this really good thing, but then it also did this other thing to undo the nuclear family.
Well, they were always there. That's the thing. It was always there. It's just that I know the hippies you're talking about, though, at least the ones I respect. They're kind of like, well, I am that kind of person. I get on with those types of people where it's like peace and love, but not naive, not stupid, And then also it's kind of understanding the necessity of certain things, but then also recognizing that you can choose to distance yourself from it and not be a part of it. Sort of deal. But then you had like the way I divide them is like because you got the civil rights movement people. Then the two factions are the Martin Luther King, which is where I fall. I'm a liberal in that sense. I believe in his dream. And then there's the Malcolm X people, and the Malcolm X people again. They're the proto woke types, the Black Panthers, who were basically just the precursors to BLM, And it's like all this shit is like it was all written in the code and. Fascinating time of history, though. Like, I love the Vietnam period in America. It's probably one of the most fascinating parts of modern history.
Well, those types kind of call to the violence is the ultimate negotiator type of vibe. And there's always going to be groups of people that gravitate towards that. But I'm not so sure that that's in the best interest of the future for humanity. You know, I know that
Not
that's
even your own cause, though. Not even your own cause. 'Cause when you become a terrorist, you turn people off your own cause. That's the
right.
problem.
Yeah, because it's like, hey man, I have a family, and I kind of don't want to blow up someone else's family. That seems fucked up, right, guys? Like, yeah, what are you with them? Are you a sympathizer? It's like, no, dude. It's like,
No.
I think we're all people, and
Yeah.
we're all kind of confused, and maybe we should try to sort it out.
Well, it's our governments as well. The problem is, like, your government, again, our governments, they're, they've been trying to act like global police and shit, and it's not our place. And then obviously
Right.
the soldiers, which I feel like every nation needs an army, but that shouldn't be abused and used by the political class
No.
to cover and gain power in other countries and shit. Like, that's where it's wrong. And I sort of do get the Red Scare, though. Like, people try and overlook that, but it was a real thing.
It was a real
And
thing.
and the thing is, it's coming back, and they were right to be scared of the fucking communists because they're very subversive and they're very dangerous. And just look at communist societies and exactly where they go. Like, they go
Yeah.
the same way every time.
It's gone to every corner of the earth. Like, and let's talk about China for a second, because
Yeah.
you know, China had the Great Leap Forward. You know, that's where communism lives and still thrives today.
Maoism.
But you know, the communists themselves had a point where they had to admit, like, maybe we should not do that to Hong Kong because they make all the money. And
Well, no, the British held it, didn't they? We held it.
Right.
Well, we don't now, though. We gave it back like idiots. And now a load of Hong Kong
But
people
they-
stuck under.
But they let Hong Kong proceed as it did because why? That freedom allows them to make so much revenue.
Yeah. I mean,
That-
well, also, they had no choice, so the British wouldn't let them. Like, and they couldn't face us militarily. So.
Right.
It's ours, you know, it was ours, and it still is. It's still, that's why it's different now to the rest of China, because it's not that those Maoists are just they're evil, man. Like, really are evil.
Yeah,
Like, I know
dude.
quite-
Well, they
quite
killed a lot of
about China.
people. They killed so many. They killed more people than in the Holocaust.
more than
man.
anyone, basically.
And you know, there have been multiple Holocausts. You know, you had what happened to the Armenians, the Armenian genocide. You know, Serge
going on now?
Tankin from System of a
yeah.
Down talks about it, and just
does.
everybody
Oh, I
ignored
mean-
it. But there have been so many instances of humans being so cruel and awful to people that really need to be examined more closely. Like, why does that happen? Like,
Well, I think the more interesting thing as well is why do we only care about certain things? Certain
exactly.
people?
Yeah,
You know,
why
it's
do we
always-
why do we care about and make movies about certain, you know, instances of history, but we don't really talk about make movies, make media, make awareness. Really is the key here.
other things.
Create awareness about, you know, these other things that happen. I remember there was that Brad Pitt movie in the 90s, 7 Years in Tibet. It touched a little bit.
I've only just watched that recently. That's so
Oh, it's a good movie, man. Yeah, about the
Yeah, I
Dalai
actually
Lama
enjoyed it.
escaping as a
Yeah,
child from the communists in China because they were trying to
Yeah.
kill him. And that was a good movie.
German, right?
Yeah, and they only touched a little bit upon what happened there. And that's one
Yeah.
movie in Western media that has explored that. I mean, that merits a lot of exploration. Like, what happened there with these human beings that we are related to? Why did they do this to each other? How many people died? Like, what, 50 million at least? It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people, man. And then you got the Russians and the gulags. Like, how many people
Oh,
died
yeah.
up there? 40,
Yep.
50 million? How many people died?
Yeah.
Like, come on, that's a lot of, it's a lot of fucking people, man. That have souls. They had dreams. They had families. Let's talk about it. But nothing. Crickets all day long about that shit.
I mean, there is a lot of books on it and stuff like that. You know, if you like reading that kind of stuff.
Where are the movies though? Where are the TV shows? Where's the Netflix special?
Yeah, you're right. It's not accessible. And then when they do tell stories about that, they tend to glorify communism and make it out to be something.
Right.
Like, and the reason they do that though is it's because of World War II and they were our allies, you know. So.
And that's
why.
sus to me. That's really
No, it is.
suspicious.
It's fucking well sus, mate.
Yeah, it's weird. You know, so there's 3 instances right there. You have the Chinese.
Rhodesia, mate. You know about the Rhodesians and all that shit.
Well, you talk about that a little bit.
Well, it's the sort of the Rhodesia was I don't know it completely, but it was basically a giant bush war. It was basically Africa's Vietnam, and it was they were a colony, a British colony, and they'd created their own country, and it's now known as Zimbabwe. You know, like, and it was It was basically there was apartheid there and stuff like that, and the history is very complicated and not and pretty ugly. But the long story short, it was a battle between the Anglo-Dutch. Well, they were more Dutch really, but they were kind of like they were sort of British subjects. I think I could be fucking that up, but it's something like that. And they were like a country or a colony fighting communist uprisings, and they lost, unfortunately, and basically lost their entire country. And there was a giant genocide of white people from black people, and that's very recent, and no one talks about that. Yeah, no one talks about that. Yeah, and they go on about fucking how white people are the only people who do this shit, and it's like, no, they're not. But why?
Humans do this shit. Life does this shit.
No one's. Well, actually, no. And this is my other spicy take. You're welcome to disagree, but not all cultures are equal. Some cultures are bad. Some cultures are better than others. I really believe that. Some cultures are just not good. They're like, I'm like, no, they're destructive. They're not very. They don't make good countries. They don't make stable societies. Like that's. Some cultures are like that, whereas other cultures are not. And I do believe that it's not a race thing, although that's where the racism kind of comes from, because obviously race and culture, ethnicity and culture are very entwined. But the real problem is culture. It's not like different races or anything like that.
I think they're all
different cultures.
I think they're all pieces of a puzzle, and maybe I'm too neutral on the D&D chart of morality, but I think they're all pieces of a puzzle that inspire and also detract and kind of give warning signs to other cultures to be like, this is what I need. It's like a yin and a yang is basically what I'm saying. I think there's always going to be weird, shitty cultures out there that the other side is going to see that way, and then another culture is going to say, hey, I really like those people. Those are people. Mm-hmm. Those people are cool. And there's going to be these alliances and wars and sort of pushback, a tug of war between life.
Chemistry, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a chemical reaction. That's exactly how I feel about it. So I didn't always have this indifference of how I look at it, but now I do, because I've been entrenched in the political warfare when I was younger, and I've thought, you're wrong and I'm right, and I'm right and you're wrong.
I'm still a little bit like that. I'm not gonna lie, I am.
And I lost so many friends and family members and people about it, but now I've switched to this like neutral on the morality chart of like, I'm not in this fight, but you guys have a lot of fun doing it. You go do it, and I'm gonna watch, and I'm gonna chronicle it. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna say what I'm seeing, and it could be right or wrong, but I guess I'm just so exhausted. I'm like, fuck. I did the war thing. My armor's all fucked up. My gun ran out of ammo. Like, I did my thing, and now, what did I do? What are you doing? What's going on? Is there a way we can do something else? That's where I'm at this point. I'm just.
I have to admit, I'm in a similar place.
I'm tired. I'm tired of the fighting. I want to understand what I've been fighting for, or what even is this game that I played. And I realize it's a game. And when you get into your 30s, I think you level up to a new game if you want to. You can still play the old game in your 20s, but I think you have the opportunity to level up in a new game and be like, okay, so like, what am I going to build now? Like, I destroyed a bunch of shit. Agree. I destroyed so much shit in my 20s. I destroyed a lot. What am I going to build in my 30s?
I think that's important, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think, actually, it was a necessary step for you to get where you are now, to destroy those things, to learn who you are and what you think. And, like, because I feel the same way, and it's like I've just got to 30 literally a few months ago, and I'm feeling that shift myself, where I'm like, there's been a lot of destruction, a lot of bridges burned, a lot of that. And it's like, well, what can I build now? What bridges, what connections can I make?
Right.
And then and I know the bridges I can't bridge. You know what I mean? I know the people who there's just no
way
communicating with, and it's just going to lead to conflict. And now I try to avoid that.
Don't bother
seeking it out. Yeah. But I won't. But I won't shy away from a fight when people bring it to me, and that's again what's happening in my country now, and why I'm being persecuted in the music scenes and stuff, because there's a lot happening in my country that I'm speaking out about.
That's a big problem.
And it's not, you're not allowed to talk about the things I'm talking about, because it's politically incorrect.
Do you feel any possibility for an underground movement against this?
Oh, it's already happening, dude. I mean, we are the formative parts of it.
Right.
The others are finding each other.
Well,
finding each other. Yeah.
let me put it this way: like, is there any venues or real life locations that people can gather in the name of this?
No, not right now. That's the problem. But this is the thing we have to solve. What we have to do now is start building centers of culture of our own. Tim Pool is a great example of someone who's done this, and Carl Sagan of Akkad with his Lotus Eaters.
Right.
You do that. You build your own center that's separate from their network that they control, and then you think. But the problem with the music industry and the music scene is it's very like most venues are owned by people who have liberal kind of leanings on this culture war shit, or they're at the very least not very active in it. So then they just don't want the trouble. So if you disagree with a lot of far leftists and they make enough noise, venue owners just don't want to associate with you because it's bad for business and shit in their eyes and stuff. So like this is how these people operate. They create a network of sort of like siren people, and one person rings the alarm when someone like me comes in the midst, and then the rest of the alarms start going off, and then all of a sudden you find you're actually locked out of all these different areas. And really I feel like the only solution now is for me to like start teaming up with other artists who feel the same way, and then we put on our own shows. But we're going to need to find venues and book venues ourselves and create our own promotion companies, because right now, like all the promotion teams in all the music scenes are just run by people from university who've been indoctrinated. You
got to build your own kingdoms. You got to build just like how early rock and roll had to build it outside of the mainstream. Like the mainstream was against them. Nobody so they had to start garage bands because nobody fucking liked what they had to say. And I think that's exactly the type of movement that is necessary to open up a brighter future right now. That's what's happened historically in the past. You know, how do you get that going? Like, what was the spark that got those people like, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck the government. Fuck these people. Fuck what you think. And they just put up a middle finger and made a mohawk out of it and created careers and millions of dollars out of this because everybody was desperately thirsty to hear that message. You know, I watched this really cool movie about pirate radio concerning your country where there was this.
I went to see that in the cinema.
No way, yeah, dude. So for the listeners, there was this boat off the coast of England that was broadcasting like all kinds of rock and roll music, which was illegal. In England at the time, like, you go to jail listening to that shit. Look, can you believe that? Go to fucking jail listening to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen.
You could listen to it and play it in clubs, but it wasn't allowed on the British Airways.
Oh.
Airwaves.
You have a license for that? Fucking bullshit.
Fuck! License for that.
Fuck! Fucking bullshit, dude. So, these some Americans and British people made an alliance and lived on this boat out in international waters. And we're broadcasting rock and roll for English people to listen to. And, you know, everybody wanted to sink this boat and arrest them and fucking get them. But they couldn't. It was all these... Yeah, they wanted to fuck them up, you know. But they were in international waters, so there isn't much they could do. They still tried. You should watch the movie. It's called Pirate Radio. That's literally the name of the movie, I think.
Yeah, it is Pirate Radio. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it's such a good movie, dude.
Oh, dude, that is the human spirit through and through. Like, guys, we have information that you are not privy to. We are broadcasting it right now. Listen to it. And then they got it out there, dude. And that's exactly the position people like me and you are in. Like, I have ideas that piss off everybody. Like, I did this podcast series last year with my friend called Where is God's Wife? Why isn't he wifed up? What's he doing? Is he a bachelor? Oh, no, he's not like that. Okay, why does he have a penis? Why is he the father? If there is not, like, a correspondent vagina, you know, everybody's like, shut the fuck up, what are you talking about? That's so offensive, the sacrilege. I'm like, listen, guys, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I know. It's paganism and Mother Nature, I think. That's my answer. That's the feminine side, and the father is the masculine divinity. And they're kind of entwined, you know what I mean? Like, they really are, like, and not completely against each other, but they're not completely...
Well, what really got people going is I made this jump to be like, what if Satan is a woman? What if Satan is God's ex-wife and he's just talking shit like she's got a goat head and hooves and she's a bitch. She's a real motherfucker, you know? Like, she looks like shit. She's got horns. And it's like, duh, really?
She does the same thing, and then she's like, "Oh God, he's an overbearing control freak."
Yeah, Exactly. So it's like, and my friend, like, I'd love to introduce you to my friend one day here.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Me and him like really collaborated on this, and he said, "Dude, what if we're in a cosmic custody battle between Mother Earth, and Father Sky?" And I'm like, dude, that feels like so right in my heart, like what you just said. I've never heard anybody in my life say that, but that feels like what I'm torn between so many things. It's like, am I in the midst of a spiritual divorce in humanity itself? Like, is that our problem? And so they got us down a whole rabbit hole. And we did some podcasts, and I did some other podcasts with people, and then somebody wrote a book, and then all this other shit happened out of just like, where is God's wife? Why is he just a dude telling us what to do? Where's the woman? And then people will say, near him though, like, what about Mother Mary? I'm like, yeah, but she can't walk on water and shoot lightning bolts. You know, we're talking about like a goddess, like another woman that God is like, man, she can shoot lightning bolts at me. Like, I gotta kind of listen to what she says sometimes. And then she's like, he can shoot lightning bolts at me, so I kind of got to listen to what he says sometimes too, because they have this balance of power, this family
relationship.
Yeah, they have this family dynamic, and I'm like, what's missing in our culture right now? The family dynamic. I'm like, where did that come from? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, what's missing specifically from society right now? The fathers.
Yeah, dude.
Really. That's actually what's missing, you know. Like, it is the father.
Okay.
The masculine.
I think first it became the mother that was missing, and then the father was like, there's no women. There's no mothers. There's no wives. So, like, I'm dipping out too.
I see what you mean. So, like, it's almost like... Well, this is why you can't really... This is why it's so hard to talk about this with people who are emotionally charged about it. And I even can be, so I have to be careful. But, like... Oh, fuck. What was I saying? Emotionally charged, men and women, family dynamics. I forgot what I was going to say. God damn it.
It happens, bro.
Hey, I have to admit, though, right, it's like 3:30 in the morning here, so...
Woo!
I think I might... Hey, I know, dude. I think I might actually get off soon, but it has been an absolute pleasure, man. Seriously, thank you for...
Bro, we've been doing this for 5 hours like this is a job or something.
Off. 5 hours?
5 hours, bro.
I thought we'd been talking like 2 hours or something.
Nah, bro. This is 4 hours, 58 minutes, 51 seconds.
That's fucking hilarious.
Like,
mate, it's been an absolute blast.
Does YouTube even let that much podcast on? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
I've seen watch the whatever podcast, mate. That's 6 hours of fucking degeneracy.
Well, this was not degeneracy. This was constructive. This was fun. I had a blast with you, Djinn. I really did, man.
Yeah, man.
Like, this was great, and we got to do it again some other time. Like,
absolutely.
We just talked 5 hours, and it didn't feel like that. I didn't feel like it was 5 hours. I can only see that because it's in front of my screen right now.
Nice. I was wondering, you know, I was like, how long is it going for? But I was like, it felt like 2 hours. Oh shit, man. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, man.
Right on, bro. Well, you have anything you want to plug, man, or any websites or anything before I sign off here?
Well, it's my music, and that's basically it. And you can... How do I plug this now? Because I'm terrible at this shit. My name on social media is Djinn Seldom Mire, DJINN Seldom Mire, basically. 3 words. You type that in, you'll find my socials, and then you'll find my music through my socials. You know, I'm on Spotify, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Apple Music, I'm on all the shebang and all that crap. So just find my music and have a listen, and yeah, that's basically it, though. Yeah, that's what I do.
Fuck yeah, man. Well, I'll get some links from you, and I'll post them after and put them in the description and all that jazz, okay?
Yeah, man, thank you.
Yeah, dude, anytime. I had a blast. This was great. This is exactly what I was hoping for. And I got, you know, this wonderful conversation because, you know, I've always felt like we got this similar aesthetic that we're like going for, or this similar thing that we're exploring here. And it was great to do that with you, man. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah, dude. All right. Well, I'm signing off here. Thanks for listening, and see you next time. Leave some comments. Leave some sort of implications of what you like to see in the future, what kind of things you want to discuss, and you can even pop on here if you want to. Join the Discord in the description, and yeah, if you got some interesting ideas, we can talk about them.